is a new intense multiplayer racing game where you can compete against real players to win real money. Set in the towering crime-filled metropolis of Hub City. Here, champions put their life on the line for glory, power, and riches in the ultimate death race, known as the Rush Lane. How does it work? Simple. Pay a small stake to jump into the next race. All the stakes go into the prize pool, so the more players, the more money there is to win. Once enough players join, the race is on. Races last just a couple of minutes and are fully automated. Rush Lane is driven by our unique physics-based randomness engine. Starting positions, track segments, and traps are all randomly generated, and we've tested over 10,000 races to ensure no player has any advantage over another. Cheer on your racer as they scream down the winding city streets and through mysterious alternate worlds filled with dangerous traps and pitfalls. The first player to cross the finish line wins the biggest share of the prize pool. But don't worry, the top few finishes are also in the mix to win. The exact number of winners will change depending on how many players were in the race. The more players, the more winners. Rush Lane is live 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, so you can jump into the action anytime you want. Good luck out there, racers. Only on Rivalry.com.
3, 2, 1.
This is Keanu Reeves, and welcome to Rush Lane. Rush Lane is a new intense multiplayer racing game where you can compete against real players to win real money. Set in the towering crime-filled metropolis of Hub City. Here, champions put their life on the line for glory, power, and riches in the ultimate death race, known as the Rush Lane. How does it work? Simple. Pay a small stake to jump into the next race. All the stakes go into the prize pool, so the more players, the more money there is to win. Once enough players join, the race is on. Races last just a couple of minutes and are fully automated. Rush Lane is driven by our unique physics-based randomness engine. Starting positions, track segments, and traps are all randomly generated, and we've tested over 10,000 races to ensure no player has any advantage over another. Cheer on your racer as they scream down the winding city streets and through mysterious alternate worlds filled with dangerous traps and pitfalls. The first player to cross the finish line wins the biggest share of the prize pool. But don't worry, the top few finishes are also in the mix to win. The exact number of winners will change depending on how many players were in the race. The more players, the more winners. Rush Lane is live 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, so you can jump into the action anytime you want. Good luck out there, racers. Only on Rivalry.com.
Ito na nga, Rals. Alam naman din siya nila po.
Pero trying to delay. Tapos dito, will take one, will take down to it. So, pinupush siya dito ni Zaiwu. Pero Rals with the better angle will take down Zaiwu.
Magandang gabi mga kaibigan and welcome sa Filipino broadcast ng PGL Antwerp Major 2022. Nandito na ang main event at pagkatapos ng regional qualifiers, handa na tayo para sa susunod na bakbakan. Busy ang ating kaibigan si Sneaky kaya magsasub-in muna ako para sa ating high match ng round 4 between Forza versus Outsiders. Ako nga pala si Dad Femina at kasama ko sana si Echo pero medyo na-late muna siya ngayon kaya ako muna yung mga kasama nyo para sa ating intro. Kami at you live sa Facebook channel or sa Facebook page at YouTube channel ng Focus Fire Gaming at ang mananalo dito ay makakalaya sa Challenger stage papunta sa Legend stage kasama ang mga top tier teams na nag-perform out of their minds simula pa lang noong qualifiers at sa mismong major natin. Just to remind everybody, it's Forza versus Outsiders mga kaibigan. Best of 3 ito kaya we will be going all the way on towards possibly game 3, especially with how close the rankings are for both sides. It's the rank 10 versus rank 22 sa ating major natin ngayon. Pati na rin sa world na ranking natin. Ang Forza medyo pareho actually teams natin, si Forza at saka si Outsiders. Naging slow yung naging progress nila dito sa ating challenger stage. Yung pareho nating mga teams natin nagkaroon ng loss kahapon sa isa mga matches nila at dahil dito kailangan nila makipaglaban sa kanilang chance para makipag-promote themselves papunta sa legend stage. Kaya mga kaibigan, medyo magiging ready na tayo sa ating mga laban mamaya in a very short while. Gagamitin ko yung opportunity nito para ma-thank yung ating sponsor na si Rivalry. Para nyo gamitin yung code na LuponWXC and get up to $200 on your first deposit. They accept most if not all local payment methods including GCash and bank transfers. Kaya this is the best place for esports bettings. Rivalry definitely there for you in your esports bettings. Meron ba tayong time para makapag-bet direct? Hindi na. Sa bagay. Live na naman. Well, mga next game pa nga tayo makakapag-bet sa Rivalry mga kaibigan. Wag nyong kakalimutan yung promo code which is LuponWXC. So, without any further ado, pwede na tayo pumunta sa game natin ngayon. It's the first game between Forza and Outsiders at mukhang hindi na tayo makakapaghintay pa. Ang first map natin is magiging Dust 2. Map pick ito ng Outsiders following up with map 2 which is gonna be Mirage. Map pick ito ng Forza and kapag pumunta tayo sa game 3, if ever na pumunta tayo doon mga kaibigan, pupunta tayo sa Inferno, home of the closest games that you can imagine. For the map picks, for the side selection nga pala mga kaibigan, ang Forza makapag-pick ng side sila ay magsa-start sa city side. Ang Outsiders naman para sa second game sila ay nasa city side ngayon at ang Forza nakapag-pick sila dun sa may city side din natin sa game 3 na Inferno. At mukhang ready ng mga kaibigan natin dito sa first game between Forza versus Outsiders. At because of this, because city side na ngayon ang Forza, kailangan muna nila i-control around yung mid side. Kaso nga lang, mukhang ready mga membro ng Outsiders this time around. A bit of a control over to upper tunnels para sa mga membro ng T side. Habang si Zerte, nasa taas pa rin naman ng mid side. At feeling ko nandito na rin ang ating kaibigang si Echo. Si Echo ba to? Echo?
Hello.
Uy, kamusta ka naman? Medyo nalit ka ng konti.
Medyo nalito ako konti. Mas maaga yung schedule natin ngayon. Pero ayun na ka. Oh my God. Mukhang maaga yung barita natin dito. Pero dito matama si Normie. Oh my God. One mag. So we're gonna take one mga kaibigan. 3v5 kagad tayo. Dito yung Outsiders. Mukhang wala pa sila mapapalabas dito para sa side ng Forza natin mga kaibigan. A minute remaining on the clock. And yun na nga. Still Normie. Grabe. Mukhang nga hindi siya kaya paalisin dito sa box na to. I mean, sobrang daya na itong box na to eh. Yung hitbox nila talagang ang hirap patayin and I think Outsiders has no choice whatsoever but to force their way out dito sa may tunnels natin. Pero fiery squad para sa Forza and Outsiders no choice. And mukhang wala pa yata sila mapapatay rito. So a very good pistol round na agad to. Coming in para sa may side ng Forza, no?
Honestly though, ang ganda pa naman ng timing nila sa pag-take ng upper tunnels dahil habang gumagawa ng play ang Forza around mid-side, yung Outsiders medyo preoccupied sila sa pagkuha ng upper tunnels. Ginawa nila yung perfect time na yun para ma-secure sana yung tunnel side na yun. Kaso nga lang hindi sila nakalabas papunta sa B. Gawa ng double stack towards that headshot. Pop, si James do, nakahanap ng timing dito kay Jerry. Nakukuha pa nga ng head off. It's a 4v1 at mukhang nasa shoulders na yung clutch na to pero hindi niya makukuha. Ang Forza makakuha ng unang win dito sa ating best of 3. At Echo, ito yung pinakaunang time na nag-tandem tayo. May introduce ko yung sarili sa'yo. Ako pala si Dad Femina at laging nagsispeak highly si Sneaky tungkol sa'yo.
Ha? Talaga?
Oo, pare. Ang talino mo daw, men. Sobrang excited ako sana sa cast na to kasi sobrang talino mo daw mag-cast. Kaya medyo excited pa ako nakasama kita ngayon.
Nako, sige, tingnan natin. Medyo... Actually, ako nung papasok ko mula sa GC, syempre, medyo in-stock na rin kita and masaya ako. Pinapanood ko yung mga clips pa for Valorant casting and excited ako. Actually,
Yung kabilang
past week. Predo, oh my god, Kenshi! Tamang spray daw lang dito and oh my god, clip it and ship it! Para kayo kay... Oh my god, Kenshi, pang may di ka agad?
ano ba yan? Pwede na niyang ipost sa Twitter yung clip na yan, kaibigan. I mean, si Kenzie, gustong naghahanap siya ng paraan para magkaroon ng clip. Ang ginawa na lang niya, hinold na lang niya yung A long side at sa perfect crosshair placement niya, na-expect niya sa paglabas ng Outsiders. Easy 5k, easy ace sa second round para sa Forza. At ito yung pinakamagandang start para sa city side natin.
Grabe. Beautiful play coming in. Sobrang ganda. One mag is enough. Sabi nga ni Kenji mga kaibigan. And so, para sa akin, sobrang ganda nung ginawa niya ron na kasi the fact na is a flawless run coming in para sa side ng Forza. Malaking boost yun sa economy nila which is kailangan nila knowing na city side sila dito sa Dust 2 sobrang demanding nito sa economy pag city side kayo
Ito. Tapos wala masyadong nawala sa damage or wala masyadong damage yung Forza nung round na yun. So they could keep a bit of their utility. Yung guns nila nasa kanila pa rin. At dahil dyan maganda yung laban nila dito sa bonus round baga yung sinabi sa kabilang bang pero pwede mo ring i-apply dito. Everybody has the rifles that they have para sa T-side natin at yung mga AK at yung op na rin ni James na nag-overlook towards mid. Kaso nga lang yung Forza medyo nagpe-play around sa passive style pero ang need na yun, grabe. Ang ganda ng damage sana at mukhang enough na yun para makapag-think twice sila sa pag-push sa short.
Pero naman man, it's 35 seconds and meaning on the line outsiders still wala pa sila execute dito. Ewan ka B is gonna be the choice para sa B split nila. Outsiders go for a B swarm but dito si Norway yun na nga Yekin quick headshot pa Shafi sorted to the smoke ito na nga mukhang asin pa natin Shafi dito sa smoke everyone push it to the smoke James isa na nakuha niya rito Jerry will pick up the video with me and Yekin there not gonna make it in time through the window and Jerry will take a free AWP, grabe, and Forza taking with 3 man alive, grabe, sobrang laki ng tibid nila rito.
Sobrang laki rin ng impact nagsa-start dun sa need dun sa may short area dahil doon medyo naging hesitant pa nga yung mga membro ng Outsiders natin. Yung initial plan was to take control of A short sana at madali nilang mag-translate yun kung makapush sila ng defaults. Ang problema nga lang is dahil dun sa need na yun, kailangan nilang maging hesitant at nag-think sila ng way ng plan B para makapag-push sa isa bang side ng mapa. Yung mid-play medyo naging fumble para sa side nila pero yung molly nitong si Shalpy yung nagsa-start out na maganda para sa ating city side. Dalawang panalo pa nga, 3 kill pa nga dito sa city. Forza are winning on a lot of fronts right now and another kill from the pistol from Zorte. All up to James, but it's no James time ngayon mga kaibigan. Pang-apat na panalo para sa Forza at Outsiders nagsa-struggle ngayon sa ating laro mga kaibigan.
Grabe. I mean, sobrang ganda ng backup ng Forza rin. Sobrang bilis ng reaction nila. I mean, nandun kagad yung reinforcements coming in from the other side. Pero para sa akin, that's going to be a good eco na already. Para sa Outsiders, just imagine taking out 3 rifles into the hands of Forza. Pero hopefully sana nakaplan sila no, sa chaos na yun. But still, Forza just in time para hindi sila mabigyan ng plan. Nevertheless, gun run pa rin tayo coming into this round para sa Outsiders and Jay. Picking up the AWP, hopefully this time may mabibigyan na siyang resulta sa atin because kanina isa lang yung nakuha niya knowing na it's only a glass cannon, no? para sa kanya kay Game Time natin. But let's see, Outsiders struggling to get around and medyo nahihirapan pa sila mag-penetrate ng defense dito ng Forza. No? Kasi Forza medyo parang mobile laro na rito. They're playing a 3-2 setup actually, no? Coming in dito sa sa Dust 2 map natin, and Outsiders medyo hindi sila nananalo ng duel. So Forza is actually ano ba tawag dito? Confident. Sobrang confident na Forza dito. Ayun na nga, sabi ko lang. Sobrang confident ng Forza to take a 1v1 duel. Wala man lang silang trades whatsoever. Just forcing out 1v1 duels against Outsiders. And eto nga, A-Execute coming in. Flashes are raining in dito sa may A-site natin. Yekindar, walang one-way para sa'yo. Sorted just takes him out in the head. Thanks to mga kaibigan through the one-way smoke. And Jerry also holding out the A-long. Mukhang hindi nila kailangan ng tulong, pare. No two guys whatsoever set up para dito sa side of Forza. No bad system. It's just a one-man team holding out their own, holding sa may tunnel, holding sa may A-long, holding the A short and Shalfie. Mukhang nakita niya na si James and James. I think no James time for you again.
I mean, kailangan niya save to, kaso gusto niya lumaban. Nakahanap niya si Shalfie. 15 HP para kay James, na back through the smoke pa nga kay Jerry. At nakuha pa nga niya yung kill in the end, si Forza. Isipin mo yung Forza, kinailangan nilang ibigay yung map pick over kay Outsiders. Yung Outsiders yung nag-pick ng Dust 2 map. Ibig sabihin, meron silang plano siguro papunta sa second half natin. Kung makikita mo dito sa T-side ng Outsiders, hindi sila makakuha ng play dahil itong Forza yung nag-i-initiate sa kahit anong gusto nilang laban. Yung pag-react ng mga players dito, sobrang perfect timing. Yung paglabas si Jerry papunta sa may mid, nahanap pa nga yung smoke bang, at yung mga reactive plays natin para sa mga miyembro ng Outsiders, hindi maganda yung reaction nila. Hindi nila na-expect yung mga pag-play ng mga member ng Forza. At dahil dito, it becomes a snowball effect this time around para sa city side natin, which then could be the possibility of them building the momentum back up. Gusto ko nga yung timeout na to para sa Outsiders kasi pwede nilang i-reset yung mental nila. At dahil dyan, kailangan nilang i-reconsider yung slow approach nila this time around dahil yung Forza maganda yung naging surgical approach nila.
Oh my God! Shalfie read that perfectly, mga kaibigan. Nakita niya yung kamay, knowing that there's gonna be a boost peak coming in doon sa may suicide natin. And yun na nga, that's game time on the ground. Pero Yekindar, expect niya kasi si Yekindar dito. Yekindar, would he expect Jerry? I mean, pero yun na nga, nalaglag pa, but Jerry still takes the frag. Yekindar is out in the game, mga kaibigan. Jerry, oh my God, look at this, aggressively peeking sa may mid. Mag-isa na naman, I mean, the confidence coming in from this guy. Forza already dueling head on itong mga tropa natin in the middle. Shalfie not even gonna take the frag. Pero still, grabe, relentless aggression. Ayaw talaga nila papasukin inside itong Outsiders natin, and still forcing out a duos, pero Buster. Good exploit para sa kanya. Sinatdown nila aggression nito ni Shalfie, and now Jerry. Natuto na siya. Oh, Mackenzie! Oh my God! Beautiful flank coming in para sa kanya. Kitang-kita natin na Forza still nagre-react sila rin. Gets one. Ito na nga, Norway gets the frag. But, I mean, this is good damage coming in sa may side na para sa Outsiders. And pag napatay pa ni Kicker, it's going to be a good eco already para sa kanila. Pero hindi na pwedeng good eco eh. Kailangan nakamuha na sa Outsiders dito eh.
Oh, I mean, yung pinakamagandang best case scenario nila dito. Pinakamaganda na nga best case scenario na. I mean, para sa ating Outsiders, yung pinakamaganda na lang nangyari sa kanila is at least take as much damage para sa mga miyembro ng Forza. Yung sa round na yun, yung gun round nila, alam nila naka-pistols lang sila, so hindi nila kailangan lumabas ulit ng base. Ang kailangan na lang nila is hintayin na lang nila yung time para makapagawa ng proactive play ulit ang ating mga Outsiders. Yung kaso nga lang dun sa round na yon, hindi nila kailangang maghintay. Kailangan nila gumawa ng kahit anong action at least para makapag-take ng control. Pero si James, that shot towards that mid-side. Thus 2 yet again dito sa ating first game. At this time, at Outsiders na mismo ang kukuha ng first blood.
Game time. Proving us na hindi pa siya matanda. Just imagine that shot. That's a reaction shot. Hindi man lang, it's not even a flick. Diba? It's through the door. Doon sa gitna ng gap na yon, and just clicking the left mouse button. Hindi man lang niya flick and takes down etong si Shalfie. So Game Time still showing us na it's not just the young bloods who can do yung shot dito sa may mid doors, no?
Man, I mean, dahil dyan, yung mga util users ng Forza, medyo hindi na makakapag-support sa possible retake scenario nila. Dahil dyan, they're also demanded na makapag-anchor sa dalawa nilang site. I mean, kitang-kita mo naman itong si Norway. Naka-look over towards the tunnel area. At kapag nakalabas dito ang outsiders, then mahanap nila yung mga bullets ng A1S na to. Si Norway nakahanap ng patay para sa CT side. Pero nagpo-push pa rin si Yekin. Ang entry fragger namatay pa nga dito sa pag-push nila. It's a trade-off for both sides pero ang Forza pa rin ang may numbers advantage dahil dito sa defense nila, hindi na makakapag-push ang outsiders. Mukhang mid-play na lang sila ngayon. Pag-push papunta sa may Xbox area pero ang A-short na-overlook na ni Kenzie pero si Flit nakaharap ng patay pa nga dito sa short side. 2 versus 2. Hindi pa nga niya mahanap si Jerry dito. Si Jerry nakaharap sa kanya. 2 versus 1. Game time pa ba dito? 15 seconds wala sa kanya ang bomba.
Nope, I think it's just gonna be a save and the classic game time dito sa may side na outsiders natin. And still, grabe, Forza with 7-0.
What? Sa map pick ng outsiders.
Grabe. I mean, surprisingly, it's ano ba to? Showing up big time ba ang Forza natin or is it just outsiders na not really going online?
Feeling ko talaga, feeling ko they're playing for second half talaga, in my opinion. Kasi, kung confident din naman makakapaglaro yung mga Forza member ng mga to, syempre baka may game plan ang outsiders pagdating sa second half. Kung baga, parang gino-condition pa lang nila yung sarili. Warm up pa lang tong first half para sa kanila. Pero itong si Norway, baka ma-warm up niya yung mga player dito gamit ng mga bullets niya. Nahanap pa nga niya si Buster pero buhay pa siya. 7 HP. Napatay pa nga niya gamit ng nade ng si Shalfie pero si Flip nakahanap ng patay kay Norway ngayon. 4v4 now. Nasa loob ng B-site ang mga kaibigan nating outsiders. Pero si Shalfie, ginagamit niya yung smoke para sa advantage niya. Nahanap niya si Ekindar at nakahanap ng triple kill pa nga. It's a 2 versus 2 now after Flit and James traded everybody out. B-site is in full control para sa outsiders dito. Naka 2v2 retake na ang ating Forza.
Ako po, 2v na tayo rito. Ako Kenzie, guess the timing right. And game time, it's all down to you, the IGL. Do you have what it takes para makuha na yung one single point on the board? And wala pa rin Kenzie, still with the timing peak. Goes for the peak through the smoke and still gets the punish. Grabe naman yung Forza na naman. Again, with the, ano ba tawag dito? With the, yung mga parang guerrilla warfare sila rito. Bigla-bigla sila lumalabas. They don't fight 5v5 Talagang bigla sila lumalabas dito and picks them off one by one, getting them caught off guard.
Kumbaga parang yun sana yung magiging flaw ng Forza, di ba? Hindi sila 5-man unit sa pag-push nila doon sa previous round. Medyo individual play pa nga yung tinaray nilang gawin. Hindi siya yung entry fragger pero siya yung pinakamababang HP. Kaya yung ginawa na lang niya, siya na lang yung ginawang dummy para makapagpasok sila na mas maayos para sa mga miyembro ng outsiders. Pero makapag-recover na nga sana yung ating city side natin dahil dun sa pag-crossfire nila dun sa last miyembro ng CJ. Yung mga trades pa nga medyo naging close pa nga. Akala ko may chance pa nga yung outsiders para makakuha ng one round win on the board. Yung problema na lang siguro nila is yung pag-recover nila pagkatapos ng trades na yun.
Grabe, I think para sa akin, that's the realest chance. Yun yung realest chance na pinakita sa atin na outsiders into taking the map. And then naka-Zorte. Oh my God. They're prepared for Jay. Pero ito naka-spamming to the smoke. Si Pink. Pero wala siya makukuha yung Zorte. Oh my God, relentless aggression taking the fight to the top mid. Sabi niya, hindi na ako magatago sa likod ng pinto. I'm not gonna hide here. At the back of these two doors, I'm gonna push you. I'm gonna kill you. And Kenzie also chiming in sa may long plate. Grabe, taken down with a 1v1 duel na naman. And Forza, grabe, para walang baril yung outsiders dito. I mean, this is a gun round. Para sa AKs, AWPs, para sa side ng outsiders. But Forza just making it like a pistol round para dito sa round na ito mga kaibigan. And just taking down 3 guys from outsiders in what? In a span of 10 seconds? Early into this round.
Kaka-start lang ng round pero itong si Zorte hindi pa walang passive, walang hintay-hintay, siya mismo yung pupush sa mga membro ng outsiders ng Forza off the back of the opping out from Zorte at yung coordinate play din, yung pag-backup nitong si Kenzie. Dahil dito yung gun round, wala silang pera pagdating ng next round. Kailangan nila magdigil ulit, mag-scout para sa mga miyembro at sa pag-save na to, at least pwede nilang ma-save yung op para kay James, yung mga rifle na pwede nilang pang entry. May 30 seconds pa sila, baka kailangan pa nilang or gusto pa nga nilang atang mag-push dito sa may tunnel side. Ganda pa nga ng positioning ng city side natin para ma-close off yung iba pang mga entrances, pero yung upper tunnels pa nga siguro yung naging interest para sa outsiders natin. Pero kung si Norway, pag na-pick off nila to, mau-open yung round at pwede nila pa rin i-push ito dahil sa Galil. Pero si Kickert, naharap niya si Norway yung anchor para dito sa B-site, pero hindi niya mapapatay. Wala sa kanya yung bomba at si Norway pa mismo yung mag-e-end sa buhay niya. It's a 9-0 ngayon. Very first game into the Forza versus Outsider series at ang Forza ang nagda-dominate ngayon sa Outsiders.
Mukhang kukikilan tayo ngayon. Coming in dito sa may first map natin, may Forza looking to close out. Etong first map natin, well, for sure, Forza already has the upper hand or already winning etong first map natin, knowing na it's a possible, well, best case scenario no, para sa Outsiders. It's gonna be 9-6. Pero hindi pa naman tapos to. I mean, Outsiders, I'd give it, at least, I'd give them a chance. Kahit ma 10-5 nila to or 11-4, knowing na, well, ako, personally, I find this map as a very city-sided map, no? And Forza showing us why and how this is a very city-sided map. So I think yun nga sabi mo rin kanina, Outsiders hindi naman nila pipick tong mapa na to kung wala silang plano. They came in this map prepared. So I think getting a 10-5 at 11-4 is still a very possible comeback para sa Outsiders natin.
Yun lang siguro yung yung ino-hope nila ngayon. Get as much rounds as they can bago sila mag-translate at mag-roll swap over to the city side. Medyo nawawala yung hope ng para sa akin, yung Outsiders, pero yun nga sabi mo, magiging comebackable to as long as they get as much rounds ngayon sa first half natin, at siguro sa second half doon sila mas magiging komportable, especially with how active yung mga miyembro ng Forza ngayon. Kung makapagpunta na sila doon sa ating T-side, then baka malay mo itong mga Outsiders parang mag-favor yung passive playstyle natin, especially ngayon na si James. I mean, hindi siya mainit sobra para manalo sila, pero mas comfortable siya siguro sa defensive side, especially pag up siya.
Pero ito, 5v5 pa rin tayo dito. This round is actually the round para sa Outsiders. I think na, well, parang pinakamatagal na walang pick off yung Forza, no? Parang it's been a while since it's been a 5v5 and is going way past 1 minute now already. So Outsiders being extra careful, or is just Forza on the other side playing possibly. But ito yung nakakatakot, no? Grabe, Forza making the guess and the nade and the molly is gonna stop the push, and Forza sorting na naman again with the off. Kita-kita na naman. I mean, this is a replay na naman kanina. 2 frags na naman para sa kanya. Just holding this catwalk alone with this AWP and still no flash to interest whatsoever para i-push out ito si Zorte, and hindi yan yung kailangan nyo. I mean, it's all dry pickings para sa Outsiders, and look at this. Wala na silang utility pang pasok. It's just a single molly galing kay James. How would you execute inside a site? Paano nyo ipupush? Kenzie na naman. Look at this. It's just a replay of every damn round. Push na naman from top mid. Kenzie na naman with the backstab. Norway, oh, this time it's gonna be Buster on Norway. Pero nandun pa si Xiaofi for the trade, and now it's gonna be Flit alone trying to save this AK-47. And for the past 10 rounds, this has been the same story all over again.
Parang nakita ko na yung telenovela na to, Eko Parang ilang beses ko na nakita tong ending na to. Yung rising action, laging nakikita natin na yung op nila, yung mismo nagsa-start ng storya. Pagdating natin doon sa climax, pati nagkaroon ng multifrag pa nga tong si Kenzie. At ang ating conclusion, mga kaibigan, 10-0 ang Forza sa ating first game against Outsiders. At kung gusto ko lang i-remind sa mga kaibigan na to, this is Outsiders. Ito yung dating Virtus Pro na roster na sobrang galing nila despite them not being able to maybe perform at the highest level. Ngayon, medyo nag-ano pa nga sila Medyo known pa rin yung roster nila sa mga high frequency matches, pero against Forza right now, who are a bit of on a rise sa ating PGL Major ngayon, ay mukhang hindi pa sila tapos. Si Norway pa nga nakakuha ng unang patay pagkatapos ng flash kay Kicker. Naka-double pa nga, naka-triple pa nga si Norway, mga kaibigan. Pinull out ni James ang kanyang Tech 9, pinull out pa nga ang kanyang op. Mukhang naka-double pa si James para makapag-counter, pero si Kenzie makatapos sa kanyang momentum. 11-0, mga kaibigan, hindi pa tapos sa pagkuha ng mga panalo ang Forza.
Grabe, Forza still relentless aggression. Grabe, kitang-kita naman natin. Hindi na sila takot mag-push. Just going for the contact play. Dito sa may B-site natin and everyone already the reinforcement. Not only in front, doon sa may B-site. Pero kagad dalawa coming in from the under tunnels. Already reinforcing dito. And alam mo, confident na sila na okay, sige, walang hindi na tayo mag-overrated shooton na magko-commit. Ito, ayun na nga, game time. Para siya Shelfie with the peak. But still look at this, Shaking Dark. And Kenzie, what the? Oh my God! Kenzie going full on man mode dito, mga kaibigan. Mag-isa na lang si Jerry dito, holding out his own on the elo. Pero, do they actually know na nandito si Jerry? Jerry, the third guy on the A-long. But I think hindi susuko na nila ito, hindi na nila bibigay because look at the space being created. Nandito na agad sa bottom mid si Kickert and they could actually swarm and they could outnumber, no? Or overpower nila eto si Norby because of a 3v3 situation. But look at this, Jerry! The hyper-aggressiveness pare, the information, the push coming, he's gonna be good for one for sure. Kapag hindi nakapag-react si Kickert dito, pero Kickert with the reaction, Jerry, ako hindi siya nagkakita. Oh, it's Kickert! And yun na nga, alam na nila na nag-push na dito sa may A-long. So Outsiders has one, Outsiders actually looking good and looking poised to take one round against Forza. Forza now playing with a 1-to-1 setup and it's gonna be all down to Zorte para i-hold down itong A-long. And yun na nga, 45 seconds remaining. Hindi na sila pwedeng mag-walk dito. It's gonna be full on contact play para sa side na Outsiders. Game time, who is actually walking. And pag na-over nila si Zorte rito, it's gonna be so bad para kay Forza. And yun na nga, Kicker gets 1v3. Di pa rin tapos to ha. This is Norway. Alam natin kung gaano kainit ng guy na to and he actually has the cross. Wala sila smoke, flash, whatsoever, so Norway has a chance. Pero ito na nga, mukhang yung crosshairs niya is actually off. Good smoke. That's gonna give Norway a harder job para makuha itong round na ito, mga kaibigan. And now Norway, 1v3 situation doesn't have what it takes. I mean, there's no point in saving, mga kaibigan. Look at the lead coming for Forza. They have all the money, they have all the rebuy to go at least hanggang last round dito. So Norway, it's up to you. Do you have what it takes? 1v3? Kaya mo mag-Superman dito? Pero sobrang hirap nito. I mean, look at the double angle sa may long. Not even gonna be given a chance. Flick just shuts him down directly. And good awareness, good pick-offs, and good mid-round calls coming in para sa Outsiders.
Pag-adapt na that time around, sila na ngayon yung may gusto magkaroon. Sa place ngayon, itong si Kenzie, pagkatapos niya mag-flash, nasa taas pa niya si Ekendar, hindi pa niya sumakit ng ulo sa paggawa niya. I mean,
Oh my God.
yung adaptation ng mga miyembro ng Outsiders ngayon. I mean, yung Forza, sila yung nag-start ng play, pero at least dun sa mga pick-offs nila, yung Outsiders yung mismo nagkaroon ng advantage. Again, bumabalik sila sa same strat nila, nakakapag-flank sila sa isa sa mga miyembro ng Outsiders. Sobrang importante na nakuha ni Kickert yung isa sa mga kill around that catwalk area. Kung hindi niya napatay yun, then madali nilang mahanap yung last two players para sa mga miyembro ng Outsiders. So this time, it's Shelfie, again aggressively pushing, and even finding Yekindar now. That's the ENG fragger out from the members of Outsiders, already forcing a 5v4 and even using the molly to try to at least delay the push out from Outsiders.
Grabe ginagawa na rin. I mean, look at that. Shelfie goes for the one and done play. Pagkakuha niya na isang frag, he goes out flawlessly with the support, flashes, molly sa may LT, and Kenzie even moving dito sa may long doors natin during all of that. So, space being made on the side of Forza. And look at this, na 45 na nila mid. They're actually playing two people here in the mid doors. And iniwan na nila mag-isa dito sa may catwalk. Eto si Shelfie because of the AW. Also Zorte with a beautiful angle with this AW Perito. The double AW para sa Forza. I mean, it's been working so far, no? Para sa kanila. But still, Outsiders now, again, back to the ball game tayo. I mean, eto na naman tayo. Mukhang Kenzie again with the push na naman. And with the man advantage. And yun na nga. Oh my God, nag-whip si kuya mo, but still goes back and for the play. That transfer on the long range, Kenzie goes wild, drops the bomb, 18 seconds remaining, and nabulag pa Kenzie going all out pare with the flash, shutting down the round, putting them at the back. And mukhang save na naman tayo for Buster. Grabe naman.
And yet again, the same falling action sa storya natin sa telenovela ng Forza. Itong si Kenzie na ulit yung nakakapag-push out pagkatapos ng aggressive off-peak nitong si Shelfie around lower tunnels. After nun, dahil dun sa flank na yon, pangatlong parte dun sa lurk nitong si Kenzie. Una, yung first pick, hindi niya nakuha yung patay, medyo nag-whip pa nga. Pangalawa, second time sa charm, nakadalawang kills pa nga tong si Kenzie. At pagkatapos nun, nagpangatlong repick pa nga tong si Kenzie. At dahil dyan, nakatatlong patay pa nga dito sa round na ito. Medyo si Outsiders, nagiging aggressive na naman itong si James dahil sa pero dahil sa passive play nila sa mga previous rounds, mukhang ang Forza lagi yung gumagawa ng initiative play.
Pero relentless aggression pa rin for Forza. I mean, kahit namatay na si Mediete sa Zorte, Shop is still trying to take one down bago sila makapasok ng side to even up the man count, mga kaibigan. But 4v5 pa rin tayo dito. Outside is taking good care. Dito sa advantage nila in Shopee. He needs some backup. Kailangan niya makakit dito. He needs some boost for sure. And eto na nga, Yekinder! Oh my god, sobrang gapang siya dito. And oh my god, no utility whatsoever. Outsiders, that's some huge error in their favor. Sobrang laking mistake nito para sa Outsiders. You already have the man advantage. Why not just stick together and go for the utility, go for the overpower, pare. Pero mukhang hindi. It's gonna be overcommitment. And yun na nga, Fleet. Okay, beautiful take back para kay Fleet. Low para si Shalfie. 5 HP. And eto na nga, mukhang it's gonna be Norby. Again, the big guy para sa Forza who's gonna be tested. And the double pick coming in Norby. Naku, narinig siya. First pick and yung that's gonna be the duels. Working out for Outsiders and now it's gonna be Shalfie with 5 HP remaining. Saving his AWP for the next round. And Outsiders gonna take their second round for this first half.
Oh, lapit na lang sa CS. Baka hindi pa Shalfie time to. Naku, hindi pa type. At least baka maging exit pa nga ito. Medyo doable pa nga sana. Pero kung paano mag-move itong si Shalfie ngayon, kung mag-hide na lang siya sa pit at isa-save niya yung AWP. Which is kind of understandable. Itong mga miyembro ng Forza, may iba't ibang rounds pa rin naman sila. May round advantage pa rin sila. Pwede na ito ibigay sa mga miyembro ng Outsiders ngayon. At parang sinasabi na lang sila, sige, kunin mo na lang yan. May, I can't count. May 10 rounds pa rin naman kaming advantage. Kunin yung freebie na to. It's rewarded, especially dun sa pag-recover nila pagkatapos ng 2 kills dun sa may A-long side. I mean, it's well rewarded. Dahil doon, nakapag-translate sila sa pag-push over to that B site. And, I mean, yung recovery para sa mga miyembro ng Outsiders, kailangan nila yon, especially na ang laki pa rin ng deficit nila against members of Forza. And again, they're inching closer and closer papunta sa ating second half. So that's good news. At least they can keep it closer. But si Norway, nabaril yung kanyang leg, nabaril yung kanyang Jordans. 30 HP na lang ang kaibigan natin si Norway. Pero, pwede pa rin nilang i-anchor yung site para sa Forza side.
Ito na nga, look at this, it's gonna be the 8. Well, ang last round, double up sila, no? But Norby only takes the 1, no collateral whatsoever. Bulag siya rito. He's gonna take sa pero oh my god! What a quick play coming in by Norby. Sunod siya. And mukhang hindi na naramdaman yung init dito because of those plays. Zorte gonna attempt to take down 1, no? Bago pa sila mag-retake dito. 3v3 pa rin tayo. Yekinder with good trade doon sa may smoke ga para kay Zorte. But still, bomb is gonna be planted. A minute remaining on the clock. And now, the retake is up. 3 rifles versus 2 rifles para and out para kay para dito kay James. And now is gonna be the retake para sa Forza. Although wala sila masyadong utility, another molly to flash out someone and isang flash para kay Jerry. But yun na nga, that's gonna be the angle cancelled. But look at this, sobrang hirap nito. 2 rifles holding up the window and it's a choke point. The flash coming in. Kicker with the anti-flash. Kicker now goes wide. Kicker goes wild. Kicker with that spray and that Galil proving to be strong as a turret dito sa mid window position natin. And now that's gonna be the 12-3 half para dito sa Outsiders.
I mean, ang ganda sana ng recovery nitong si Norway kahit ang baba ng HP niya. Maganda yung anchoring niya at nakakuha pa nga pala siya. Dalawang patay, maga pa siya mapatay dun sa molly. Magandang responsa para sa Outsiders. Yung pag-secure niya dun sa site, yung decision para makapag-play ng close instead of holding down the angle, yun yung nagpa-cancel out dun sa paggamit ng flash para sa Forza. At hindi nagamit at hindi nanalo sa pag-retake nilang yun. If they were holding close, ma-affectuan sila ng flash at madali lang ma-retake ang mga membro ng Outsiders ngayon. Pero at least, dun sa round na yun, na-recognize sila na pwede nilang gamitin yung util nila para madaling masuportahan yung push. In that round, ang Forza, hindi sila nakapanalo, pero ang Outsiders na mismo makuha ng 3 panalo, malaking deficit pa rin dito sa second half natin. Pero sinasabi ko time and time again na baka may backup plan, may game plan ng ating Outsiders at dito magsisimula sa ating second half.
Exactly. I mean, hindi pa rin malabo yung comeback dito, no? As long as it's not a 16 para dito sa side ng Forza. Outside still has a chance of winning. Pero yun na nga, oh my god, James is the one. Mismo ko siya rito. And ito na nga, dagulang Lord, mga kaibigan. James throws on the smoke. The flash, Fleet goes for the white feed. Guess what? But Zorte, quick 2 frags para sa kanya. Even taking down James with that double angle setup. James through the smoke falls down. Hindi mo ko magugulangan. Sabi ni Zorte, I know all your tricks. 2v3 tayo rito ngayon. And Forza trying to recover this round. Nakahawak nila yung bomba. And they actually have a really chance of getting this round. No? Shouting with the P250 mitigates yung one-tap potential netong yung one-tap netong USP. And actually, Norway takes down 1. Now 2v2 tayo. And Shafi 2v1 takes down Killkurt. Norway for the backup. And ito na nga, Yekindar out of bullets. Gonna reload. Pero this is not the time for Norway. Hindi niya pwede patawarin to or else. Nako po, Yekindar, alam niya na nasa city. And now Yekindar has the upper advantage. Gets the headshot. And that's gonna be the pistol round para dito sa Outsiders.
Magandang start para sa Outsiders na yun sa pag-coordinate nila dun sa pag-hold around a long side at yung pag-push actually ng mga membro ng Outsiders, yung pag-defensa nila. Maganda yung coordinated play nila, yung tatlong core, si Kikert, si James, tsaka yung isa pa. Mukhang ang ganda ng util usage nila para makapag-surprise dun sa mga member ng Forza. Hindi sila makapag-push sila, yes, nakasiguro pa nga nila yung objective. Pero yung play ni Ekendar nakapag-play around dun sa last few seconds of that round. Ang nakapag-save para sa mga membro ng Outsiders na yun, full confidence at syempre nakapag-recover yung mga membro natin sa city side. Mukhang pwede pa rin nilang makuha yung full buy ngayon at may chance sila para ma-build up yung momentum in this possible comeback. Sinasabi natin kanina, pero looks like a long ways to go as it's an 8th round to try to at least climb back up.
Yekindar, good headshot para kay Shalfie on the long, on the upper tunnels position. And look at this outsider, just go for the balance system. Talaga nga, alam nila na the B-Swarm is actually possible, no? For the side of Forza, knowing na they will go for the force buy with that plant, with that almost clutch coming in para to kay Kenzie. Failed run boost dito sa may catwalk. Good thing, walang outsider dito sa may catwalk position to punish yung field Rambo sila, but nevertheless, look at this. They still have 3 rifles, actually 2 rifles in their hand, and kay Zorte with the scout. So outsiders, medyo delikado pa rin sila rito if they can't hit all those shots, especially with the AK-47s. One tap headshot is still a potential, pero ito na nga, flashes are raining in Kikert. Beautiful positioning, and the flash is gonna be crucial. And yun na nga, pero wala siya nakuha. Kikert gets shot down by a Tech-9, and the Tech-9 Kenzie together, chiming in. Mag-isa na lang si James dito with the rifle, but he can still shut this down. Hindi sila prepared dito. And yun na nga, but James almost whips mga kaibigan. Kenzie head of Sorte, and it's gonna be all down to this IG, to hold down this ramp para hindi makapasok etong Forza natin. But still, Norway with the AK, he could still do so much damage dito. 2v3, and Jerry take the close angle. Yun na nga, that's gonna be the information. James times now with the triple angle. Now Jerry gets the rifle. Oh, but he doesn't need a shot. Norway needs to hit every shot, but it's gonna be James time on the other side, getting 3. And now Outsiders has free AK upgrades going into the next round and building up the momentum para sa Outsiders.
Well, it was a beautiful push papunta sa may A-short side para sa mga membro ng Forza. Na-control nila at na-convert nila yung pag-push nila into the objective secure. Ang problema nga lang, hindi nila na-account yung mga better guns na meron si James. At yung positioning niya dun sa round na yon, it was so good. Hindi nila napansin na nandun na pala yung IGL ng Outsiders. Nakuha pa nga ng spray down. Kalimutan natin na nag-whip siya dun sa first 5 seconds. Yung, wag natin kalimutan, is yung impact niya dito sa round. Yung triple kill na yon, yun na nakapagsira sa pera ng ating Forza at medyo slow down pa nga yung magiging money nila, especially na nag-force buy yung ilang mga miyembro para sa ating T-side.
Exactly, and yun na nga, Outsiders picking up their momentum and the confidence boost coming in, shocking with the headshot. Pero tingnan mo naman the discipline play coming in from Yekindar. After niya madink yun, alam niya lamang na siya, falls back, not even gonna opt to go for that frag kasi baka mamaya it's actually a trap, no, para sa Forza, and that's just gonna give tons of rifles para dito sa Forza and might actually give them a real chance of winning this round. Good molly, counter molly dito sa mid natin. Beautiful play coming in by Fleet. Actually si Kikert, who's shutting down etong mid push natin, flashes and everything. Jerry is gonna be left alone, I think, dito dito sa may mid push natin, but re-smoke coming in, pero hindi nila tutuloy. And I think they know heavily na hindi matutuloy na push na to. Footsteps are gonna be heard, and look at this Fleet even ready for this push. Fleet is gonna be shooting guys dito with the backup, and ito na nga, it's gonna be a farming squad para dito sa may side na outsiders, but good shutdown. They already shut down both of the riflers dito sa baba natin, and now Game Time, highly aware na there's gonna be a flank sa may A-long, pero little does he know, wala pang tao sa A-long, and it's gonna be Shafi very late pushing mga kaibigan. But look at this, medyo natagalan yung Forza rito, playing, dancing with the devil mga kaibigan. Yekindar now managing to get the back up, and now nandito siya sa may catwalk position. Plan is gonna be opted para dito kay Zorte, and that's already a good plan. Yekindar, nakalusot na siya rito, and ako po, delikado siya. Kailangan naman si Yekindar, but Yekindar with the easiest transfer of his life, and Game Time not even pulling the trigger, disciplined so much mga kaibigan. And again, beautiful round na naman tayo para sa outsiders.
Gusto mo malaman kung ba't nakakatawa yung round din para sa akin? Yung Forza, yung pag-control nila around A short, naka-crab walk lang yung mga yan kasi nasa ilalim lang ng platform yung mga ilang miyembro ng city side. Hindi nila napansin masyado, nalaman na lang nila nung nakaplant na yung bomba. Pero itong si Yekindar, siya naman yung sneaky dun sa mga sneaky members dito sa Forza. Eh medyo nagulat pa nga sila habang nagdepensa sila sa likod ng mga default boxes. At naka-chuff guard sa spray down ng ating city side. Ngayon, sinasabi ko na sa'yo, nagbe-build up na yung momentum ng outsiders. Ito yung hindi gustong mangyari ng Forza. Yung pag-push nila sa mid-side, pinang-waste nila ng util at mukhang hindi na sila nag-waste ng time. Nakapag-push na sila towards that A-long side. Pero dahil sa mga smoke na nilagay nila dito sa side ng mapa, medyo nagiging hesitant sila sa pag-push ngayon.
Ito na nga, A-long control is up para sa team ng Forza mga kaibigan. That's why outsiders is gonna be needing to take itong A-short control, no? They need at least a one map control. Hindi nila kaya i-hold out itong dalawan to. And they need information. But ito na nga, flash play coming in Fleet. All the things daw mga kaibigan, Norway. Good trade coming in para sa kanya, Zorte. Everything now, the flashes raining in. And na utilities, set piece sa may A. A whiff by Jamer. Good trade coming in. And yun na nga, the whiff by Kenzie. Nag-whiff na sila rito. Hindi na sila tumatama. Yekindar gets the frag. And mukhang may ipit na yung dalawang guy natin. Dito actually mag-isa na pala si Zorte dito. It's Shelfie. Making things happen on the catwalk. Jay bulag de bulag, but still gets the timing peak. Blinded habang puti yung mata niya. And now Buster, easy shutdown. 4 mana life for outsiders. And outsiders on a roll dito mga kaibigan with what? 4? 5 straight runs already?
4. Mga 4 straight rounds na sila. Kung mananalo sila ng 6 ngayon, it's a 4-round winning streak para sa mga membro ng outsiders. Ang talino ng paggamit ng util. Sila yung patient habang yung Forza yung naging impatient sa pag-try ng secure ng A-long side. Wala silang present sa ibang parte ng mapa. It's a 4-man push around A-long, pero medyo magulo pa nga yung naging comms doon. Medyo naging late pa nga yung isang naglo-lurk. Si Jay medyo na-expect na niya yung pag-lurk ng isang mga miyembro kasi medyo nagro-rush na siya sa pag-try ng respond sa lurk ng ating T-side. Itong si Jay mukhang nagiging init na. Especially itong si Yekindar din sa miyembro ng outsiders na he didn't have the best of starts. Nung nakita ko yung scoreboard kanina, 111 lang si Yekindar, yung entry fragger para sa outsiders. Pero kung titingnan mo ngayon mga kaibigan, 12-13, si Yekindar sa second half, nakasampung patay siya alone.
Yekindar already winning all his duels dito sa second half natin. Sobrang init na ni Yekindar dito. It's Yekindar's actually trying to keep this team alive. Though. Although it's James on the top frag, no? It's James top frag in the board. For the second half, it's Yekindar making things happen para sa side ng outsiders. But eto na nga, Jerry buying yung Hero AK-47 natin for this round, hoping to make things happen with this single rifle purchase. And for Deagles at his back mga kaibigan, James type, sobrang nipis ng angle na to. I mean, he's confident to hold his angle. And eto na nga, that's the sound cue, goes for the flank, not gonna hit anything. And mukhang mag-nade pa siya rito, but opting not to go for the nade, and iniwan niya pa nga niya. So good flash coming in for Forza. That's gonna clear out the catwalk position. And still, tons of space para dito sa side ng Forza, no? Outsiders, wala silang control. Sobrang passive nila. 3 guys are actually sitting inside the A site and they have no information whatsoever. Hindi nila alam kung is gonna be A split. Wala silang info sa A-long. No one even in the middle. And ito naman, Buster! Busting the head of Shelfie, mga kaibigan. But now it's gonna be a B split. Look at this, Jerry pushing in the middle. Yekindar, it's gonna be Yekindar and Jim who's gonna be tested dito sa may B site natin. But Jerry Mukhang ma-neutralize dito sa mid. 35 seconds remaining and now they're running towards the mid. Mukhang magpapa-ace sila. And that is gonna be James shooting some ducks here in the middle. Takes down Norby. And di pwede tumalo si Jerry dito. Oh no, but he just makes it in time mga kaibigan. Actually, it's Jerry in the catwalk position. Mukhang kailangan, di pwede mamatay si Yeager dito. Or ito na flit. Bait setup. Coming in beautiful. Kenzie. Oh no, it's Kikert with the headshot. And si Zorte nila mag-isa. 1v3. Oh, but gets the first headshot. 5 seconds remaining. He needs to stick the bomb. Pero hindi. He's gonna go for the fake. He's gonna go for the frag. He's gonna get the head. So enough time. 4 seconds. He needs to stick the bomb. 1v1. He needs to get the headshot. This is gonna be a one hell of a clutch para sa Forza. And yun na nga nakita niya na Zorte. He needs to go for the duel. Pero this is Yegendar. Yegendar hasn't been losing any duels all half dito sa second half natin. And okay.
Oh, anong duel?
I don't need to duel niyo pare.
Hindi na kailangan mag-duel. Tinapunan na lang ng nade tong si Ekendar. I mean, that's when you know this guy's a Chad. He had the perfect lineup towards default, man. I mean, dahil naka-eco lang, dahil naka-pistol lang yung mga yan, wala silang masyadong util para mapag-push sila ng maayos. Yung attempt nila around lower tunnels or upper tunnels pala, medyo mahirap-hirap. Yung pag-reset nila sa pag-push sa mid, hindi nila na-expect si James dun sa side na yun. Wala silang smoke para ma-cover up yung mid side. At kung kailangan nila push ng Xbox, sobrang risky. Kasi wala silang info kung saan yung offer ng outsiders. Dahil doon, medyo naging close pa nga. Yung pag-push nila sa A-short, maganda pa nga yung kanilang pick at yung pag-secure nila doon sa side na yun. Yung last player, para sa mga membro ng Forza, muntikan na niya makuha yung clutch tong si Zorte. Sobrang galing pa naman niya all throughout this game. Consistent force para sa Forza. Itong si Ekendar, I mean, nag-iinit na. Sobrang init ng Granada at sobrang init ng laro niya ngayon.
Grabe, impact frags, impact plays for Yekindar all day dito second half natin. Zorte, not even gonna pull the trigger para doon sa nag-cross na player from the outsider. And James time, oh, Yekindar in the middle through the smoke, kills Norby. Kala ko pa naman si James yung makakapatay, no? But hindi na umabot sa crosshairs niya. It's actually Yekindar. Actually, galing siya ng lower tunnels pala. Oh no, good push coming in para sa may outsider. Tignan mo naman, men, the aggression, the information coming in para sa outside. Just na-clear out na nila kagad itong tunnels position natin. And now, this A-site is highly fortified. Pero hindi, mukhang nagkamali na. The flit flash actually whipping hard. And ito na nga flit. He's gonna make up for that para mo sabi niya, okay, sige, tumama yung flash ko. I'm just gonna frag out para dito kay Kenzie. And now Shafi. Kailangan niya makita si Yekindar dito. Look at this aggression. Yekindar para with the up, going, re-aggressing in the middle. Ayaw niya bigyan ng space para makagalaw itong Forza. Even pulling out the pistol, the secondary, para lang hindi maka-rotate itong Forza natin. And ito na nga Shafi. Yeah, walking through the box, and mukhang that's not gonna be enough flit with the 3K for that round, holding the A side on his own, and outsiders still with this streak para dito sa second half natin.
Kahit mamatay pa nga yung mga anchor para sa mga membro ng outsiders, meron silang insurance na 2 player na nagpa-tank. Ganda na shots itong si Yekindar at hindi posibilidad pa nga sana siya makakuha ng multi, pero itong si Flit doon sa may A-shot, medyo naging fumble pa nga yung flash na. Pero anong pinakamagandang way para mag-story? Kumuha ka ng patay, i-refrag mo na lang. Pero si James! Nakatulog pa nga sa may mid-side na hanap na si Jerry at si Kenzie. Si Ekendar pa nga nakahanap gamit din ng secondary op para sa outsiders. Naging 2v5 pa nga ito, Eko. At si Sharpie at least nakuha niya yung trade na yun para kay Buster. Pero malaki pa rin yung advantage ng outsiders, especially now na medyo broken pa nga yung buy ng Forza ngayon.
So, anong gagawin ng Forza rito? The two ops of outsiders are actually so hot on the heels, mga kaibigan, and mukhang it's now the impenetrable defense para sa outsiders. I mean, kanina, no, ito yung ginagawa ng Forza. Hindi makapasok yung outsiders kanina. Forza is actually a force to reckon with dito sa may city side natin. But now, the tables have turned. It's outsiders on the city side. And it's the double AWP para dito sa may outsiders. Habi ng team outsiders natin dito. We can also aggress, no? We can also aggress with the AWP. We can also take the fight to you. And Forza, mukhang nagugulat sila na outsiders are actually capable of doing this. And yun na nga, Yekindar, kanina nasa mid lang siya. He's actually on the long position. Pero yun na nga, oh my God, Norby just punishes Yekindar. Pero again, this is the second guy. This is the second boss, mga the final boss. James time, the final boss hits the first shot. The 2v3 now back into a 1v3. And James time, Not even gonna wait for the trade, pare. He just goes balls deep on the peak, punishes etong players natin ng Forza, and Forza, mukhang nauntog sila sa pader, pare.
Oh my God. Pumapasok na lang siya na walang protection, kaibigan. Tapos si James, ito na naman, there's a reason why you call this suicide. Itong si James, ang ganda ng pag-push niya. Nakuha pa nga niya yung ulo. Hindi lang yung ulo, dalawa. Dalawa sa mga miyembro ng Forza as they try to at least take a peek over towards that mid-side. At hindi pa siya tapos. Kumuha pa nga pa siya ng seconds, sloppy seconds over to the B-side. I mean, itong outsiders, ang hina nila nung T-side. Pero ngayon na nasa City side sila makakapaggawa ng reactive plays or proactive plays pala katulad ng ginawa ng Forza this time around.
Ito na nga, look at this. Naku po, Forza still not a single point on the scoreboard para sa kanila. 12-10 na tayo dito. And it's actually a huge run para sa outsiders, no? Reaching the double-digit scoreline. Kenzie, medyo hazy pa siya magbato ng Molly dito. But Molly is gonna be thrown. That's gonna clear out in close angle, no? Dito sa may double doors natin in the middle door. And he's gonna be thrown. Utilities are gonna be burned dito sa may catwalk natin. Try to clear out this catwalk position. Just making sure none of the outsider players are actually angling it out or para wala na sa kanila mapitas dito for going into the set piece. But look at this kicker now, 46 seconds remaining. The utility, sobrang dami pa yung stopping power dito. Look at the utility, the molly, the smoke, everything kompleto pa sa outsiders. Tons of flashes still to burn down time bago sila makapush. A hit is gonna be coming in, pero tingnan mo naman on the other side, 4 guys stacking on the A side. Mukha suntukan to, pare. It's gonna be a 4v4. That's gonna be the smoke. It's gonna be the raining down po, mga kaibigan. Yegin Dark, alam niya na mangyayari ito, mga kaibigan. Going to flash, but a good headshot pa rin kay Yegin Dark. 20 seconds remaining. And paano niya ipapush to? Look at the setup by outsiders. Pero Zorte gets one. Sabi ni Zorte, sige, ako na bahala kay James. I got you, but Keycard could deny. Everything could fall down. 10 seconds remaining. Pero kailangan niya pulutin yung bomba. 8 seconds. Kailangan niya i-plant to. And cover is needed. It's gonna be a hard cover. Pero Yegindar with the jump. It's gonna deny. And then he gets through. Oh my God. Yegindar going Kelly mode, pare. Going cold Zera mode. And gets the 11 for outsiders. Oh my God.
Perfect place, perfect time para kay Yekindar na impact fragger para sa mga miyembro ng outsiders. Time and time again, etong si Yekindar ang nagsastop sa pagpanalo para sa Forza. Sobrang close pa naman. Si Kenzie may enough time para ma-plant yung bomba, pero yung jumping shots ng A1S niya, nakaharap pa nga ng multifrag etong si Yekindar. Etong single player na to at kasama pa nga ni James ang nagsastop mismo sa mga miyembro ng Forza makakuha ng advantage ulit. If you remember nag-start sila ng 12 rounds at hindi sila nakaisod. Itong si Buster nakaharap ng first shot, pero si Zorte at least na-trag na 1-for-1. Naka-second pa nga itong si Zorte. Pagpasok sa may B-site, mga kaibigan, si Shalpe din nakakuha ng pangatlong kill para sa Forza at mukhang na-secure na nila ang B-site kahit meron lang silang lower guns dito sa round na to.
Yup, I think it's gonna be the same call, no? Para dito sa mga outsiders natin. So after, 9? I think 8 excruciating. Oh, good boost. Pero Keycard, grabe, the eagle eyes para kay Keycard. Still punishes eto si Shalky. So still 2 guns down pa rin tayo on the side of Forza. But still, grabe. I mean, after 8 excruciating rounds, 8 straight rounds para sa outsiders, Forza now brings a point, a single point into the scoreboard. 12-3, naging 12-10, and now 12-1. But after that, Forza finally managing to take one and gonna make it into a 13-11. Pero outsiders sobrang dami na ng pera dito. They could still go for a revive for, I think they could still go for at least 2 buys pa rin, no? Dito sa pera na naipon nila, no?
Kaya pa. May pera pa sila. At minimal damage, especially na nag-save yung dalawa nilang players sa si James at si Keycard. Yung importante talaga, meron pa ring operator or pala, kabilang bambang na naman ako, mga kaibigan. Itong si James, ang isang mga key player ng outsider, kailangan ibigay sa kanya yung op. Si Yekindar na, again, nagra-rise up sa occasion para sa outsiders, binigyan na ulit ng op. Secondary op ito ng outsiders, mga kaibigan. But so far, as a rifler, kahit anong pwede mong ibigay kay Yekindar, napakaganda ng impact nila. Pero si Forza, ang mismo magsa-start ng round na to, Madi-destroy pa nga niya itong si Buster with a bit of damage using the nade galing sa mga membro ng Forza ngayon. At yung util nila, at least to try and make as much noise as possible sa iba't ibang sector ng mapa. Pero etong mga membro ng Forza, gusto pa rin nila kunin yung B-site. At least the stack para sa mga membro ng Outsiders, maayos to. Si Ekindar nag-hold ng angle, at si Shelby yung nakakuha ng shot. The headshot was perfect at yung push nila ang pag-advance dito sa B-site natin. The flash was also amazing out from Zorte as it gives up the kill over to Norway. It's a 5-3 at mukhang na-secure na ulit nila ang B-site for the second time.
Yep, it's gonna be go time. Ganda na ginawa nila. Doon namatay si Ekindar. Talagang go time na tayo. Isa na lang yan. Kunin the pedal to the metal, mga kaibigan. Grabe. Galit na galit. Pagpatay kay Ekindar. Let's go. Push agad. 5-man outnumbering eto si Buster. And yep, at the back of that 5-man push, meron pang napakagandang flash. So Buster won't really be taking down or won't be really going for a full-on hero mode, no? Dito sa may B-side natin. And Forza, mukhang alam na nila. Mukhang nakahuli na nila yung kiliti ng Outsiders dito.
Nakuha na nila yung tempo. At alam nila yung defensive positions. Na-give up nila yung sight sa blue, pero they still get to keep majority of their guns. So it's not as much damage as you would like kung nakuha nila yung 5 tao dito sa mga miyembro ng Outsiders ngayon. So at least they have a bit of money for at least a couple of more rounds, right? Para sa mga miyembro ng Forza though, this pushes them more closer and closer papunta sa ating match point. At tingnan mo ba naman yung shot nitong si Shadow? Yung pag-strafe niya at itong pag-jump ni Norway, parang naglalaro siya ng kabilang bangbang, kaibigan.
Grabe, actually, kala ko nga nasa VR game tayo. I mean, the jumping shot. Oh my God. Mukhang ibang bangbang yata nilalaro na itong mga players natin. Naligaw na yata sila laro. But nevertheless, look at this. It's gonna be the last tactical timeout para sa may side ng Outsiders. And after that, it's gonna be gone for them pag natalo pa sila rito because I think it's gonna be 14 or 15 na yata para sa Forza. So, Outsiders, no room for mistakes sila rito if they wish to actually complete, no, yung kanilang pinaghirapang comeback dito.
Sayang. Alam mo kung ilan yung ininvest nila dun sa kung nasan tayo ngayon? Yung 4 na tactical post nila, yung 3 ginamit nila dun sa first half kasi kailangan nilang mag-mental reset ng paulit. Pero yung opportunity ng mental reset na yun ay dumating nung second half. Dito natin nakita yung rise ng Outsiders at mukhang kaya pa rin nila makipaglaban sa Forza. Yung problema nga lang, itong Forza, nahanap din nila yung groove, yung tempo ng Outsiders. Kaya sila na mismo ulit yung gumagawa ng play.
And ito na nga, I mean, pagkatalo dito ng Outsiders is gonna be so bad for their economy. And at the same time, that's gonna be the match point or the map point para dito sa may side of Forza at atin now sitting on 14. All the while, Forza, look at the money coming in para sa kanila. They could actually be good for 2 buys pa rin, no? Kahit matalo sila rito. So, Forza looking good, I think, economically. Going into this round, mga kaibigan. Double smokes here in the middle. And the nade, grabe, medyo nabigay si Zorte rito. Mukhang nabadukin siya rin, mga kaibigan. And now utilities are gonna be thrown, are gonna be raining in. And look at the map. Forza, I think, has a clear plan on how to hit the site. Forza now picking up the pace. Is actually Forza putting the game in the line para dito sa may side of Forza. Outsiders, no read whatsoever. Same 3-2 setup tayo rito. Same passive setup para side of Forza. And the downside para dito is, pag naputa siya isang side dito, is gonna be retake all over again. Or it's gonna be a save. Pero eto na nga, look at this. Sobrang daming money. And pero na Ekindar with the shutdown, Jerry. That's a crucial trade from pag hindi niya napatay yung it's gonna be the shutdown. They need 25 seconds remaining. And wala pa rin sila ng site. Wala pa rin sila napapasok ng site. 20 seconds na lang natitira. 2 guys are still waiting here on the B side. And mukhang it's gonna be, it has to be a safe call. Hindi nila pwede force to. And yun na nga, 15 seconds remaining. And they even force it. Shafi falling down. That's the rifle on the ground. Para sa may side ng Forza and Outsiders holding strong, holding it out. Isa lang ang namatay dito si Ekindar lang. And Outsider still gonna move on to 12.
Nandun na yung split papunta sa may mid-side para sa 2 player ng Forza at naka-setup na din yung play papunta palabas actually ng B-tunnels. Pero nasan yung push ng B-tunnels? Maganda pa rin yung setup ng Outsiders kaya kung mag-push sila, medyo risky kasi yung smoke, medyo ginawa silang hesitant sa paglabas nun. Yung if ever na lumabas sila doon, sana then hindi nila may expect yung pag-cross, yung angle din, yung high angle ng is mga player ng outsiders doon. Yung naging problema din around that mid side is that one impact frag again, yet again by Yekindar mga kaibigan. Kung hindi niya nakuha yung patay doon, siguro mas naging successful yung pag-push over to the B site. Pero kailangan din nilang i-expect sana na may mag-hold lagi ng City dahil medyo naging common na nga din yung play na i-split yung papunta sa may B site.
Exactly. I mean, para sa akin siguro medyo may lapses yung attack na yun, no? Just imagine go for a B-split ng walang smoke in City. That's a very, very bad call coming in para dito sa side ng Forza. And yun na Yekindar knows exactly na, okay, hindi nyo ako smoke, I'm just gonna kill you. I'm just gonna shoot you in the head. And Yekindar, grabe, just shuts down that B-split for sure. And hindi rin nila mapwersa yung B-site eh. Yung unit remaining pa rin. Ito na balik tayo to the ball game. James already getting neutralized. Dito sa may smoke, Jerry pag umakit ka rito, it's gonna be all you. Dalawa makikita niya dito. Gets one, pero he gets the second. James with the whip. And goes for the all-out transfer. Almost gets the third. Kickert, he almost died pare, but he's gonna get the headshot. Oh, Jerry going all out. He almost took that round in his hands. And wala na, mukhang mag-isa na lang dito si Kickert pare. Kickert, if you die right now, it's gonna be the AC. He's actually forfeiting the A side pare. Kukunin niya na lang A-long dito and hoping for the best. Hoping to go for the retake. Magkamali yung Forza rito. But Forza playing this slowly. Playing this very carefully. Forza ayaw nila pakawalan to. It's Jerry with the big plays. Look at the utilities. It's go time na naman tayo pare. Look at this, the molly coming in. Hindi nila, ang dami nilang utility binabattle rito. But little do they know, it's actually a free site. Forza still checking and not overcommitting. No one extending their arms on the A-long mga kaibigan. Ayaw na nilang malason. Ayaw na nilang pumik. They don't even want they don't even want to give the man advantage. Talaga sobrang passive na rito. No mistakes being made sa side ng Forza. And outsiders, feeling ko alam din nila na Forza isn't really going to overextend and isn't going to commit any errors whatsoever. Kaya mukhang outsiders just gonna go for the exit or possibly for the save and the last hurrah para sa kanila.
Kahit itong exits man lang dito sa Forza will be crucial. Itong outsiders, kailangan nilang i-stop yung kanilang pera na mag-grow up as the round progresses. They have to at least delay it from growing pala. Dahil dito sa panalo to, match point na sila. And ngayon, free money at kailangan nilang i-push to the edge. Kasi kung nakikita mo, nagbe-build up pa rin naman yung outsiders kahit medyo nagiging close na yung laban. Pero itong Forza, yung pag-push nila around that A short side, while outsiders have given up the site for free, is again, free para sa mga T-side natin. Dahil doon, na-force yung outsiders na ibigay na lang yung panalo at kinailangan nilang i-bet lahat ng odds nila dito sa last round na to. Possibly, kasi pag nanalo tong Forza na to, yung Dust 2 na ang map pick ng outsiders ay magiging panalo ng Forza at si Norway pa nga yung mag-e-entry. Manalo na si Buster pero si Yekindar again, the entry frag, the impact over to Jerry, but it's the double kill. 2 kills for Forza in this round. The flash is perfect and Kicker even picks everything up, but a double as well from Norway. 3 versus 1. Game time all over again. He has to do the clutch right now.
My God, James time. What would you do? 1v3 and no utility whatsoever. And alam na siya kung nasa siya dito. And yun na nga. That's gonna get cover they needed. And Forza, it took a bit longer than expected para sa side ng Forza, but still they get their shit together and still it's gonna be closer para dito sa side ng Forza. I mean, sayang. I mean, akala ko makakita tayo ng comeback of the century para dito sa may side ng outsiders. After all, that's gonna be their that's the map pick. Pero Forza just proving to be just closing out yung first map natin and showing us na they could still bang some hits, no? Dito sa may T-side natin. I mean, it took them 8 rounds hanggang mabasa nila yung play ng para mabasa nila yung defense na itong outsiders natin for the second half. But nevertheless, still what matters is nakuha nila yung round. Siguro parang pinaka-winning condition para sa akin ng Forza is actually getting all the rounds sa may first half natin. No? Parang yung sinabi mo kanina na if you're playing knowing that this is a very decided map, if you're playing the city side, play as much as you can. Para sa akin yung 12-3 na yun na first half, yun yung nagpanara sa kanila kasi it gave them so much leeway, it gave them so much room for errors para ma-figure out nila kung paano i-penetrate yung defense netong outsiders. And 8 rounds is just enough para sa kanila para ma-exploit and to to just destroy or para mag-crumple yung defense ng rito outsiders.
Feeling ko din talaga kasi it all comes back to how they played out that first half, right? Nakita natin nag-struggle pa nga yung outsiders sa pagkuha ng kahit anong mga proactive plays nila. Kasi ang ganda kasi ng defense, and not only that, yung pag-defensive side ng or yung city side natin para sa ating Forza, sila yung mismong gumagawa ng proactive play simply because of Dust 2 being that city-sided. Yung meron silang set plan lagi laging laging nalalurk ng kahit isa sa mga player, kahit yung isa sa mga player nila na namamatay, nagpa-fall back sila sa isa sa mga player na yun, na gumagawa ng set play na yun. Habang sinasandwich nila yun, kaya nilang i-fortify yung A short na laging pinopush out ng outsiders whenever they could. Yung nagiging weak point nila is yung around that B default or that B hold pala para sa mga membro ng Forza. And mukhang hindi nila nakuha yung advantages na kailangan nila dun sa first half, pero nakita natin yung strength pala nila nung dumating na sa city side. Etong mga membro ng outsiders, naging maganda yung momentum nila, especially sa pag-impact nitong si Yekindar at si James. Kahit nung first half, siya pa rin yung nagkakaroon ng maraming frags sa kanila at na-translate na lang yun dun sa second half. Kaso nga lang, sa Forza side, ang laki na ng advantage nila na nakuha nila ng first half, kaya madali na nila yung napanalo in that end.
Grabe, I mean, outsiders, para sa akin, is that actually a bad game? Para sa kanila, still, that's a loss for their map. I mean, syempre kaya nga tayo may veto, di ba, to get a sure win. So the fact na natali map pick nyo, it speaks for itself. But nevertheless, still best of 3 series naman tayo rito. And if you know outsiders, they're not really a stranger para sa map na Mirage natin coming into the second map. And feeling ko naman their performance dito sa Mid-Dust, they kind of fell short pero still hindi disappointing to the point na going into the second map, they would be actually tilted. So I think still makakita pa tayo ng maganda suntukan dito sa Mirage natin na who knows, baka mamaya umabot pa tayo ng map or Inferno if hindi ma-close out ng Forza, no? Kasi para sa akin, the pressure is actually now on Forza to close out the series 2-0 after this almost beautiful comeback para sa may outsiders.
Oo, totoo. Kasi nagpakita na sila ng tendency na pwede na lang i-let go yung momentum na yun. It's on them ngayon na i-close nila yung series ng 2-0 against outsiders who are proven to be comeback kings. But in the end, in that first game, hindi nila na-complete yung comeback. Pero may chance sila sa map pick ngayon ng ating Forza. At para sa mga membro ng outsiders, sila na ngayon ay nasa brink of losing this series and losing their chance as well tonight para maka-advance sila sa Legend stage. But syempre, we're gonna be having that second game later right after the break, so don't go anywhere as the PGL Antwerp Major 2022 will be right back, all brought to you by Rivalry. Huwag niyo kalimutan gamitin yung code LOOPONWXC and get up to $200 on your first deposit. Don't go anywhere.
This is Keanu Reeves, and welcome to Rush Lane. Rush Lane is a new intense multiplayer racing game where you can compete against real players to win real money. Set in the towering crime-filled metropolis of Hub City, here champions put their life on the line for glory, power, and riches in the ultimate death race known as the Rush Lane. How does it work? Simple. Pay a small stake to jump into the next race. All the stakes go into the prize pool, so the more players, the more money there is to win. Once enough players join, the race is on. Races last just a couple of minutes and are fully automated. Rush Lane is driven by our unique physics-based randomness engine. Starting positions, track segments, and traps are all randomly generated, and we've tested over 10,000 races to ensure no player has any advantage over another. Cheer on your racer as they scream down the winding city streets and through mysterious alternate worlds filled with dangerous traps and pitfalls. The first player to cross the finish line wins the biggest share of the prize pool. But don't worry, the top few finishes are also in the mix to win. The exact number of winners will change depending on how many players were in the race. The more players, the more winners. Rush Lane is live 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, so you can jump into the action anytime you want. Good luck out there, racers. Only on Rivalry.com.
3, 2, 1.
This is Keanu Reeves, and welcome to Rush Lane. Rush Lane is a new intense multiplayer racing game where you can compete against real players to win real money. This is Keanu Reeves, and welcome to Rush Lane. Rush Lane is a new intense multiplayer racing game where you can compete against real players to win real money. Set in the towering crime-filled metropolis of Hub City, here champions put their life on the line for glory, power, and riches in the ultimate death race known as the Rush Lane. How does it work? Simple. Pay a small stake to jump into the next race. All the stakes go into the prize pool, so the more players, the more money there is to win. Once enough players join, the race is on. Races last just a couple of minutes and are fully automated. Rush Lane is driven by our unique physics-based randomness engine. Starting positions, track segments, and traps are all randomly generated, and we've tested over 10,000 races to ensure no player has any advantage over another. Cheer on your racer as they scream down the winding city streets and through mysterious alternate worlds filled with dangerous traps and pitfalls. The first player to cross the finish line wins the biggest share of the prize pool. But don't worry, the top few finishes are also in the mix to win. The exact number of winners will change depending on how many players were in the race. The more players, the more winners. Rush Lane is live 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, so you can jump into the action anytime you want. Good luck out there, racers. Only on Rivalry.com.
Magandang gabi mga kaibigan at welcome back sa Filipino broadcast ng PGL Antwerp Major 2022. Kasama nyo pa rin kami, si Dad Femina at si Echo sa aking side. Medyo nag-usap-usap pa nga kami. Ito yung first time na magkasama kami at first time din namin mag-usap kami ni Echo. Maganda yung naging time namin sa first game dito sa ating best of 3 between Forza and Outsiders, na where Forza actually took the map pick away from Outsiders. Ngayon, pupunta tayo sa Mirage at may possibility na magkaroon tayo ng same history na mangyayari dito, di ba, Echo?
Mga petigo, possible mag-ano tayo rito, map trades tayo rito, knowing na, well, map pick nga ng Forza to, no? Pero, classic Jame 2 eh. Kung kilalan, sa mga viewers natin yan, guys, kung matagal na kayo nanonood kay Jame, feeling ko makaka-relate kayo when we say Jame time na mahilig si Jame bumili ng hero up, tapos pag hindi nag-pan out, magsisave na lang siya, and he usually does this lalo dito sa map natin na Mirage. Kahit nakapisto lang yung kampi niya, bibili siya ng AWP, he would actually go for those frags, siya yung mag-open up, or minsan siya yung mag-bait, no? Pahayaan niya pumasok yung mga kampi niya naka-pistols and just gonna go all out fragging habang binibait niya yung mga kampi niya. So still, this is still a team na grabe bumaril, no? Yung Outsiders natin, and knowing Mirage, I mean, hello, Pinoy map to. Paborito ng mga Pinoy itong mapa na to, Mirage, di ba? Maglaro ka lang ng Face It, laging 18 na lalaro ng mga Pinoy kasi ano na parang barilan eh. And both strats are actually working. Yung slow, methodical play, and yung alam nating chaotic all-out war zone dun sa may A side or B side, it all pans out depende sa team na naglalaro. So, para sa akin, this could actually be a map trade para dito sa matchup natin.
Malay mo nga naman. I mean, kitang-kita naman natin sa Mirage kahit ano pwede mangyari, kahit anong strategy pwede natin mangyari. Especially ngayon na ang Outsiders, kailangan nilang mapanalo to para may chance pa rin silang ma-push to Game 3. Pero bago tayo pumunta sa game, makapag-bet nga tayo real quick. Kasama natin ang ating kaibigan na Rivalry. Pwede mo gamitin yung code LUPONWXC and get up to $200 on your first deposit. Ngayon, para sa tingin mo, Echo, maganda bang mag-bet against Outsiders ngayon, especially with how they perform in that first game? Bebet ka ba sa Forza tayo?
Ako syempre, I would want to go for Forza. No? Feeling ko kaya nila close out ng 2-0 if napag-usapan na nila yung mistakes sila kanina sa may map 1 natin, which is Dust 2 na, well, kahit panalo sila rin kailangan nila pag-usapan na what went wrong. It was 12-3 half. Bakit din natin na-close out kaagad? And feeling ko naman, if they actually work out yung pagkukulang nila sa may map 1 natin, which is Dust 2, I think it's gonna be an easy game para sa kanila rin sa Mirage natin. And hopefully hindi mag-show up itong Outsiders natin. So I think Forza is the way to go para dito sa map 2 natin.
Oo, tama ka dyan. Feeling ko makapag-easy money tayo dito, mga kaibigan. Especially ngayon na maganda yung momentum ng mga miyembro ng Forza coming into the second game. Actually, maganda yung naging performance nila, especially nung nasa CT side sila. Pero to consider, it is a CT-sided map. Now, we are heading into Mirage where everything seems a bit equal. May mid-side na pwede mong makontrol, especially if you are on the attack. Pero same could be said as well if you are on CT side na pwede mong i-smoke off yung mga possible entrances pupunta dun sa may mid-side at pwede ka pa nga makapag-set up ng one-way smoke para sa pag-push mo dun sa side na yon. Mukhang T-side na ang pagsa-start ng Forza natin ngayon as we're heading into the second game of this best of 3 series. Kung kitang-kita nyo, mga kaibigan, ang Forza ngayon ay 1-0 sa ating best of 3 at ng Outsiders, hindi na may expect 5 people trying to at least try to secure the app's control as Zorte is gonna try to pop things off with that first kill over the slit. It is a 5 versus 4 now with Outsiders trying to catch up, but Shalfie as well taking the pick over to Yekindar on the other side of the map while Buster is trying to at least defend this side of the map. Pero si Shalfie naka-double kill pa nga, mga kaibigan. Si Jerry naka-follow up pa nga. Jane time ba to? Pero naka-pisto lang. Kailangan niya makapag-try na mag-clutch against these 5 players of Forza, pero hinahunt down na siya ng mga T-side, mga kaibigan. 1-0 Forza just start out really strong with first blood.
Ganda na ginawa ng Forza. I really like what Forza did in that pistol run. Although, range advantage, no, para dito sa mga tropa natin for the Outsiders dahil sa USP 1 top potential but outside. But Forza just using the numbers advantage. Nag-B-split sila, tinuviwan nila yung mid, and eto yung sa may B-ups kanina, going into the side, they just forced out a 1v3 situation para kay Buster and no chance at all. So, it's just Forza with the gun disadvantage, going for the numbers game. Beautifully played.
Hero Scout? Sabi mo lagi hero op para kay Jame, pero
Ito,
ngayon
Hero Scout.
ibang hero scout na ngayon para kay Jame. Pinag-uusapan natin itong si Jame din na pre-game na lagi siya nag-hero scope weapon, pero I mean wala pa siya nakukuha patay dito, especially with the good smoke out from the members of Forza ngayon. At dahil sa full buy nila sa second round ngayon, mukhang mapapadali yung pag-push nila sa A-side. At aggressive pa nga nagpo-push yung isang City player, pero itong si Kenzie at si Zorte, nakakuha ng 2 patay dito sa mga miyembro ng Outsiders at staying true to their name, Outsiders sila sa pag-secure ng Forza sa A-side.
Pagkatalo Outsiders dito is gonna be dangerous para sa kanila. This is a force buy, pare, ah.
I mean, they're also trying to at least force them out. Trying to at least play out the sound cue. Mga fake man lang para makapag-peek out tong mga Outsiders. Pero walang tao sa A. Wala sa Palace, wala sa Underpass. Nasa ladder room itong si Flit at maganda yung kanyang off angle. Hindi na may expect yun pag naglabas siya ng ladder room. Pero a really good job for Forza to secure the A side through mid. Just converting the util correctly para I'd say deny yung value buy nitong si Jame gamit na kanyang scout. I mean, baka ma-pick up pa nga niya yung isang miyembro na nagpo-push na may market, pero eventually and nevertheless, ang Forza makaka 2-0 lead against Outsiders. Magandang start to para sa CIS team against the other CIS team na so far ay 2-0.
Yeah, showdown indeed. And ito na naman, I mean, parang ito rin na nangyari. Is this game 1 all over again? Forza taking the pistol and mukhang dedire-diretso na naman nila to. Outsiders, Messi forced by coming in para sa kanila na second round natin. Kaya ngayon, they're gonna be forced to work with dito sa mga pistols sila, knowing hindi na sila pwede mag-buy. So Forza looking likely in getting this 3-0.
Ng smoke na din around the ramp side para sa mga miyembro ng Outsiders. Reset delays a bit, pero maganda din yung split push nitong si Forza, si Jerry na nag-secure na ng Palace. Pero nag-hold down kasi hindi maganda yung guns nila this time around. Hindi nag-hit yung Deagle para kay Kikert ngayon. Medyo stuck pa nga siya dito sa may health side. James is down to 31 HP. Jerry even has the angle over to the jungle area, but it's Kenzie who started off really strong onto Kikert, destroying the person in hell and even running in with the Mac-10. A double kill for Xiaopi right now in a 2v5. This is expected, especially now that they only had pistols in that round, as it's expected for Forza to win this round. But a one tap, a beautiful route from Buster to at least damage a bit of the eco and the guns out from the members of Forza, but it's nevertheless another win for their side.
Ang ganda na ginawa ng Forza rito, no? Knowing na they have the gun advantage. They're just overrunning ito mga site natin, even with an A-split, no? Late lurk para kay Shalfie dito sa may connector area. Playing the close range angle with that Mac-10, using the SMG to its most full potential with the close range angle. So tingnan natin, no? Meron pa rin tayong actually no SMG. They're gonna be all thrown out, no? 5 rifles tayo rito. Para sa Forza, matching up the full gun round para dito sa Outsiders.
Ganun, magiging risky pa nga yung pag-push nila. Yung SMG kapag siya yung nag-e-entry, hindi masyadong mawawala pag siya yung pinakaunang mamatay. Magiging valuable yung pag-trade in that regard. Pero they just decided to have all rifles across the board. Shopee though, eats a full nade out from Buster. Really good utility usage to at least make it easier to destroy him. But they're still pushing anyway despite them having the health disadvantage. Ito si Normie, pakatapos ng util usage nitong si Kenzie, as makakaroon ng patay dito kay Buster. Na-bust yung isa sa mga miyembro ng city side at it's only a matter of time before nilang masecure yung B side.
Ito na naman tayo, one frag lang para dito sa may Forza, and Outsiders already gonna be forced to go into a save mode. Grabe. One frag is all it takes para sa Forza. And Outsiders mukhang pang Jame time na talaga ito para sa kanila.
4-man Jame time. Imagine mo yun. Gun round pa naman to. Medyo masasayang pa nga. Yun yung yun, sa kabilang bang kapag nag-buy round ka, yun yung parang, yung win con mo dapat doon talaga is patayin mo sila lahat. Or at least, gamitin mo yung guns nyo para masecure yung objective. Mukhang same yung magiging storya dito sa original OG na bang na dahil dito sa unang frag dito kay Buster, it's a 4-man save at hindi nila magagamit yung guns nila to their full value. So dahil doon, masasave pa rin nila yung op. Masasave ba nila yung op? Hindi ko makita yung op dito kay Jim. Nasave naman nila dito.
Yep. Ayun no. Game time. May sticker pala
Ganda
game
ng
time oh.
sticker. Sticker. Sticker ka ba sa guns mo? Yeko.
Pero yung mga baril ko sa CSGO pinagbebenta ko na pambili ng kabilang beng-beng.
Nako po, wala yung loyalty. Ganda ng one way Kung si James medyo nag-around the world pa nga dito sa may mid side. Pagkatapos ng paggamit ng util around that nest area, I mean, he seemingly gave up control over that. Because of that, it also prompts Force to regroup and maybe try to secure around the B site. Daming nagsisecure ng mid para sa outsiders. And this is really good. At least shave off a few of the seconds bago nila siguro matry na makapag-push. Tabong pa nga tong si Flit ng smoke.
Grabe.
Kasi may angle
Block
pa nga siya.
Ganda ng pag-block niya ng smoke dito That gave him a one-way smoke sa mid and mukhang Forza. Hindi nila pwede i-take tong mid dahil sa ginawa niya, no? Ni Flit, no? Beautiful, small play, small details para dito kay Flit, but still, good play para sa kanya.
Hinedbutt niya yung smoke. Tapos biglang binigyan siya ng one way. Pero wala masyado yung value ng one way na yun kasi hindi sila nag-push doon. Nag-push sila over towards apps ngayon. Yekindardov and Buster just busting their asses. A triple. 3 kills for the members of Outsiders ngayon. Naging 4 pa nga. Si Jerry na lang yung nag-iisa at mukhang nagluluto na lang siya dito sa kitchen. Pagkatapos ng thwarted attempt at trying to at least entry over to the B site. And Outsiders, they could at least celebrate and use the molly to delay as much time as they can para walang magawa si Jerry in this 1v5.
Outsiders, mukhang maaga-aga sila naka-score ngayon Hindi tulad kanina na it actually took 9-0 pa no para sa Forza bago naka-score ng Outsiders. And kanina sasabihin ko sana no, medyo na disheartening yung loss nung last round knowing na they waited 3 rounds para dun sa gun round na yun but natalo lang sila and they gun for the save. But ito, this is Outsiders proving us why a 4-man save could actually be fruitful going for the next round.
I mean, kung ginawa mo yun sa kabilang bang-bang, parang nagto-throw na nga sila. Pero at least dito sa CSGO, may space, may room sila para gawin yung 4-man save na yun para mas ma-convert nila siguro into a more advantageous loadout pagdating nila doon sa second round na yun. And truthfully enough, yung Outsiders medyo nag-bear fruit na nga yung risky call na yun. I wouldn't even say risky, parang ang talino pa nga ng ginawa nila. Dahil doon, mas madali nilang nadepensahan yung B. At now, forcing Force to make proactive decisions around that mid side again. The boost up from Force to at least try to pick off one of these members trying to push on forward around that mid side. Pero ang Outsiders, hindi sila, I say Outsiders sa ganitong strat. Alam nila, nare-recognize nila yung possibility of that mid control again. Pero nag-split pa nga tong si Jerry at baka makakuha pa nga siya. Kasama ng ibang miyembro ng Forza ngayon, pero Buster has a really good angle as well around that app side. If he could take out Jerry ngayon na nag-push up, then may eliminate niya yung most of utility, a lot of utility out from one of these players kay Forza.
Mukhang executing is gonna be coming may B-side but Buster, oh my god, still busting heads. 11 of these name and si Jane pa nga with the cover dito sa may Alps position. A minute remaining still on the clock and mukhang A-side is gonna be the option para sa side ng Forza.
Nare-recognize ni Kikert na baka mag-rotate na sila after a thwarted attempt from one of these players around the kitchen side. And now, they are ready for it. Nakapag-station up pa nga tong si Kikert closely around the ramp side. It's a split push for the members of Force now as they need to pull the trigger. 30 seconds para matry nila, ma-attempt nila yung pag-push nila dito sa may A site. At alam nila na kailangan nilang mag-push ngayon. Si Kenzie at least nakahanap ng entry over to Jame pero despite it being blinded, nakahanap pa nga ng patay gamit ng off. Pero si Kikert around hell, just dragging them into hell with Outsiders at least the perfect response as well. Able to get the second win para sa mga membro ng City side.
Grabe, I mean, Outsider just playing that round perfectly, burning down the time, and the read was there. Sobrang perfect. The moment na nakapatay si Buster, they know na rotation is gonna be made immediately para sa Forza. Thus, go for the 3-man stack on the A side, fortifying the A side, and converting the round para dito sa mid side ng Outsiders.
Honestly, beautifully well done from outsiders ngayon. Force out nila yung numbers disadvantage dahil wala si Jerry. Parang ma-delay or at least ma-decrease yung amount of support para sa mga miyembro ng Forza doon. Dahil sa numbers disadvantage nila, hindi nila ma-trade off perfectly yung mga kills nila kay Kikert who was hold up in hell for the longest of time. Below Palace na medyo volatile pa nga yung position na ngayon. And speaking of volatile, si James, makahanap pa tayo dito sa underpass pero maganda yung counter-strafing na ginawa ng mga miyembro ng Forza ngayon. Si Norway pa nga yung unang napatay dahil si Yekindar nakapag-push up na sa may mid-side pero na-trade off na because of the opt-out from Zerte who forces it into a 4 versus 4 1 minute into the round. But Flit was able to catch the 2 players out. The spray onto Shopee and Jerry was beautifully composed but the smoke, I wouldn't say so.
O nga, it's looking lost, no? Para dito sa may Forza, I mean, they can't force their way in outsiders. Grabe, building up a huge wall na, I don't know, I mean, Forza can't even plant the bomb. So, this is a big problem para sa side ng Forza, no? Knowing na kahit makapagtanim man lang sila ng bomba, hindi nila magawa. So, economy is gonna be a bit hard on the T side na, well, unlike sa kabilang bomba na 300 credits lang, no? Dito, bomb plant is actually huge because it gives them $800 to go for the next round. So Forza, max bonus na yata sila rito. If I'm not mistaken, actually hindi pa sila max bonus. It's gonna be the 3rd loss pa lang para sa kanila. And mukhang for outsiders, giving them the game time, yung Forza yung pinag-game time nila rito.
No? I mean, at least, that's extra cash para kay Kenzie. Medyo lucky pa nga yung naharapan niya nung is mga players. I believe it was Flit nung nag-push sa may TV room. At dahil dyan, because nagbe-build up na yung momentum ng outsiders, nagtakpos na yung Forza. At medyo understandable pa nga to kasi ayaw nila na ma-build up ulit yung confidence para kay Jame and the rest of the squad sa City side. Matalino din to kasi kailangan nilang mag-mental reset na isip nila. Nakuha nila yung advantage sana para sa Forza. Pero hindi nila na-snowball. Hindi nila parang nagamit yung util kasing talino at yung timing hindi din kasing ganda katulad ng early round dito sa Mirage. Pero because of this timeout, pwede nila ma-refresh lahat at kaya nila ulit lumaban ng mas maayos ang outsiders ngayong round na to.
3-4 na tayo. After 4, no outsiders getting 3 straight rounds. And mukhang ito na yung hinihintay nila, no? I mean, momentum building. Early city side. Feeling ko ito yung hinihintay nila. Kanina pa yung early city side, no? So, outsiders get all the advantage they can get and go on the lead.
Sira yung daliri niya. Because of that nade, he only has 8 toes ngayon, mga kaibigan. Itong si Zorte, he's limping, he's walking, but he is still breathing para sa mga miyembro ng Forza. And Yekindar and Flit to start off the action on 2 kills kay Jerry at Shelfie. It is a 3 versus 5 now. They're still committing over towards the A site. Slowly but surely, they're getting walled down by flies. Kikert is able to get another onto the members of Forza again as they try to spray and spam through the smoke ngayon. Dahil dito, medyo naging hesitant na ulit ang Forza members to try to at least do something. Try to at least come out of Palace, dead men walking. Pero outsiders ngayon ang naging dominating sa round na to as wala pang response yung Forza sa mga kills na to.
Pero feeling ko, well, ako personally, I find this map city-sided also, no? Kapag ako naglalaro dito, mas enjoy and mas comfort. I mean, yung peaks, yung angles, mas masarap mag-city-side sa mapa na to. So, I think Forza, feeling ko same story ng Dust to, no? Get as much runs as you want. Then, on the next half, go for the finishing blow and take it all out sa mga outsiders natin, knowing na sila na yung nasa CP side. All the while, hanggang first half pa rin tayo, outsiders just go for the stake rounds and mukhang sila yung nakakapatid dito.
Oh, na-trade pa nga. Yung ops dito, na-drop na yung op para sa mga miyembro ng Forza. Mukhang masasave lang nila yung isang A. Hindi pa alam nila si Kenzie. Nakakuha ng double spray down kay James at Flit. And this is the best case scenario now na wala masyadong time itong Forza. Dahil doon, hindi sila nakapag-secure ng objective. Yes, That's the problem. Pero at least they made it a bit more expensive this time around para sa outsiders. Ngayon na nakuha nila yung multi-frags dito sa city side, at least they could make it a bit more difficult to come back to their same form dito sa round 4-4 na tie up na ngayon mga kaibigan ng outsiders ang Forza. Pero pwede pa rin makuha ng Forza na to, but as I say that, na-realize ko lang, puro ba pistols pala yung mga miyembro ng Forza.
Si Ken siya lang yung may rifle dito, no rin na siya napag-save kanina sa may palace position. So, still, may chance pa rin naman ng Forza rito to get this round kung magagamit nila ng maayos itong AK-47 ni Kenzie going into this round.
So, easier sa lantan ngayon eh. Kung mapipick off sana nitong Tech 9 si Jerry. Pero kung siya yung mag-e-entry, mahirap siyang i-trade. Especially since na puro nakadigil yung mga membro ng Forza ngayon. They back off for now. The attempt over to that B-site control has been cancelled to say the least. Mukhang nag-give up nila yung outsiders yung control over to that A-site. But as time runs out, they have already stationed up so many of their players around entrances, possible entrances para sa Forza ngayon. You have overlooked a lot of the angles so far, and the lurk as well out from one of these players, si Buster. It all comes down to him kung paano niya matafort yung attempt with the lurk right now from the city side. So many smokes to try and at least delay as much time as possible. But again, another frag over to the players of Forza. A triple kill out from Kicker. A triple kill out from Kicker before Jerry was able to catch him with the Tech 9. Buster though has the perfect timing against Norway and Jerry. He finds Norway right now, but he doesn't decide to shoot. Perfect discipline. He finds the last one on the jungle area. That Tech 9 was enough to take him out. And the 1v1 scenario now against Sikandar, who is lonesome, but he triggers him with the MP1S. With A1S was enough to destroy him and even get the lead for the members of the outsiders.
Tignan mo to, and look at this aerial view pa dito at suntukan inside the A site, and everyone, kahit sobrang dami smoke, no isolation play was made. Everyone just running inside the ring. Grabe suntukan. It's like a cage match dito sa may A site, pare.
Head in a cell.
I mean, di ba, nandun yung wall of smokes to make an isolation play, pero everyone just pushing in through the smoke, going all out, not letting their teammates get overrun by this pistol. So, overall, para sa akin, that's a beautiful adjustment, beautiful play para sa outsiders. No man left behind.
Oo. Na-back up nila yung isa't isa na maayos. Yung pag-respond nila sa aggressive play. And alam mo, yung pag-lurk din ni Buster, although it wasn't the biggest piece of the win there, it was impactful. Especially since si Norway na tinatry niyang i-fill out yung A-site na ngayon na naging 2v2 na. Wala siyang info sa bawat isang miyembro ng outsiders. At nung nakapag-trade sila ng maayos para sa first side, all the more difference na hindi nila na-expect itong si Buster na nakapag-backstab na pala dito sa Forza side. Now, it's a 5-4 at this time, may guns na ngayon yung Forza. In the previous round, at least they made it a bit more close. At despite them having the pistols lang doon, at least they could fight off against these players because of the trading. But Buster is able to find Jerry off the back of the assist of the flash out from Kenzie right now. It's a 4 versus 5 because of that. It slows down a lot of the momentum because of the play for pick strategy. But man, muntik na niya mapatay yung player dun sa may ram side.
Kailangan siya play with fire. Nakita sila sa mati ni Game Time, and it's a gentleman's agreement na pareho sila nag-one back dito. Oh! Oh my God!
You flick this or I mean, we've been talking about Jay being the star of the show. What about this guy? Flip and Norway just take pickoffs one by one. 3v3. Play around the connector area. He was able to get a double. Didn't even get the third as he's trying to wallbang towards that default side, but Molly to at least try to delay the push out from CT, but they're not coming out of CT. They're coming out of connector. And Flip, he's not done. He's taking a lot of these frags in Yekindar. Again, the last frag over to the last player of Forza. Another defuse, an easy one at that to secure the objective and the win for outsiders.
Grabe, I mean, hindi na lang sa duel It's not just the duels winning out or panning out para sa may side ng outsiders. Nandoon na rin yung gulang. I mean, just everyone pushing through the smoke, going for the wall bang, the knowledge, the map knowledge for this team, the rotations. and them just beating the timing para sa side of Forza, everything working out for the side of Outsiders, and 6-3 na sila rito para sa first half natin.
I mean, kung ganitong may lead ng Outsiders ngayon, it's a flip of the script mga kaibigan. Pero as you said, baka mga city-sided na to. Now that they are given so much to the retake, especially with how well they... I mean, yung strat nila lagi, hindi nila pinafortify masyado, try na lang retake na lang. Kasi alam nilang kaya nila yung duels, pero hindi na sila mananalo yung duels kapag hindi nila nakikita. Because of that smoke, it's another free for the members of Forza right now, and they're at least taking control over the short side dito sa may B-side natin ngayon. Pero game time again, over towards one of these players of Forza was able to make it a 2 versus 2 right after every single trade happening. And because of that, Kenzie and Norway are trying to make their way over to the connector area, pero baka maganda yung timing itong si Kicker, especially with the angle he has set out towards the A site ngayon. Pero bad luck kasi hindi pa niya nakikatch out itong player na to. Mukhang hindi pa nga niya nakuha yung kill na to. Si James though, coming out of CT, but he finds a bullet to the head. 2 versus 1 Kicker na alam na nila saan yung location nila. So kaya nilang gumawa ng crossfire of sorts lang dito sa may A site now. Kicker, kailangan ma-isolate itong si Norwich at si Kenzie. Baka ma-first contact pa nga itong tao dito sa may firebox, pero has to navigate through. He has to at least find these players and expect na yung lurk around the jungle side, pero they're making as much time as possible. But the bait and switch was perfect. Kenzie able to catch the last player off guard. Another win for the members of Forza. This time around, they're able to bounce back.
Para sa akin, good adjustment yung ginawa ng Forza rito. No? Kasi kanina for the past 6 rounds siguro na nakuha na itong Outsiders, they've been playing slow. They've been playing it so methodical. They've been playing it clinically. Pero this time, grabe, wala. They just forced their way in. Binaril nila yung tao sa usok sa may connector. They forced their way in sa may cut-off position, taking down 2 para sa Outsiders. Then, from there, midrun ko na lang.
Ooh, Zorte. It's the same damn position kung saan siya nag-flick at nakakuha pa nga siya ng easy frag over to James. That shuts down the opt-out from the members of Outsiders ngayon. But Tekendar was able to catch the 1-for-1 trade-off. But now, because of this, they can be able to convert it over to the A side now that they made so much noise around that mid side right now. Si Kikert lang yung makakakuha ng difference dito, pero si Shalky, yung mismo makakuha ng patay dito kay Flit, pero may tao doon sa may palace side. Si Norby kakalabas lang niya at ako pa nga ng free lunch. It's a 2 versus 3 and they have already made their way over to that A side for the 2 players right now. But itong si Kenzie, baka may perfect timing pa nga dito kay Buster na naglo-look over towards that mid side ngayon.
Delikado na Outsiders dito. I mean, balik tayo dito. But okay, Tekendar, Science of Life. Gaming para sa Kenzie. Naku, narinig siya ni Buster. Oh no! Oh my God!
Yun yung long con echo. Yun yung insurance policy na meron sila. Itong si Kenzie, kanina pa yung pinaplano yung lurk na yun from day 1, pero nagbunga yung stonks na hinahanap ng mga membro ng Forza. Dahil doon, mukhang na-force na tong si Tekendar to at least take exits or at least save up that A1S to say the least. Pero pag tick off na yung bomba, it's a tie-up score against Forza and Outsiders, and seemingly have stopped the momentum out from Outsiders right now. And if you remember, Echo, yun yung background nila. Nasaan ang pera next round?
Nako, oo nga. Uy, pero off to. Opo, magkaka-off pa si James.
Huge.
Huge
Malaki
payoff
yan.
indeed, pare. I mean, that's the AWP. And mukhang nga, ibibigay niya yata kay James time. Yun na nga, no doubt. James time with the off.
Hero weapon. Yun yung hero op.
Okay. So, forced by tayo for Outsiders. I'm seeing 2 rifles and yung off para kay James. Okay, Outsiders are gonna force this. So, Forza, if they wish to get this first half, I think they need to win via elimination.
Medyo imposible. Para ma-defensean nila ng reliable, especially itong si Bust at si Kiko. Mga pistol lang. Si Jerry na surprise ng A1S nitong si Tekendar na pumunta sa taas ng van. Grabe! Ang laki ng balls nitong si Tekendar. Pwede niyang, yung pangalan niya, 2 biggest balls of CSGO. Itong si James naka-follow up pa nga gamit ng flash nitong si Norway. At because of this force buy na doubt natin kanina, it's working out so well para sa mga outsiders.
I mean, outsiders working so well with the minimal weaponry. And I don't know, pero si Shopee nakagapang na rito and signs of life. May mga views of life para dito sa may side ng Forza to take it back itong round na to. No?
Oo, kayang-kaya pa. Kayang-kaya pa tong ng Forza. Medyo impactful pa nga yung pagpatay dito kay Ekendak. Medyo nag-iinit na sa ating Mirage map. Etong si Zorte, mukhang hindi nagpapatalo. Nakahanap pa ng wallbang headshot kay Flit. Pero Kicker is playing around Ticket Boot and even playing around Default, even getting a triple kill. Spraying out through kay Zorte at Norway. Grabe! Outsiders, that was a very risky buy. A very risky force buy. And it all started with that pickup from the operator. Or up pala. Kabilang bang-bang na ako makakaibigan.
Oras kami ng bang-bang. Pero nevertheless, grabe. Babalikan natin yung pick off ni Ekinder dun sa may T-spawn. The fact na nakuha niya yung AWP, that was so big. And it converted the round para sa kanila dito sa next round nila. No? So, 7-6 tayo. Para sa Forza, I mean, almost a recovery, no? Ganda sana yung mga ginawa ni Zorteron, making openings, but easy shot daw para kay Kicker.
I mean, you know, we always talked about Dark time and time again. Ito yung tipon player na hindi takot gumawa ng mga plays na medyo makakapag 50-50 pa nga sa outsiders. Pero this series, kahit nung natalo sila dun sa last two map, siya yung laging nananalo sa coin flip. Kada flip niya ng piso, lagi siyang heads. At dahil sa heads na yun, lagi siya nakakuha ng mga kills na importante. Nagsa-start yun sa op na binigay niya kay James at because of the early frag out from Yekindar, kayang makapag-convert tong outsiders off the back of the op from James to follow up with the kills from Yekindar as well. So now, of course na ang Forza into the eco buy again and they're relying on getting the one taps right now, but so far sa mga pistol rounds or sa mga eco rounds ng Forza, hindi sila masyado mainit.
Wala ko na nakikita mga one-tap masyado dito, no? Kahit yung dash to, I mean, no deagle shots really coming para sa side of Forza.
Tingnan mo naman. Hindi nila makuha yung shots over to that A site. Kaya medyo nag-give up na lang sila. Binigay na lang nila yung yung outsiders dun sa may A site. Kaya yung pag-play for picks na ulit, baka yun na lang yung strat nila. Throw na lang ng util para ma-throw off. Possibly, maybe, just even try to convert that to a push to the mid side. May stuck pa nga triangular position para sa Forza ngayon dito sa my TV room side. Pero magpupush na lang itong si Flit right after the flash over to the members of Forza. But it only gets one as Kenji was able to recover with the deagle right now. 4 versus 4 as they're still attempting to control mid side, but they still have lesser guns. James and the rest of the squad from outsiders are proving to us that they're not outsiders. They're forcing Forza outside of trying to secure the site.
Okay, spicy headshot para kay Zorte, but nevertheless, kailangan niya mamatay dito and look at these outsiders actually. Oh my God!
Oh! What? Double? One tap? From Zorte? May wala siyang time. At mas-spray down lang siya ng AK pero grabe.
Spicy shots.
Mahilig. Grabe yung one taps na yun.
Sobrang satisfying. Hindi, kanina na sinasabi namin kanina ni Dead Femi na we haven't been seeing 6 shots, no? Deagle shots coming in para dito sa may Forza, but late into the round, nagpakitang gila si Zorte, mga kaibigan.
Narinig niya tayo. Narinig niya tayo.
Narinig niya tayo.
Walang one shot. Ito. Bigyan ko kayo ng one shot. Dalawang one shot.
One tap up.
One tap ba? Nagpakitang gilas pa naman tong si Zorte. Kaso nga lang, the best that he could do for damage the eco para sa mga membro ng outsiders. Maganda yung spray towards the mid side. Dahil dito, medyo mag-slow down yung pag-control nila around mid. And it's a 4-man stack para sa attack, para sa T-side ng Forza ngayon. May player pa nga sa underpass, pero na-control yun dahil sa molly na nilagay ng is mga util users. Pero si Ekendar, naglulook na gumawa ng play ulit kahit may smoke na nakalagay doon at mukhang magmi-miss pa yung flash na yun para sa Forza. Matatrade off though ni Zorte who was so impressive in the previous round at mukhang nakakarry niya yung momentum into the next one. It's a 3 versus 3 now pagkatapos makakuha ng trade off itong mga miyembro ng Forza ngayon at maganda yung molly, maganda din yung shot out from the Palace player. 1 versus 3. Anytime ba to? Or kaya ba niya mag-clutch? Hindi! Hindi niya maka-clutch ang 1v3 na yon right after the Ferrari pick. It's another win for the members of Forza.
Grabe, Forza rito. I mean, all throughout the half, we've been seeing good runs for outsiders. Pag nananalo sila, it's highly convincing. 4 man alive, 5 man alive, even 3 man alive para dito sa side ng outsiders. Pero if we look at the final score for the first half, it's still 8-7 and para sa akin, that's a pretty good scoreline, no? Kung T-side kayo, knowing na, again, this is a city-sided map. So, alam naman natin na mas malakas yung city-side ng outsiders dito and they're gonna be playing on their weaker side, which is the T-side. And Forza, for sure, showing us kanina how strong their city-side is and now playing the city-side on their favored map or their map pick. So Forza, I think is highly poised to actually take the lead para dito sa pistol round natin. No?
Ano mo tama? Kasi pinag-uusapan natin kanina na Forza just has to at least take as much damage as they can. Ito yung best case scenario sa kanila. Pero as I say, itong outsiders mukhang hindi sila tapos. Gustong-gusto na magkaroon ng patay dito. At hindi lang patay nakuha rin nila yung B-side. Dahil dyan, Kenzie and Zorte forced into a 2v5 while Kenzie is struggling to find a trade over towards these players trying to push on to get right. Naplat nila yung bomba at dahil dyan medyo na split up pa nga itong members ng Force.
Grabe, nag-uusap lang tayo rito and in a matter of seconds, 3 frags already on the board para sa outsiders and wala, it's just pure on duel, playing together and winning all those duels para sa ng outsiders. So, I think if Forza is gonna win this map, it's gonna take longer than expected knowing na hindi na nakuha yung pistol na.
Oo. I mean, if you look at the circumstances around this series, yung outsiders, sila yung kailangan ng game na to. Sila talaga yung kailangan ng at least gumawa ng as much damage over to Forza as they try to come out swinging and at least force out a game number 3. Yun pinag-uusapan natin. Pag pumunta to ng Inferno, imagine the possibilities of this being a reverse sweep, kaibigan.
I mean, knowing pag nanalo ang outsiders dito, they would be holding momentum, no? Going into the third map and it's an offers map. Yung Inferno, no? Tight angles, choke points. It could be an easy game para dito kaya Jame time.
Si Jame time. Nakaibigan natin na, minsan gumagawa, medyo passive siya. Pero siya mismo yung gumagawa din ng play para sa team niya. As demonstrated as he picks up the SMG para sa mga membro ng outsiders ngayon. And mga nagsisplit pa nga sila, make a bit of noise around that mid side, maybe force out an over rotation, while everybody else, for the members of outsiders ngayon, could just hope to at least secure that B site, not needing to keep the utility users out. The Galil just sounding off onto Norway, who at least is walking out limping, especially na meron siyang grenade sa may helmet side. So now, it's down to below 50 HP at nagbabang pa nga siya around that smoke area. Because of this, baka makapag-force up pa nga siya ng over-rotation pero hindi ko makagat yung Forza eh. Alam nila yung possibility of the push out to the A site pero nagko-commit yung outsiders ngayon. Nandun pa rin sila committed na makag-take ng B site ngayon para sa T side at dahil sa mga gamit ng util nila, pwede nila ma-take ito na mas madali.
Looking at the map, looking at the radar, outsiders highly poised to take itong B hit natin, no? And mag-isa na si Shalfie. So it's actually gonna be tested with this deal in hand.
Oo, ito si Shalfie. Siya yung nag-iisa na nag-hold down ng site gamit lang ng digan at matatest na kung kaya niya mag-one tap. Katulad nitong si Duarte pero hindi niya na-hold up. Itong si Shalfie yung nag-demonstrate ng one tap potential gamit ng digan na yan. Na-trade off pa niya, 1-for-1. At only because of that, only because of the secure around that B site and acknowledging na hindi maganda yung guns nila this time around, they give up the B site for free and outsiders are possibly gonna take another win for themselves.
So, Force mukhang mag-save sila rito knowing na no chance at all. Going for the retake, all the 4v4 to, sobrang hirap pa rin nito without utilities and wala silang kit. So, I think they're just gonna save this, they're gonna save these rounds to try and take a chance, no? Chance na lang sila next round na, well, at least going into the next round, still they have these upgraded pistols and armor. So Outsiders, good round para sa kanila, but Shalfie, sayang. I mean, he got the headshot anyways, but it's kind of too late bago niya na-hold out yung B site na.
Ginamit na lang nila yung round na yun to at least translate it into possibly another save round para sa mga miyembro ng Forza. And they're giving up away a lot of these valuable rounds over to Outsiders, and it's all building up. It's all coming back to how they performed in the pistol round and how they've been able to at least build up that confidence from the first half ngayon. For Forza's sake though, they could at least take or maybe force them to underestimate the pistols, the power of Forza in the eco rounds. Pero hindi pa natin nakikita yung power na yun. The only sign na nakita natin yung power ng pistol round nila is yung one taps nitong si Zorte. Everybody else has to keep picking up the pieces, pero medyo slow pa nga itong pag-push ng mga Outsiders, knowing na ayaw nilang ibigay yung mga guns. Maganda yung boost to try to at least fish out these players sa may palace side at malapit na mag-dissipate yung smoke sa may stairs. Pero may smoke pa rin na nagsusuporta para sa Outsiders at hindi sila mapipick off ng scout. Ito, maganda din yung nade na nag-exchange itong si Ekendar at saka si Norway. Magandang flash din. Magandang smoke bang. Dahil dito sa scout na meron si Zorte ngayon. 26 HP na lang si James, pero nakapag-plant pa rin sila ng bomba.
Oh my God.
They're forcing themselves to try to fight this. When Buster even down to 31, the smokes are doing a lot of work, giving them at least some space to bang through.
Po, grabe ginagawa ng Forza rito. And then, the swarm from the city coming in, the rifles. And, good flash! What a flash by James! Oh my God! And the rifle being picked off, pero mukhang mag-isa nila si Zorte. The guy doing tons of work kanina pa, even before the plant. Pero mukhang that's gonna be the story, mga kaibigan. Signs of life para sa side ng Forza, pero nevertheless, Outsiders just keeping their cool dito sa round.
At the end of the day, they're trying to at least invest those 2 rounds, those 2 risky rounds to build their money back up again. And medyo expected na nga na ibigay nila yung round na yun, pero medyo close pa nga yun. Kahit hindi sila nagkaroon ng multi-frag para sa mga miyembro ng Forza, they at least damaged the 2 players that really mattered para sa mga miyembro ng Outsiders doon. Hindi na napatay, pero I mean, sobrang close nun. Imagine if na-hit pa nga yung iba pang mga smoke bombs doon around the A site now. Sorte though is gonna be able to get that first frag kay James, who was trying to at least get an aggressive pick again from one of his weapons. It's another 4 versus 5, a one-way smoke around that mid side, but Yekindar is trying to play around it. Smoke criminal pa nga, hindi siya si Stewie 2K, pero si Yekindar at least is able to trade it off 1-for-1. Si Zorte, who was the one who got the first blood, has been taken out of the map dito sa round na to.
Yung duel ni ni Zorte tsaka ni James, I mean, parang 3-0 na tayo eh. Pili ko hindi pa nakakaisa si James dito kay Zorte eh. Lagi Zorte shutting down the Edo when play of James. And well, you don't want James, you don't want that to be happening to James, no? Knowing na that's his favorite weapon.
Oh, imagine mo naman taking off the weapon of the op and taking off like yung firepower mo dun sa in-game leader ng kabilang side. At least he has room to communicate to his team now, but time and time again, this guy could be pulling out the impact frags. Ito si Ekendar though, he's taking space for his team over to that A site and it's for free. He doesn't need to be cautious, but he's gonna do it anyway. Mukhang nare-realize na ng mga membro ng Forza na free yung A site para makuha nila. Maganda din yung smokes, maganda din yung util para to at least delay as much time para sa mga membro ng Forza to retake.
Good flash na may CT. That's actually gonna give him safe haven to peek and clear out. Oh, but the nade! Arigo best! Not actually gonna do so much damage, no? Pero Buster, highly aware. Pero Jerry, would he get the right timing kay Buster? And yun nga, double flank getting activated, but both of them highly aware. And it's James time para din sa Forza.
Oo. Ako, nawawala na yung mga guns nila. Maganda yung naging peak nitong si Kicker tsaka si si Yakendar kanina. Tapos ang ganda din yung nagiging frags nila dito sa round na to. And the responsibility of them getting this win now is inevitable. Itong mga miyembro ng Forza, I believe they have a few timeouts na lang para makapag-push forward. At kailangan nila yon. Kailangan nilang i-refresh yung mental nila. Now that they're losing a bit of the duels, medyo nawawala yung timing nila sa pag-peak out in the right timing. So now they could try to fall back on going back to the fundamentals. Medyo napipick off na sila ng outsiders at nag-give up nila yung sight at the right, well, the wrong time actually.
Aggression para kay Shao. This is something new coming in para sa Forza. Kanina pa sila nagpa-passive setup, waiting for outsider to just make them up one by one. Pero ngayon, something aggressive para dito sa mid-side ng Forza, no? Hoping na to make something happen.
Oh. I mean, itong si Kendar na naman. I mean, the mid-side control, it's always so prevalent kapag naglalaro ka ng Mirage. Especially when you're on T-spawn or T-side pala. Na kailangan talaga makontrol mo yung sniper's nest ngayon. They even use out the smoke. Best that smoke to deny the one-tap happening out from Forza ngayon. It also gives them access to walk around catwalk and a P-split para sa mga miyembro ng outsiders ngayon. Nobody is holding down that line, and Forza are forced into another situation where they could actually go for a four-man save ulit. It's a free plant para sa mga miyembro ng outsiders dito sa B-side.
Another save call na naman for Forza, and I think it's gonna be gun round naman for the next round. Although gusto na lang nila siguro i-save yung Kevlars dito, so guns na lang ibibili nila for the next round. I mean, outsiders just playing this perfectly, good calls, good reads, everything. James just giving out good calls, knowing na I don't know, stack A eh. Iniwasan nila yung stack A, yung mid take, iniwan lang nila si Yekinder doon just to lurk, let Yekinder do his thing from the top mid, and the rest of them, 4 of them actually just pushing in dito sa may house position natin, and outnumbering, no, kung sino man na nagtatago rito sa may B side. But yep, they're just gonna find an empty side and just not working out para sa side of Forza.
Man, when you're on outsiders ngayon, mukhang ang confident na nila maglaro ngayon. Nung napapansin mo, yung paglaro nila around the T side dun sa first map, medyo nagdo-double, or they're thinking twice about what they wanna do. Yung mga decision making nila around James nung first game, parang kailangan pa nila mag-warm up. Pero if you compare that to how they're acting ngayon, sila ngayon yung may benediction. Sila ngayon yung may conviction sa gusto nilang gawin dito. Mukhang sila na ngayon yung nagiging proactive, at yung mga force, sila na ngayon yung kailangan maging reactive sa mga plays nila ngayon. May mga push out ng mga miyembro ng Forza. Mukhang medyo desperado yung mga gusto nilang gawin dito, pero kung mahanap nila dito si Ekindar, mukhang maganda yung magiging chance nila. Especially ngayon na may bomba ngayon si Ekindar, but that attempt at trying to take control over the sniper's nest has been thwarted, and it also opens up the app's position para sa mga miyembro ng outsiders.
Ganda ng ginawa ng Forza dito actually. No? Talagang sinubukan na nila labanan yung mid, try to take some map control away from outsiders. At least make them use utilities para ma-retake etong top mid. And buy some time, pero okay, Flip. Okay, Flip. I mean, si Kenzie, he was trying to hold down connector at wala masyadong sound use na makakapag-giveaway ng position niya, especially with the nades coming in. Jerry, though, is able to find Yekindar, trying to lurk through around the mid side again. It's a 4 versus 4, and the members of Outsiders are trying to make a move, but Norway himself is able to stop the momentum out from Flit again. 3 versus 4 na ngayon, mga kaibigan. The nade is out as well. The sandwich out, but Buster is able to find Jerry with the grenade. A homing missile of sorts to the members of Outsiders ngayon. 2 versus 3 ngayon, mga kaibigan, at Forza are holding down the A side correctly habang nagtitake ng control around the market side and eventually the B side para kay Kikert at James. Overextension para kay Kikert. I mean, he has to do it eventually. Kailangan niya ma-secure yung market position para dito kay James, but James not even gonna go for the attempt sa may plant. No face whatsoever. It's just gonna be James going for the James time, and I think they can't even shut down si James. So, Forza after 5 rounds, I think, coming in for Outsiders. Ngayon lang ulit sila nakascore, and thus taking their 8th round for the second half.
Man, if you're on Force side, medyo sigh of relief na lang yung makukuha mo dun sa round na yun. I mean, yung attempt at trying to go for mid control again, recognize na to ng Force as they tried to do it time and time again. I believe it was back-to-back attempts na ulit para kay para sa mga membro ng Outsiders, pero ng Forza, after getting that round, they want to go for a timeout, and honestly, I'm all for it kasi yung mga wins na kailangan ng Forza, kailangan nilang i-build ulit to. Kailangan nilang i-stack ulit yung mga panalo dito. Yung Outsiders, malapit na sila makapanalo ng second map at malapit na rin silang ma-force out yung Game 3. Ayaw na ayaw mong ma-force out yung Game 3 kung ikaw yung mga miyembro ng Forza. So, you could at least reset again your mental, and if they could at least attack yung mga impactful players, itong si Ekendar at saka si Flit, then possibly ma-open up mo yung game para sa mga miyembro ng Forza.
Pero eto, aggression na naman men para sa side ng Forza, and something new, something explosive. And, okay. Easy shot no for Keeper. Grabe.
Wala. Narinig nila. Narinig nila yung footsteps si Ekendar na naman though. Around the mid side again. Even catching out these players from Forza. And another kill from Ekendar. A double kill from the entry fragger of Outsiders. I mean, they're not entry fragging. They're taking map control correctly. Not only that, they're taking it to the impactful players of Forza this time around. Zorte and Jerry are still alive, but that's a lot of their util users out and done. Flit even catches Jerry trying to peek onto the mid side. It's all up to Zorte, who will be calling for Zorte time this time around.
Grabe, sobrang early, no? I mean, good aggression sana for Forza, pero not panning out. I mean, outside is kind of prepared for that peak, no? Wala sa kanila sumilip agad sa underpass. Waiting for the sound cue and knowing na may nag-flash na sa under, for sure they know there's gonna be a double peak coming inside ng Forza. Well prepared, and mukhang natrap na nila yung underpass eh. Di ba? Naipit yung dalawa sa underpass na Yekinder actually has the mid control. Medyo para sa akin that there's tons of lapses para sa play ng Forza. If you're gonna go aggressive dito sa may underpass, you need to have an out. Di ba? Kailangan nila ng way out. They need help from the mid control, or at least kung magpupush sila ng under, then there is a need para dito sa B-ups push, para dalawa yung magpupushan nila pero sila lalabasan, pero no way out. It's like one way to hell para dito sa dalawang players natin para sa Forza, no?
Sobrang valuable din na mid-smoke around that sniper's nest dahil doon hindi sila nakapagkuha ng protection para sa way out na sinasabi mo time and time again. Like, understandable, maganda yung naging reactive play ng Outsiders. Forza, they themselves were trying to at least catch them straight up, pero yung underpass play na yun, baka yun na yung naging bagsak nila. Dahil dito, isang round na lang, match point na yung mga membro ng Outsiders. At if they inch closer and closer to that match point, then maaamoy ko na yung mga flowers at yung sewers ng Inferno, kaibigan.
Ako po, mukhang it's the banana play coming in para sa map 3. Galit na galit ng Outsiders dito. Gusto tayo dalhin sa map 3. And Forza, masasabi, is it safe to say na it's over for Forza?
I mean, this could be the last chance, honestly. Kung makikita mo yung eco nila, ito na yung pinaka-last buy round nila bago sila ma-force into pistols kung natalo man sila dito sa round na to. Outsiders, they definitely have control over Forza in the Mirage map. At kitang-kita sa T-side na alam nila yung mga timings ng Forza at kaya nilang makipaglaban sa mga duels nila this time around. Though, for Forza, again, attempting to try to at least hold off the entrances towards that A site, and mag-a-anchor pa rin naman sila dito sa may B site. It all falls on this up from Shalty na since lagi sila try na mid-control, it's gonna be impactful, pero etong si Flit, while Kenzie was busy trying to take care of Yekindar, is able to catch the killer inside Sniper's Nest. Another for Jerry, a double for Jerry through the smoke bank. Alam nilang pwede sila mag-push. And all leaving up to the last 3 players from Outsiders and Forza. This is a much needed push out for these members, but James was able to catch him off guard. A 3v3 dahil dun sa kill over to Jerry. At mukhang A-side sila mag-push, magkatabi si Zorte at saka yung isang player around the A-rap side, si Flit. Kung pupush siya dito, mukhang dangerous pa nga ito. Pero si Zorte, no scope by Flit! Mukhang importante Zorte yung kill na yun. Despite outsiders able to secure the objective, it's a 2v3 all doable para sa Forza para at least extend yung game na to para maput to match point para sa mga miyembro ng outsiders. Pero si Jake at saka si Yekendar, yung star players, all left up to the third player na si Yekendar, who catches the first player but he doesn't kill him. It's Norway and the op as well from Forza who was able to extend the game. Another win for Forza.
Having Forza showing signs of life dito. I mean, look at this Jerry sitting on 5 frags for itong round na to. Oh my god, the quick flick coming in sa kanya. Not even a scope para kay I think para kay Shalfie, or I mean kay Zorte dun sa round na yun. Pero still, Jerry just waking up at the right time. He's now sitting on 7 frags dito sa mga pa natin na to. And well, it's still not over. I mean, pwede pa makambak ng Forza itong round na to ha. Ambak na to.
Pwede pa. I mean, they need 2 rounds to work with, but Kicker, he just shuts off that play entirely. The Mac 10 was enough to stave him off, but at least the trade-off 1-for-1 now. Jabe is also online with that op. It's a 2-for-1 trade, and it's in favor of outsiders. If Norby could catch these 2 players inside van, then this could be everything. It all falls into Norby's push outside of the smoke right now, but he misses his window. Nakapag-push outside of the van na ngayon. Wala nang chance. Eto, pero pwede pa rin niya mas-spray down yung 2 players. Si Flit at si Yekendar, wala na sa mapa dito sa round na to. 2 versus 3. Norby is still playing around the van, but Buster has a perfect shot para ma-shut down yung player. Trigger discipline pa nga, but he left his window open and he all suddenly crashes on James. 1v3 scenario para sa op at IGL ng outsiders, pero yung Forza, sila na mismo yung may control dito sa round na to.
Oh my god, Norby just going big, pare. Norby with the big plays. Nakita niya yung window, nakita niya yung usok, and he know if he bury this up, doon sa may usok, hindi siya ma-check. And thus, go for the big play, going for the last one, staying alive as much as possible. And do you think dapat pinatay na ni Buster itong si Norby?
I mean, oo. Kasi at least they could...
Pinatay na siya ni Shalfie.
Sayang. Sayang kasi at least magiging madali sa kanila yung numbers. Kung mapipick off nung yung isa sa mga players na yun, then ay, hindi mo magiging mataas yung advantage nila. Itong si Jane, he could be easier kasi may isang player na alive pa around that A site end or B site pala. Tas at least matitrade off yung rifler kasi si Jane minsan clutchable din naman yung sitwasyon na yun eh.
Exactly. Sayang kami na Buster got
Oh my god, again, Kickert and Kenzie though, able to trade off 1-for-1. Si Buster yung mamamatay para sa mga miyembro ng outsiders. And Jerry though, is one of the NG fraggers, but Kickert is again making the plays happen para sa outsiders ngayon, even busting out through that connector area. And it's a 4v3 scenario, but oh my god, Zorte! Perfect shot onto James. That's one of the impactful players. Shopping coming out of jungle, even finding Kickert, and the trade-off as well from Yekendar. Down to 4 HP. Norway even has the perfect angle onto Yekendar, but trades it out perfectly by Flip. 1v1 scenario. All falls to Zorte. He has to extend the game para kay Forza. Now that outsiders are 1 win away from match point. 52 HP para kay Flit, who tries to run away over to the CT side. But this is an opportunity para kay Flit ngayon na na-secure na yung objective around the default spot.
Sabi, mind games coming in para sa both players natin dito sa round na to. Pero sabi ni Zorte, mukhang nga hindi niya na kailangan itago yung footsteps niya, no? Medyo nahihirapan siya. Oh, but the smoke, that's gonna be the huge difference maker para kay Forza. But, oh no!
Oh my god. Oh, alam na kung nasan si Flit ngayon. At the very least, yun yung silver lining para sa Forza. He has enough time now that he has the kit. Now that he has enough time. But Flit is being as annoying as possible. This alone, securing match point para sa outsiders. And if I remember correctly, I believe it's gonna be a broken vibe kay Forza. I believe they have a bit of money para makabay ng at least the guns that they have. But maybe not as much util as they would like in the next round.
No, not even the off. Hindi walang na-save ni Zorte yung off going into the next round. They could have had 3 rifles going into this last round. Pero, I mean, good attempt para kay Zorte. Pero, damn, this round, sobrang chaotic. It could have gone either way para dito sa pag-capture the tips natin.
Man, kitang-kita mo sobrang low ni Yekendar doon. Pero, ginawa siyang resource ng mga miyembro ng Outsiders, ginamit siya pang trade, and it works out beautifully para sa Outsiders. Kahit low yung membro nila, pero Zorte, kung gusto niyang i-forgive yung sarili niya doon sa mistake niyang yun, doon sa previous round, now that Buster becomes another aspect of First Blood dito sa round na to. Because of that, they're slowing down a bit of their momentum and their push over towards one of these sites. But Flit, again, taking his chances, trying to use a bit of the util to fish off Jerry right now. He doesn't have the info, but he doesn't need to see him. Alam niyang may player doon, kaya kinuha na lang niya yung patay over towards one of the members of Forza right now, who was trying to make a ballsy play happen around the underpass side. Kenzie, though, is also trying to do a bit of a sneaky play, maybe even expecting the play or the push out from one of these members sa may boost area, pero magiging passive pa nga tong mga membro ng Outsiders.
4v4 and uy! Naku,
Look at this video. Ooh, nakita pa nga siya! Oh God! That's gonna be huge. That's huge. Napatayin nila si James. Yung mid side open na siya. Yung mga miyembro ng Forza, pwede nilang at least anchor at least 2 players sa isang side ng mapa, but they're still overlooking that mid side. And Norway, oh, he pulled out his knife! No way! Kicker, he just opened up this round, but Zorte, he uses him as bait. He finds Flit, but Kicker is not done. He's on a rampage so far, and he's getting the triple two because of those 3 kills, because of that entry. Beautifully placed up from Outsiders, and this is match point. If you remember correctly, if they win this round, then they could secure map number 2, and we could be heading over to the Inferno map. 1v2 ngayon para sa mga miyembro ng Forza. It's all up to Shafi. It's all up to the last player who catches Kickert off guard. 1v1 ngayon against Yekindar, who has been stellar into this Mirage map. Can he do the works? Can he be enough para sa team ng Forza? No! He is not! Members of Outsiders are able to get the second map, and we're heading over to the Inferno map.
Grabe! The base play! Why would you pull out the knife, pare?
Oh my
I mean, man, for sure that could have been good for one at least. For sure ako papatayin niya yung guy niya. He pulled the trigger first, and it's an SMG. For sure he could take out that one guy bago siya mamatay, pero man, isipin mo, Kickert had those 3 frags. Just imagine if he shot down Kickert alone.
Oh my God.
Grabe.
Si Kickert pa naman yung pinakaunang pumasok ng kitchen. Imagine, ang ganda pa naman ng range niya sa may kitchen area. Naka SMG siya doon sa range na yun, at kayang-kaya pa niya at least ma low HP tong si Kickert. Pero man, I mean, I think he was trying to pull out the snipe para makapag-pull out siya dun sa play na yun sana. Pero imagine if he was committed sa angle na yon. Even if he didn't get anything, even if hindi sila doon nag-push, it would have been a good retake pa naman para sa mga miyembro ng Forza nung time na yon. Pero since nag-commit yung push para sa Outsiders towards that B site, then I mean, Kickert himself was instrumental sa pag-push na yon. Si Yekindar lang talaga yung nag-pick up ng pieces dun sa final match.
Grabe that match, pare. I mean, para sa akin, it was 16-10. Oo, medyo malayo, but throughout hanggang end ng game, I've never felt na Forza giving up the map. Hanggang dulo, pinagdamot nila yung map, hanggang dulo, nilaban nila, putting their heart out dun sa map na yun. And I actually thought na it's going to be, I actually felt that it was a close game, no? Kahit 16-10 feeling. The rounds were so close. Yung rounds natin sobrang intense, clutches after clutches, na uuwi tayo sa 1v1, sa 2v2s, and I'm actually excited for map 3. Kung ipapakita sa atin ng dalawang team na to, no?
Oo, tama ka. Kasi dito magiging battle of the ops para sa dalawang membro dito. Sa both teams natin, itong si James from one side, and sinangat yung up dun sa sa mga membro ng Team Forza. Nakalimutan na yung pangalan, Z yung pangalan.
Yeah, si Zorte. Yeah, si Zorte.
Si Zorte, yun. Zorte versus James all throughout this series. Both of these guys just up legends to their name. Pero dito sa second map na to, mukhang makukuha ng Mirage or makukuha ng mga membro ng Outsiders ang Mirage map natin, mga kaibigan. At dahil doon, may extend yung series. Ang Outsiders na push niya to into 1-1 against the members of Force who actually made the best case scenario doon, especially nung nakuha nila yung early game na maayos sana, pero lose out nila yung momentum na yon, especially now that we head into the gun rounds para sa mga miyembro ng Outsiders. I mean, isipin mo to kung hindi siguro nagkaroon ng mga aggressive plays yung mga miyembro ng Outsiders, feeling ko hindi sila magkakaroon ng window para makuha yung map control na kailangan nila in the lot of the rounds that they were very much not expected to win.
Para sa akin siguro yung second half ang naging key to victory naging winning condition nung Outsiders playing on the T side was actually map control. As you said, they weren't really parang never nilang ibinigay yung mid. They never left mid. Lagi nila si Ekindar, lagi may tao sa underpass. Bibigay nila early 3-man take yung Forza going in the top mid with utilities. Iwan nila, then after some time, 1 minute remaining, i-retake lang nila. Retake nila top mid, again using utilities. Then from there, work their way around the map. Kung mag-split man sila, ilalurk nila si Jeep sa mid. I mean, Outsiders just playing this map perfectly on the T side, no? Kakasabi ko pala naman kanina, T side is actually their weaker side. So, Outsiders making their research for sure dito sa map na to.
Ginawa nila yung due diligence nila and eventually just rewarded with them, especially then yung mga impact na multi-frags meron. Etong si Kicker, tingnan mo ba naman, wala siyang takot makapag-push sa kahit saang scenario. Kahit dito sa may kitchen, ito yung game-winning play sana para sa Forza. Pero Outsiders, they just turned that around. Etong si Kicker, etong mismo, feeling ko siya yung map MVP para sa akin, para sa Outsider side. Titingnan muna natin sa game number 3 kung kaya niyang i-carry yung a lot of that ballsy plays or a lot of that aggression once we head into the Inferno map. And that's gonna be it for us dito sa Mirage map. At bago tayo dumalo sa Inferno, we're gonna be taking a short break. Before that, I'll take this time as well to thank our sponsor, itong Rivalry. Use the code LUPONWXC and get up to $200 on your first deposit. They accept most, if not all, local payment methods, including GCash and bank transfers. The best place for esports betting, that is Rivalry. Until then, we'll be heading into the third map, but before that, we'll be heading into a short break, but don't go anywhere, as the PGL Antwerp Major 2022 will be right back in just a bit.
Rush Lane. Rush Lane is a new intense multiplayer racing game where you can compete against real players to win real money. Set in the towering crime-filled metropolis of Hub City, here champions put their life on the line for glory, power, and riches in the ultimate death race known as the Rush Lane. How does it work? Simple. Pay a small stake to jump into the next race. All the stakes go into the prize pool, so the more players, the more money there is to win. Once enough players join, the race is on. Races last just a couple of minutes and are fully automated. Rush Lane is driven by our unique physics-based randomness engine. Starting positions, track segments, and traps are all randomly generated, and we've tested over 10,000 races to ensure no player has any advantage over another. Cheer on your racer as they scream down the winding city streets and through mysterious alternate worlds filled with dangerous traps and pitfalls. The first player to cross the finish line wins the biggest share of the prize pool. But don't worry, the top few finishes are also in the mix to win. The exact number of winners will change depending on how many players were in the race. The more players, the more winners. Rush Lane is live 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, so you can jump into the action anytime you want. Good luck out there, racers. Only on Rivalry.com.
3, 2, 1.
This is Keanu Reeves, and welcome to Rush Lane. Rush Lane is a new intense... This is Keanu Reeves, and welcome to Rush Lane. Rush Lane is a new intense multiplayer racing game where you can compete against real players to win real money. Set in the towering crime-filled metropolis of Hub City, here champions put their life on the line for glory, power, and riches in the ultimate death race known as the Rush Lane. How does it work? Simple. Pay a small stake to jump into the next race. All the stakes go into the prize pool, so the more players, the more money there is to win. Once enough players join, the race is on. Races last just a couple of minutes and are fully automated. Rush Lane is driven by our unique physics-based randomness engine. Starting positions, track segments, and traps are all randomly generated, and we've tested over 10,000 races to ensure no player has any advantage over another. Cheer on your racer as they scream down the winding city streets and through mysterious alternate worlds filled with dangerous traps and pitfalls. The first player to cross the finish line wins the biggest share of the prize pool. But don't worry, the top few finishes are also in the mix to win. The exact number of winners will change depending on how many players were in the race. The more players, the more winners. Rush Lane is live 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, so you can jump into the action anytime you want. Good luck out there, racers. Only on Rivalry.com.
3, 2, 1.
Welcome back mga kaibigan sa Filipino broadcast ng PGL Antwerp Major 2022. Presented to you by Focus Fire Gaming on the official YouTube and Facebook page. My name is Dad Femina. You're still joined by the same caster. With me is Echo, who were delivering the last two games kanina between Forza and Outsiders. And so far, Echo, sobrang close na mga games natin dito. We are pushed into game 2 at nag-trade lang ng mapa itong si Forza at si Outsiders bago tayo pumunta sa Inferno ngayon.
Sobrang close eh. Feeling ko nga Inferno magiging ito ulit eh, for sure. Yeah, ano yung first map natin? It was actually 16-12, no? Tama ba?
It was Dust 2. Dust 2.
I mean, 16-12 ba? 16-13. Then, itong second map natin, it was 16-10. Although, medyo mas malayo yung gap nung map to natin, which is Mirage, no? I'd say it was still a close game. Kung mga hindi nyo napanood kanina, yung map to natin, it was just clutches and clutches ng late rounds na and hindi malayo. Namakambak pa nung Forza yung but Kickert was just there and there to end that dun sa round na yun. So dito sa Inferno, I think para sa akin both teams on fire. Wala rito nga walang nawalan ng loob. No game was a disappointment for both teams, no. Para sa akin both teams played well. Going into map 3 dito, I think both teams has high confidence dito sa Inferno map natin.
Oo, I mean, both of these squads. Ito yung deciding map, mga kaibigan. At mukhang tingnan ko nga yung mga stats ng Inferno ng both teams dito. Inferno is one of, if not the best map para kay Forza ngayon. So this could be good news for them. But same could be said as well para sa mga membro ng Outsiders ngayon. Although it's not a higher win rate against everybody else sa mga world ranking nila. Maganda din yung kanilang win rate dito sa Inferno map. Still volatile but still doable para sa kanila. Para sa Forza though, if you look at the stats, every time that they get first blood from that pistol round, then they always convert that into that round win. Feeling ko na if they actually start off the round really, really well, then mahirap silang ma-stop, especially if they take those first bloods. Yun ba yung naging mentality or yun ba yung naging playstyle nila all throughout? Kasi feeling ko dito sa series na to, parang hindi sila sobrang galing sa pistol round eh.
I mean, hindi ko rin sure na. Siguro Forza really isn't really the best team that you can think of if we talk about pistol round. Siguro yung Outsiders naman, I can't take them as a very good pistol team, pero it's just they play it better. Actually, yung mga pistol round nga nila ng T-side nila, no? Hindi na siya it's not rocket science. They just rushed B. Tapos pinagbabaril nila yung tatlo doon sa may B-side. Tapos wala na, basic lang. And then it's just a 2v5, di ba? It's not rocket science. It's just pure on duel coming in para sa may side ng Outsider. So, para sa akin, good call yun. Knowing na daanin na lang natin sa numbers game etong city side and just let's not overthink. Let's just shoot them. Parang ganun lang yung nag-strat nila nung pistol round na yun eh.
Oo, kailangan na lang nila ng conviction bago nila ma-translate siguro sa panalo ngayon. At matanong ko lang si Direk, meron ba tayong time para makapag-bet ngayon? Wala na. Well, all right. Well, I guess we don't have any time to bet, but of course, both teams have an equal chance at taking this series right now. Now that we are pushed 1-1 into our series ngayon, Forza have lost a lot of their momentum right after losing Mirage. Pero ngayon sa Inferno, may chance sila para ma-stop yung reverse sweep ng Outsiders na sobrang lakas dito sa Mirage natin. At mukhang sa Inferno, dito tayo maglalaban ng close game. Kaya why don't we head into the live game ngayon between Forza and the members of Outsiders ngayon, who actually, if I remember correctly, sila yung isa sa mga naging fire starters sa ating series ngayon. Pero etong Forza, they're no strangers to it either. Napakalakas ng mga start nila dito sa first two games natin dito at mukhang meron din silang chance na at least ma-deny yung magiging panalo dito for Outsiders. Now, CT side gonna be started off for the Forza side. It's Outsiders who are gonna start the tempo and the momentum to try to start things off and maybe play aggressively around the banana area.
Doon pa rin yung take ng Outsiders dito, no? Galing dito, kanina doon sa Mirage natin, slow take pa rin sila dito sa Inferno map natin. Pero, okay.
Okay. Midside, being controlled. Itong si Kenzie nag-hide sa apps, pero red na ni Yekin Dart tong play na to. Kitang-kita niya, at si Flip pa nga, na-control nila yung apartments, not even needing multiple members inside that sector. It's a 3v5 early dito sa mga membro ng Outsiders ngayon. Itong smoke bank pa nga, lucky, skillful, mukhang alam na alam lang talaga ni Hekindar kung saan tatama.
Grabe. Yekinder is from the future, mga kaibigan. His crossers are always on point. Doon pa lang sa may boiler position kanila, even through the smoke. Grabe. Insta headshot and, well, kakasabi ko lang kanina, outsiders playing this Paris to. Tapos, bigla niya lang hinit yung gas and just all out push sa may A side. So, same story para sa Mirage.
Oh. I mean, Norway, at least you can take that one pick off onto Flit, but that's the only silver lining that they have for themselves. They run over towards the other side of the map, and Jamie even finds himself a running headshot over to one of the players of Forza. Again, pushing not only their advantage, but even gaining the first pistol round again, and mukhang Mirage all over again tayo dito, Echo.
Mukhang same playstyle yung gagawin outside. Ito, look at the frags coming in para sa outsiders. And this one tap. Grabe, he knows his lineups very well. He knows his angles very well. And what?
Oh, jumping headshot pala yun. Running headshot.
Sobrang dirty naman coming in for Jane. Pero, okay, nothing new para sa Forza. I mean, since the first series, we have been seeing forced buy from both of these teams na. Lagi sila naka-forced buy dito. Pero okay, 4-man stack, suntukan to. Oh my God. This is gonna be a war zone sa B-side, pare.
Lord, verticality all around. That's the advantage that Forza has for themselves. So that could be the only thing that they have. Not the better guns, but it's the one tap needed out from Zorta. And even the Fam is taking so much damage onto Buster as well. But Yekindar and Flit, they still have the better guns. They still have the AKs, making it work for the members of Outsiders. While Shafty is able to catch one with the MP9 up to boot. Yekindar even all follows with the trade-off. But while all of that action is happening, Kenzie has the perfect time to lurk around, even dealing so much damage onto Jame, but it all falls into Yekindar. 16 HP and a dream para kay Yekindar ngayon sa outsider side, but Norway, he's just gonna play around CT and just wait for the objective to be confirmed.
Oh my God, this is gonna be the mind games para sa magkabilang koponan. Although sobrang low ni Yekinder, no? He has the AK, pare. He has still has the one-tap potential as long as he hits the head neto ni Norway. The health advantage is gonna be negated.
Kita nga. Yekindar has the advantage. As you said, you just hold down that angle habang nagki-clear pa lang tong si Norway ng corners and he's walking. He even put out the sound cue. Alam na ni Yekindar na kinilear niya yan. Kaya he's gonna play accordingly. He doesn't need to go aggressive. He just has to wait for Norway to take the bait. He's using the bomb as bait, but he uses the smoke as cover. It's all up to Yekindar now. Bangs through the smoke, perfectly placed onto Norway. Just denying that plant or that defuse out for the bomb. Members of Outsiders all fall back on that one player, and that is Yekindar, who takes that second win. And if you look at his headshot percentage, good God, he hasn't died this series or this game.
Grabe. That could have been something beautiful, no? Para sa Forza. Nung stock nila yon, grabe, they read that perfectly well. Pero sayang, I mean, Kenzie, nung nakuha niya yung frag dito sa may middle area, sa may bottom mid, feeling ko dapat nag-back pa siya rin and force the issue. But Yekindar, give it a chance and capitalizing this chance na yon and giving Outsiders their second round. And that's the force buy for Forza. So, eco na naman sila ngayon.
I mean, yun yung magiging implication kapag hindi nag-workout yung force buy mo. Kapag para sa Forza side, I mean, they're all forced again to at least cut the corners ngayon para sa kanila. Kailangan nilang isave yung pera. Ngayon, kaya pistols na lang para sa round na to, para sa CT side. I mean, while they're attempting to go for a split push on different sides of the map, I mean, Outsiders trying to at least take map control around this mid side, and hindi pa nga niya na-catch yung timing towards Kenzie ngayon. Yekindar trying to push through and even finds Kenzie right now, who's dealing so much damage using the CZ to his advantage. It's a 5 versus 4. And even though Flit has the better gun, Kenzie is able to catch 2 free guns out from Outsiders. And Forza have stacked themselves all over the beach site. Norway and Shafty, everybody else just doing a lot of effect from the pistols. And suddenly, they take the round away from the members of Outsiders.
Ganda na ginawa ng Forza, if you can read it perfectly, no? Hindi in-expect na Outsiders na it would be another B stack. Just imagine going for another 4-man stack on the. This is the same play last round. Kenzie with the CC on the A side. 4 guys stacking on B. The only difference is naka-pistol lang sila for that round and for the second time. I mean, if it didn't work the first time, di ba? Hopefully it worked the second time and yun na nga. I mean, Forza just picking up what? Look at this 4 AK-47 para sa kanila.
Oh man, that round just gave them all the confidence ngayon. It just boosts their morale, and it seemingly seems like Outsiders, they had the round in the bag. They had a really good plan pa naman to take map control, pero what they never expected was the power of the CSED, as you said, para sa mga miyembro ng Forza. Kaya, I mean, ngayon, because of that, they could snowball their way into another win and tie things up against Outsiders ngayon, who did not even buy any special pistols ngayon. It's Glocks all across the board para sa T-side natin.
Which is possible, no? Kung yung Forza, no? Against 5 Glock trays dito, you would want to have a very flawless round, no? Norway, good frag para dito sa Banana. So, still up pa rin yung map control para sa side ng Forza rito. So, hopefully they would take this chance to build up the economy.
Oh my god, they wanted to split up. They wanted to at least aggress over towards that smoke. They were thinking about trying to split up, but I mean, the pistols are not doing a bit of damage as they would like. They only got 1 kill, but against 5 players who had the rifles in that round, it's looking impossible to win that.
We will reach the scoreline and well, nothing much has been done for the last round, no? Talagang Outsiders play with Glocks, hoping for the best, and feeling ko win condition ng Outsiders dito is actually to take map control. Maybe Banana control or Apps control. Take something out of Forza to give them options para mag-rotate sa map and force rotations.
Ito naman tayo. Mabalik na naman tayo sa at least making noise around Banana. They haven't been fully committing to banana control, which is something that I find unique in this game right now.
Oh my god!
The straight transfer from Kenzie was beautiful too around the squad area, and he doesn't even need to reaggress. That smoke is perfectly placed too. It at least gives a bit of window para kay Zorte na magamit niya yung up ng mas maayos, pero Jame and Kickert are still alive and kicking. They could at least take it to these players ngayon. Pero si Shalfie, nahanap pa nga niya si Jame. It's all leaving up to Kickert, who was so impressive nung Mirage map. But he has to make it big. 1v5. Narinig mo na ba yung kwento na to?
Kickert, do you have what it takes to repeat history? I mean, well, siya yung heavy fragger kanina, no? He's actually the star this sa Mirage game natin, but I think it's kind of a long shot to actually win, or kind of a long shot to actually even go for an attempt with this 1v5 situation, lalo na looking at the money para sa Outsiders, not so great.
Ne, pre. 5v5 to, pero in spirit yung apat sa Outsiders.
lahat sila nakasampara sa likuran ni Kickert.
Oo. Ikaw kilala mo yung mga kaibigan mo na parang seemingly tinatrash talk ka kapag ikaw yung nag-iisa. Kita mo sa kabilang bangbang, kita mo kung ilan yung mga nanonood sa'yo.
Spectator count.
Medyo na-pressure ka kahit di sila nagsasalita. I mean, if I were Kickert right now, I would be muting everybody's mic. But nevertheless, it's gonna be another win for the members of Forza ngayon. They keep a lot of their guns. They're at least a bit of dollars richer than coming into this next round. They could refresh so much of their util as well. So, not a lot lost para sa kanila. I don't think anything was lost din para sa kanila.
Grabe, look at the money, pare. Building up para kay Jerry, para kay Kenzie and Norby. They're almost gonna be hitting etong 10k mark para dito sa city side nila.
This time, I mean, they're relying on trying to at least control mid for, I believe, the second time in a row para sa mga membro ng Outsiders ngayon. I mean, this time, it's not slow. They're trying to aggressively push. They don't have a choice, but Zorte, I mean, kahit naka-blind siya, alam na kung saan lalabas. So they could just push, but Kickert, I mean, nahanap pa nga niya si Shalfie. It's a trade-off of 1-for-1, but bigger value para sa mga naka-pistols na ngayon. They could at least take that free gun, but they're guarding it correctly, even playing around the smoke beautifully. para sa mga miyembro ng Forza ngayon. And Outsiders, they got a bit of the rifles ngayon. They even throw away the bomb onto the boiler side. Zorte, not gonna catch that flick. A 4v4, trying to reset everything, but could be an aggressive pick over towards this A side. A really good nade too onto Kickert, but that's not gonna stop them from trying to take it.
The hit coming in dito sa may east side natin, and Kenzie, oh, beautiful positioning para kay Kenzie. This could be a shutdown.
Nahanap niya si Flit. Right behind that truck too. Right behind the haystack. A double out from Kenzie. It could be another. Zorte even catches him, but Kickert is able to go for the aggressive pick, but that's all that he wrote in this round. Forza still take control of this game. Despite a rocky start, they find their groove, they find their win.
Grabe, hindi pwede to sa ano, no? Hindi pwede payagan ng outside. You can't let Zorte get his rhythm. Kasi as an offer, playing on Inferno, no? Pag nakuha ni Zorte rhythm niya, he could just dance around you, eh. He could just pick you off one side of the map, then next thing you know, nasa kabila na siya, and well, holding out the side on his own. So Zorte, para sa side of Forza, this is very good. This is looking good para sa kanila, no? Knowing na gumagana yung offer nila. On the other side, Outsiders, medyo malamig.
Medyo malamig pa nga. But Kickert, mukhang init na nga to. Naglabas siya ng molly, pero mukhang hawak pa rin niya yung game sa kanya. Ito nga itong si Yekindar, naglalaro pa nga dito sa may Mexico, pero si Shalfie mukhang na-deport pa nga dito sa round na to. 3 versus 5 now at wala pang trade-off para sa mga membro ng Forza ngayon. Tay pa si Shalfie at si Jerry at wala pa silang nakuha pick-off dito kay Flit, who already found himself inside the apartment area. Norway though is able to find a pick-off onto Buster, who's trying to bust his ass over to the A side now, and because of that pick alone, they're gonna re-aggress over to that B side and take control of that side alone.
Kailangan makadalawa ni Zorte rito in order to make this clutch possible para kay Norway.
Parang ano lang eh, no? Parang yung Stewie 2K play dun sa...
Oo, Boston Major, Throwback, hello?
Oo nga, throwback. I mean, he wins the shot, he goes on top of Pyramid, but that time, the nade just saves everything for Outsiders. It's not the major, the grand final that you were looking for, but now it's Outsiders who take the alternate ending to that story and even get that 3 versus 1. Norby was not in the perfect position to refrag for his teammate and just decides to at least save up that gun. I mean, he has enough money naman siguro para makapag-clutch siya na dito sa 1v3 na yun, especially if you consider that a few of these members don't have any much armor ngayon, but nevertheless, the members of Forza decide to at least save up that last AK and make it a bit less expensive in the next round.
Outsiders getting another. Feeling ko, parang it's like, ano ba tawag dito? Parang sunod-sunod na mistake ang nangyari dito. Leading up to give another point para sa side ng Outsiders. I mean, yung mid-aggression coming in para doon, kaya I think that's Kenzie yata in the middle trying to push din nakita niya si Yekindar na sumilip. I have not mistaken, that's Kenzie. Feeling ko siya yung sumilip dito sa ito. Oh, it's actually Shalfie pala, no? So, feeling ko those are the series of mistakes na nangyari. It's just every single pick-up, every single frag para dito sa Forza getting isolated.
Imagine if Rain had a grenade dun sa finals ng major.
Hindi sana nagawa ni Stu yun.
Oo, di ba? I mean, he was low din eh, kaya magiging imposible sana yung play na yun. Pero mga kaibigan, into this round, it's banana control for the members of Outsiders. Yung Forza, wala silang effort na ginagawa para ma-defend sa yun. They decide to play passively and let themselves take control over Banana. This could lead to a conversion over to the B site, but because they're scared of the possibility of a stack again over towards that B site, Outsiders are thinking twice and maybe try to fall back on the neutral before they head over.
Sobrang slow ng take ng Outsiders coming into this round, no? Knowing na feeling ko gusto lang nila ulitin yung nangyari kanina and try to explain yung mistakes ng Forza dito, no? Overstaying their welcome, overextending their arms, talaga na nagpupush sila rito to get some information and hopefully makapunish ng outsiders. I think that's their kind of gameplay dito. Burning down the time 30 seconds remaining, but no mistakes para sa Forza dito sa round na to.
Bait and switch to. Bait and switch to. Si Kikert iiwan na lang na sila dito sa may B site, and while he's trying to at least make some noise dito sa B site, they're all trying to stack up over to that A site, but I think Kikert just called over, and the B site is easier to infiltrate, especially now that they took out one of the anchors. Si Jerry na lang nag-iisa. He can only take two quick kills. That could be impactful. That could be enough to delay them from trying to secure the objective. And Jake has the perfect angle over to Jerry, stopping his momentum all throughout that round. Now, in the post plan, it's looking like the last three players of Forza are falling back to their 3v3 scenario, 3v3 retake, while Flit has the perfect timing to go for this lurk right now against these players of Forza who are so hell-bent and focused on trying to retake, while Flit is in enemy lines. He even finds one onto Shelfie, and he's even using a lot of this util, trying to force them back, trying to at least deny the refrag out from the members of Forza ngayon. Pero the time is ticking. They have nothing. They have nothing to respond against outsiders who have taken full control over this round. Off the back of the perfect call out from the IGL, the B site was in full control, and the members of Forza could do nothing about that.
Grabe, it was just the perfect lurk coming in para dito kay Flit. The lurk was there, the timing, he just shuts down your retake immediately. Yeah, that could have been a good retake, no? Coming in para sa Forza. All those utilities, flashes and everything with the nade on top of the head para dito kay, I think that's Yekindar pa nga yata. But, grabe, just Flit getting activated, making sure that go for the retake is not possible at all, or is not a choice para dito sa mid-side ng Forza.
Man. Now imagine if that quad player actually didn't need to peek. Smell niya yung possibility na baka slow play to sa kabilang side ng mapa towards that A side, pero feeling ko hindi na kailangang i-peek eh. Kasi smell naman siguro nila yung play na nangyayari sa may B side. Sama ng timing sa pag-peek niya, si Kikert tuloy nagkaroon ng freebie. No, banana control na ulit para sa mga kaibigang Forza ngayon. Just exchanging mollies left and right, but it also makes it easier for Forza to take control over the B side. Flash is good, finding Norwin, who was trying to take foot over towards the sandbags area, but it's a 1-for-1 trade, and I think it's advantageous ngayon para sa outsiders.
4-4 na tayo rito, and also 4v4 in this current round, mga kaibigan. But yep, I think it's always going to be an advantage, no, if you're on the attacking side or the or on the B side. When you have the even kabilang bamba when you have the even man count, kasi you have 4 guys attacking a single side, and you have 4 guys defending 2 sides, so they have to split up the number. So you will always have the advantage if you have an even count as the T side dito.
Tamo, si Jerry napa-overrotate na papunta sa A side. Mas madali na nitong makukuha yung B side, but oh no, counter call sa counter call. Ngayon, they're all gonna try to at least struggle over to that A side now. Yekindar just pushes through, but it's Jerry who takes that frag over to him right after he takes the impact, but Buster is able to bust his ass too. 3 versus 2 now, as Jerry is down to 38 right after the smoke bang from these players. Outsiders could take control over that A side now, especially that Jerry has conceded that position. This could be a save call again for Forza now, as it leads up to outsiders taking the advantage this time.
Grabe, I mean, palitan ng mukha rito. First, it was outsiders who have the lead 2-0. Forza taking the lead 4-2. Then ngayon, it's gonna be outsiders na naman who will take back the lead. Palitan lang tayo ng mukha dito. Coming in for both teams. Overflick para kay Zorte. Could have been gutting. Kita natin, medyo na-tilt siya. Not hitting that shot, pero nevertheless, sayang naman yung lead nila. I mean, they had 3 guys set up dun sa may A-site nila, but wala eh. It's just busting some heads sa may shelter position.
Oh man, I mean, nagpalitan sila ng halik dun sa round na yun. Nag-exchange kiss yung mga outsiders at Forza. At hindi nila, unfortunately, na-concede nila yung control. Especially na Buster, I believe actually, did good in that round. Kasi kundi dahil sa kanya, making even yung ground na yun. And while outsiders were still on the verge of taking control of the A site, the kill from Buster actually opened up a lot para sa outsiders to at least take control of the mid side, and eventually they converted that to the A site now. Banana's not gonna get controlled by outsiders. Perfect use of the neutral despite them having the seasons. Kenzie though, I mean, lagi na lang siya may season pero doon lagi siyang may best impact, and he's not done. Especially with the P250 out from Shalfie. It's another pistol round going in the way of the CT side. Shalfie, the play around the mid side was perfectly executed. Shalfie and Kenzie, what are they doing? This MVPs of this round. Flit is having to play around the fight, having to play around the smoke created by Forza. But in the end, outsiders just got bamboozled in that mid play.
Oh my god, the pistols are doing it para sa Forza. No plant A, hindi makatawid si James time. Look at these two guys, no short pare. Oh no.
Oh my god, Jane though. At least bit of lifeline back into outsider side. And now they still have the better guns though. But James is able to surgically place himself onto Shelfie. Ngayon, it's up to the 3 players from Forza, while outsiders still have the numbers disadvantage. They still have control over the bomb for the members of outsiders though. It's on James to try to at least find a pickup, but he missed the shot. It's a perfect time to crouch para kay Kenzie dun. Now James just has to push. He has no time. He had 12 seconds to make a move, but the no-scope was perfect from Kenzie, but Jerry at least refrags at 2 versus 1 now. Up to Flit, 12 HP, but the op is enough to take him down to 0. 5-5, nag-tie up na yung scoreline, mga kaibigan.
Oh my god, kinabahan ako. I thought James would almost get it back, pare. The way he's clinically picking all these angles, isolating all those 1v1s, and pure respect para sa Forza. Just imagine 5 of them alive and not a single one of them peeking ito si James. Sabi ni James, you won't pick me? Sige, ako si Silip sa inyo and I'm gonna take you down 1 by 1. Buti nila na-recover nila ron na yun, but still, grabe. Kenzie always good for 1. It's just easy.
That
Oh my
nade
God.
though. That nade. Look at the damage out to Norvi and Jerry. Ano ba naman yung damage nila? It's all because of one nade. One nade from one of these players from outsiders ngayon. I mean, what this means is that the actors are gonna have a bit of a harder time to stop things from happening, but at least Zorte was able to find Fit, who has full HP, but because that was an op, he didn't even need to hit anything else. It's a 5v4 now. Outsiders, because Flit is off the map, they need to recover, at least take a pick off from at least Norway or Jerry, but they're playing a bit passively around the B site.
Grabe, Zorte is alive. I mean, James, kita natin nagpapakitang gilas din siya with the op, saying, "Yeah, I'm online too. I can hit some shots with the AW." Pero, again, it's Zorte, again, still with the AWP, proving that he's a force to reckon with para dito sa outsiders. But it's always a good read coming in for this team.
Man, ang ganda ng read nila eh. Parang they can see the future. Molly though, it's not perfect. Catches 1. Pero siguro kasi na predict nila baka another stack play
Look
para
at the
kay
clock.
Forza ngayon. So look at the clock though. It's 20 seconds before they do something. They need to do something, but Zorte is denying everything from happening for outsiders, but they still have 3 players alive. They still have control over the bomb, but something like a save call for the 3 players who have the guns still alive and well. Outsiders concede another round to Forza. They're given the lead over. What a call to actually invest most of their players around B side para sa Forza.
Grabe, every damn round is a good read for each side. Suntukan. Kung nasan yung mas maraming players, nandun din yung kabila. I mean, parang nag-usap itong magkabilang opponent na to. And just imagine a single frag and a single flash para kay Zorte. Just stop the push and force them to go on a save para sa round na yan.
Grabe. Man, just they're reading this Inferno map really well. I have to give props to the defense ngayon. I mean, it's trying to deny banana control is one thing, but getting mollied off is another. Norway down to 36, but Game Time is destroying Zorte right now, and he's not done. A double kill from the from Outsiders. He even is the IGL too. He's calling all of these shots, and he's shooting the shots over to Shalfi and Zorte.
This is the Jame we know. He's making things happen with saved AWPs.
Good usage of the util as well. Outside of that apartments area. But Norway on the corner is camping and finding Buster right now. 3v3. Playing around apps. 1 minute to do something. Still have a bit of time to work with, but it's Jerry who finds Jame, who was the star of the show in that previous round. Now a 3v2. All left up to Flit and Kikert, who I realize doesn't have a gun to work with in this one. This time it could be a sandwich play over to that ace site while Kenzie is just playing around top of the boxes. Doesn't have info, but looks like the bullet is enough to at least notify Forza this time. The Flit is able to find a kill over to that player. To a 2 versus 2 now. Kicker playing around under the apartments area, and he also has access to the op. He decides to actually keep it close and maybe give it to one of these players right now in one of the previous rounds. This time, it's all on the odds of Norway and Jerry. If you remember Norway, he was mollied off in one of the previous rounds, and just because of that one fact, they're gonna play the save this time. Forza are gonna give up their lead, make it a tied scoreline for Outsiders, who are cutting it very close against Forza this time around.
3 game pa lang. This is actually what we're expecting, no? A close game coming in for both of these teams. Kanina pinakita ng magkabilang koponan kanina. I mean, this is just Jame opening up avenues para dito sa side ng Outsiders. I mean, sabi niya, sige, kung di kayo makabutas, ako na. And his entries are actually not really working out, no? So Jame being forced his hand to actually open up dito sa may to open up sites or to give some openings para dito sa may side na Outsiders.
Hindi ka papasok? Ako na papasok.
Ako na.
Ayaw pala eh. Ako na lang. Sige. I mean, pinapakita lang sa atin mga kaibigan kung gaano katap tong si Jame. Sa scoreboard mga kaibigan. Isa siya sa mga pinaka-instrumental sa naging tie-up nitong Outsiders. If you remember, Forza have been controlling a bit of the game in the middle of the match ngayon. Pero itong Outsiders, unrelenting pa rin. Kaya pa rin nilang makipaglaban, especially now that Jame has come up online. And if you look at how much he's contributed all throughout this game, this guy is now entrying with an op. If that doesn't speak big balls para sa Outsiders ngayon, then hindi ko alam kung ano. They're trying to at least split up these players again for Forza. And again, using a bit of their util to control Banana so far. Yekendar is going to get spotted out around the Mexico side, but the B side is still getting controlled, and a really good nade as well to a few of these members. Decent damage for Jame, Buster, and Kickert right now. This could be enough to slow down their decision to head on over to that B site. But Forza have split their members up and could actually force out an over-rotation.
Seconds remaining on the clock, and Outsiders, wala pa silang map. Naku po, ito na naman.
No! Crossfire.
Oh my God!
Oh my goodness! A really good flash from Jerry to Buster is out of the map. 40 seconds for them to do something, but a really perfectly placed molly too. And the two players could just keep their grounds held. A-site could still be taken by the members of Outsiders despite Buster being taken out. But Zorte has the perfect angle, even though they push through, but luckily, he doesn't get taken out. And Yekendar is free reign over to entry, over to the site, and even finds another from Flit. Shafi though even cuts this close, a 3 versus 3. They're still trying to take control over to that A side, and they're successful. Nades out, mollies through, and even tries to at least deal damage over to these players on from default, but Outsiders are so perfectly positioned. Jame is not done. He still has the op and is still aggressively taking it to Norway. And even forces the save call up from Shafi and Jerry, who have no chance in this round now that they gave it up. It's a 7-6 Outsiders. They are in the lead this time.
I think huge mistake for Forza. I mean, kala ko sana that would have been a huge call, no? Para sa Forza. 4 guys stacking on A and kita naman natin sa radar. Outsiders are actually poised to hit and to go dun sa may crossfire nila in the middle. Pero after that flash play para kay Shafi, no? After taking one down, nakita natin yung immediate rotation ng Forza going into the B side. Akala yata nila Outsiders would just immediately rotate into the B, knowing niya na hinto yung push nila sa A, but Outsiders just going for another re-hit. Talagang they just hit the pause button, then re-hit tayo ng A. I mean, it happened twice already. And Forza, they must have known. They must have seen this coming, no? Kasi dalawang beses na nangyayari to.
Kekindar. He doesn't have he doesn't have free reign over mid side, but at least he can hide in Mexico. Now that he's found out by the members of Forza now, but Kicker, he doesn't care. But because of that, not just throwing caution away to the wind, Norway able to find one of the star players of Outsiders ngayon, si Kicker. Ano siya magagawa? No multi-frags for you this time. And so Outsiders are going to take their chance over to the other side, but Kenzie is able to catch him while he's in air, and Shafi even plays close, just closing the lights out from Flit, but Buster is able to trade it off. Still unfair, still an advantage for the members of Forza ngayon. Buster, though, able to find a pickoff, and it's a smoke bang headshot over to Zorte. That's the op down for the members of Forza ngayon. They're still hold up around the op side, but Jame is not done. He's still hold up inside the A site and even catches the pickup, but Buster, he loses his legs. It's all left up to Jame. 1v2, no Jame time this time around, as he needs to clutch this against Norway and Jerry, who seemingly has a crossfire of sorts as Jerry just picks up the pieces for his brother. 7-7, and this round could make the difference ngayon for both sides.
Look at this. Tawa na lang din siya, that could have been a 2v2 pare, but Buster just breaking his legs. Break a leg indeed para kay Buster.
Busting his legs. Naku po, I mean, if that isn't one of the biggest misplays I've seen this tournament, I don't know what is. I mean, they can't let that phase them. They can't let that distract them ngayon. Ngayon na they're at a very important part dito sa game na to. 7-7 mga kaibigan. This is the last round bago tayo mag-swap ng sides. And for Outsiders ngayon who have a broken bye for themselves, they're at desperate times. They need to do something this time. They need to control this B site despite them having the lower guns. The smoke could do perfectly to try to at least push them away from fortifying the defense ngayon. But Norway just playing around the quad area and even smoke bangs through and finds Buster right now. 5 versus 4. Jerry even smoke bangs of his own onto Yekindar, who finds a headshot as well. Perfect nade, but he's not done. He's not dead, but a jumping tech line was enough to convert it to an A1S for James so far in this round. 45 seconds, but the lurk is still perfect. Kenzie even catches the perfect timing out from James, who had the free gun, who had the perfect gun for this situation. 1v3 now as Split finds the headshot. All up to him to try to get the advantage, but it's Forza who get the 8th round win and move on to the second half of the lead.
Grabe, I mean, again, this is like Mirage all over again. 8-7 na naman. We're seeing how close etong match na to, no, or how close both of these teams are in terms of strength, no. Sobrang on par sila. The lead was there, and I mean, no clutches whatsoever happening so far, no. Laging convincing rounds tayo coming in for both sides. So Forza now playing on the T side, and kanina it's actually Outsiders, no, playing on the T side sa Mirage and pulling off yung finisher Do you think Forza can pull off the same strat or the same offset dito on the T side?
I mean, nung nasa Mirage tayo, it's actually outsiders who were on the CT side. Forza could do nothing. Wait, you think Forza were on the CT side nga actually, yeah. Medyo nahirapan pa nga sila nung time na yun na makapagawa ng kahit ano, while outsiders themselves were setting the tempo. And this could be the opportunity for Forza to do the same ngayon. And it could be good news, but Yekindar behind the corner! A double kill for Yekindar! While Flit also assists with a kill of his own. It's a 2 versus 4 now. The smoke was perfectly placed sana for the CT side. Kaso nga lang, Forza could just do nothing. They can do nothing and find their brothers fallen while the bomb is not within their place ngayon. The one tap onto Flit, but he's only dig down to 3. They still have enough health and enough guns to fight this back. Kicker too, even finding Norby right now, all left up to Jerry, who had the CZ, but could not one tap. That weapon cannot one tap. It only sprays and prays.
Oh my god, Yekindar goes big na naman. I mean, this guy on all 3 maps, Dust 2, on Mirage, hindi mo siya makikita na yung flashy, all explosive, taking everyone down, all out man mode, full on beast mode. Pero he's always making the big plays para dito sa side na outsiders.
Man. Sa sobrang galit niya. Sobrang all caps ng pangalan niya. Talagang sinigaw niya yung impact niya dito sa round. At ito na naman si Yekindar, mga kaibigan. Katulad ng molly ni Flit, he is on fire. 3v5. And already Forza are forced a hand. A really good nade as well to try to fish them away, but it is successful because of that nade, because of the frags out from Yekindar. It forces them to rotate and try to at least take their chances over to the A side.
Ito pare this is a forced buy. Para sa Forza, if they lose this could just be easily a +3 conversion para sa outsiders.
Ako? Free rounds kung ganun. Kaya kailangan nilang ma-pick up tong si Kikert, who is doing a good job of relaying that information. Just because of that, they play correctly. They're placing these players so close to each other para ma-trade off at least. Sa against these pistols lang kay Shalpy and the rest of the squad. Now they're forced into saving this time unless they could play around the CT flank para kay Forza ngayon. Kitang-kita mo na sa loob sila ng apartments ngayon or boiler, whatever this is. I mean, Zorta, pag nahanap nila tong player na nasa pit at least na hanap nila yung mapatay dun sa may anchor, then baka makuha pa rin nila yung round na to. Pero again, they have better guns. They can't fight off against Kickert, who is just explosive. A triple kill para kay Kickert. May A1S siya at ginagamit niya yung full potential ng gun na yan doon sa round na yan.
I mean, this could just be this could easily be outsiders getting out of control kapag nagdire-diretso yung ganitong klaseng rounds nila, no?
Oo. I mean, yung momentum nasa kanila, yung confidence nasa kanila din. Kung mare-remember mo, yung outsiders mismo, yung nagpo-fortify ng hindi lang banana, pero tuloy sila makalabas ng mid side. I mean, yung crossfire around quad at saka A-long, beautifully placed para kay outsiders. Beautiful. Wala silang matatakbuhan.
Grabe. Mukha talaga no entry coming in para dito sa may outsiders. But Forza, tingnan mo naman pare, they have 4 nades in hand. Mukha nga meron silang balak pasabugin dito na I don't know who, I don't know what, I don't know where. Pero they have a plan. Eto na nga, the nades! Oh, Buster!
Hindi niya na bato ng ayos. Kinilangan lang na yung A1S niya. Patay pa nga niya si Norby. 5v4 ngayon, magandang molly. Nag-push pa rin sila. Wala silang pake. Pero si Yekindar ang kukuha ng punishment kills. Buster even follows, trying to hold down the site. And it's the MP9 that sounds off the victory para sa outsiders ngayon. Another win. And Forza, this time, are desperate to try to at least secure the site.
It's gonna be the gun round. Feeling ko dito na magkakaalaman. I mean, it just is simply feel ko wala kang plano yung ano, walang plano yung Forza coming din sa main round nila. It's just simply nade, then pag nakapatay, take the gun, go for the gun battle. And wala, the molly, no anti-molly, talaga tinakbo lang nila and they just want to go for the gun round. Sa round.
They hold down banana ngayon para sa outsiders. It's the spam of banana control ngayon para kay Forza. In a few rounds, they have been attempting that. It's seemingly conditioning the minds of outsiders that this time, banana has been the pivotal point para sa attack nila. But while all of that has been conditioned in the minds of outsiders, they over-rotate these three players, which then makes it easier to push over to that A site ngayon, as demonstrated by a 4-player stack para sa Forza, as they're attempting to at least overwhelm James on the other side of that smoke. Grenades out, and it's dealing a lot of damage onto Norway, but he could just be the entry and make it easier for Forza to move on forward and take space for themselves. But again, re-smoking, and nadidelay medyo ang mga membro ng Forza ngayon. Ooh, that nade! Shalfie and Jerry. Nasira tuloy yung mga damit nila si Flit. Dahil doon, madali lang yung pag-spray niya kay Jerry sa ulo ni... Well, sa T-side, pero na-trade off, especially na naka-AK itong si Shalfie ngayon. 4 versus 4 now, as the A side could be the side of interest for Forza ngayon. If they could pick off at least Jane right now, then this could make all the difference. But Kinkert is sounding off for the CT side, and even playing around the smoke, getting a double, and even almost gets the kill. But Jane is just running and gunning with that MP9. 1v3 for Norway, but 3 seconds para makagawa ng patay dito. Wala siyang time, mga kaibigan. An 11th round win para sa outsiders.
Oh my God, and even getting killed after the time, so walang pera dito si Norway, and man, Kicker just again proving why he's the big man para dito sa outsiders. Hitting headshots, going for the peak, hitting some long range, accurate shots, precise gunplay coming in para kay Kicker dito, and Game Time just pulling off the old man moves. Talagang lasan lang siya inside the site, waiting for the time to run off, waiting for the plant to be committed, and tamang lasan lang siya rito. It's just outsider playing the game for them, doing the mechanics, basic fundamentals of CS, playing around the map para sa kanila.
Parang reverse James time pa nga yung ginawa ni James. Isipin mo gano'ng katagal siyang nasa Geddy. Parang pinapolish lang niya yung MP9 niya habang hinihintay niya yung Forza to make a move. I mean,
He's just
Again,
waiting for the perfect time to pounce, pare.
tama. Tama, pare. Si James, hindi na siya naka-MP9. Naka-off na siya, mga kaibigan. Bigay na yung AWP para kay James ngayon na may advantage ang outsiders in terms of the round wins and in terms of the loadout ngayon.
Parang this is like a replay, no? This is like a replay of Mirage all over again. Forza again getting stuck on 8 and outsiders just going all out on the second half.
Oo, yan naman tayo. Stuck na nga sila sa 8 round wins at stuck pa rin sila sa kung ano man yung gusto nilang gawin. They haven't tried to at least attempt to control banana, and it's understandable, especially with the buys, but one tap from Norway, just explaining the importance of the flash there. 4 versus 4 now. They have complete control over the banana area, but Yekindar, perfect boost up onto the flower side. He even plays around the smoke, but that's a punish out from Jerry. They picked off the AK-47s now for the members of Forza. They even use the mollies, but it's not completely blocking their way. They're able to get the spray from Flint, a double from this guy, and Kickert even picking up the pieces para sa outsiders. Another win, another shot, closer and closer sa match point and series point.
Exactly. Ang ganda, gusto ko yung ginawa ng laro, yung late boost. Kasi it was not simply a late boost no? Dun sa may flower pa. It was James stepping on the fire. Dun sa may cons position, sa may coffins natin. to actually gain some attention, no? Para isipin nila na may nagpupush si James dito sa may coffins. Then all the while habang nagpapasunog si James dito sa may coffin position natin, the boost was there for Fleet, easy 2K para sa kanya, and the rest was history para dito sa Outsiders.
Talking about history, whoever wins this game is gonna be on their way papunta sa Legend stage dito sa ating PGL Antwerp Major. I mean, you can have all the advantages that you have, and you can also go far into the tournament so far. I mean, banana control again for the defense ngayon. Outsiders dealt down a lot of damage, especially kay Yekindar. Because of that, they could concede their control over that banana area, but Forza are not going to attempt anything around that side of the map.
Grabe. It's kind of weird, no? Yeki, they're just running through the molly. Not even gunshots, no? It's not
Nasaan
even gunshots sa Forza who made him low. Talagang tinapakan niya like, feeling ko sobra sa init to si Yeki. Hindi niya nararamdaman yung apoy eh.
Alam mo yung masabihan ng lalaki na, I will walk on fiery coals for you. Mga lover boy pala tong si Ekindar. But si James, siya yung superstar sa round na to. Blinded shot, knowing that he's pushing on in towards that side of the map. Jerry and Kenzie, the rest of the squad, Forza are forced a hand. They need to aggressively rush over to James, who's waiting with the up into his loving arms. He's playing around the dark area, but it's Buster who comes out with a flash to assist him. But Jerry, who has to make it huge, a double, but Zorte kills him with his own molly. It's all up to him, but he gets punished for his own sins. Another win para sa mga miyembro ng Outsiders, and it was seemingly close pa naman, especially from the double from Jerry.
Oh my God, it's been messy all around para dito sa side ng Forza, and they've been burning tactical pauses time and time again para dito sa second half natin. Sayang yun, I mean, akala ko yun eh. That's actually the real opening they needed to have a real chance ito peeking around against Outsiders.
I mean, maganda yung ano nila eh. Yung game plan pa naman eh. Like, they overwhelmed yung execution. They overwhelmed yung defense around the push. Pagkatapos nila mati-control yung banana, nahanap nila yung kills na dapat nilang mahanap. Si James pa nga, he conceded the position around quad kasi may util pa yung mga miyembro ng Forza. It was Buster who actually had the impact frags there. Si Jerry pa nga mismo yung nakapag-cut it close. Pero yung molly sana, that made a bit of the difference than in that previous round.
Outsiders, just unlosable. Parang kahit anong gawin nila mistake, it's just Forza helping them gain some rounds. I mean, it's also mistakes coming in for this side of Forza, which, well, hindi na nila pwede gawin. I mean, hindi nga sila makascore because of Outsiders, and they're even gonna help Outsiders defend their own side. So, Forza, no room for mistakes anymore.
Sad naman nun. Hindi makascore yung mga member ng Forza. Parang sad nun, man. I mean, now they're aggressively taking the mid side. The crossfire is not going to be there. The mollies were perfect around the quad area, and James has to concede the angle, especially with the flash and the grenade seemingly taking it out. But it's Yekindar who takes the shot onto Jerry, but the one tap was enough to make the 1-for-1 trade. Another one tap from Zorta. These pistols, although we doubted Forza in the pistol round, they are taking the impact over to Outsiders ngayon. They have 40 seconds to do something, but Buster, he seemingly lines up all the shots, but Shelfie was able to catch him off guard. 3 versus 2, they have the numbers advantage ngayon, and they even set foot inside that B area. That smoke is perfectly timed too. It's enough for them to take site control and the bomb as well.
Ito na yata ang simula ng himagsikan.
Uy. Timing ah. I mean, ngayon na ang Forza may deficit at kailangan nilang mag-comeback. Ito, tulad ng sinabi mo, kahit ang taas ng chance ng Outsiders ngayong game na to, they can't give up. They have to prove themselves in the most dire of situation. Ngayon, para sa Forza, it's a revolution of sorts, as you said. So win na to, this builds up their eco so much Norway, even if he only has the Tech 9, he has enough to buy the rifle ngayon. Everybody has enough to buy full util next round para kay Forza. But look at these pistols. I mean, we talked about the pistol rounds being doubtful para kay Forza, pero this time, ang ganda ng pistols nila.
And feeling ko ito yung susi ng Forza. I mean, they just need to go with the flow. After a frag, after taking people down, after taking players from the outsiders down, they just need to flow and flow hanggang, I mean, mahilig sila mag-pause eh. After frag, they pause, they re-evaluate yung gagawin nila, and outsiders, nabibigyan silang time mag-adjust.
Itong si Ekendar na naman. He's below Guardian. And there's somebody assisting him, but he digs dry. But Norway was able to punish these two players, Yekindar and Buster. They were the duo trying to defend the banana area. It flit again, just dry peeks, no flashes, nothing. It was a peek out at the punish sa bigla ng Forza members. They're low, but they're still alive and breathing compared to Jame and Kickert, who have seemingly given up this round. This could be double digits para kay Forza at outsiders, and we're in for a potential comeback para kay Forza.
Grabe. I mean, that just started the fire. Yung round kanina, the flow. Sinasabi ko, just go with the flow. If you get frag, you get another frag. You just push all out, go together. You just go with, you flow like water. I mean, once you get one, parang snowball na to eh. I think yun yung maganda, I mean, yun yung good strat, or I think the go-to strat para dito sa side ng Inferno, no? You just snowball over the site. Kasi kapag hindi naman nag-i-stack yung kalaban nyo, and if you take 2 down easily, it's just gonna be a snowball inside the site. And Forza, I think they've realized just now.
I think it's also a string of luck din. Nag-line up si Ekendar tsaka si Buster.
Oh, it's actually a mistake din eh, no? Sa side, I mean, why would Yekindar pick that angle so dry na there were 4 people on the side of Forza waiting for him to get punished?
And it's not just him, it's Flit too. I mean, there was nothing. There was nothing to assist his dry peak there. There was nobody trying to hold the angle for him while he was making an aggressive play. That would have worked if you're like as cracked as Simple or as cracked as Rops. Pero Flit, I don't think he's the biggest reason kung bakit nila na let go yung round na yun. But he's definitely part of it.
He was instrumental sa round na yan para sa Forza. I mean, he could have just fallen back and still have tons of utilities, I think, to hold out pa yung B-site, no? And para may pagdamot niya pa or try to buy some more time. But yeah, dying easily dun sa second frag para kay Norway. Pero props pa rin kay Norway. I mean, hitting those 2-6 shots, still leaving opening para din sa Forza.
Line up kasi sa I mean, ito si Ekendar again. Oh! Minaharap niya yung dink kay Norway. 10 HP na lang si kaibigang Norway. And this could be the potential para kay outsiders. May health advantage sila for their players across the board. Ekendar just needs one nade. That's perfect. It finds Shelfie and Jerry. It's not Norway, but at least considerable amount of damage kay Forza. It's a good nade. But they can still push on forward to that B site. They have a bit of util to at least delay the push and call for the retake, call for the rotation para sa outsiders ngayon. They pull the trigger now, but they could use the smokes to cancel it out. But the Ferrari peek from Jerry, but Buster is busting their asses again one by one. Jerry and Norway are taken off of the map. Flit is in the perfect spot as well to at least refrag everything. Kenzie just banging through and finding Buster right now. Forces into a 2 versus 3. Forza have controlled this B area, but they have to fight off against a 3-player outsiders. Kenzie now 1v3 scenario right after Kickert finds that player trying to push forward towards the cemetery or the chapel area. Kenzie's down to 26. He just has to find that one frag over to the mid side, and that's Split. He's taken out. Could be a second over to Kickert, but it's Kickert who wins that 1v1 and inching closer and closer again to series point.
Ang ganda na ginawa ni Kickert doon. I mean,
Maganda.
at that at the 2v3 situation, man, Kickert knows, or I think outsiders know na they have to go for pickups eh, di ba? 2v3 yun eh. Aabante yan, maghaharap ng duel yan. Zorte looking for a pickoff, make it a 2v2, and Kikart knows exactly what he will do, and yun, mukha nga, nag-crush lang siya ron, inabangan niya si Zorte, waiting for the punish, waiting for the duel, or waiting for the overpeak, and Zorte just giving up the chance, giving up his life, and making a very hard 1v3 para kay Kenzie, no? Dun sa situation na yun. So, very well disciplined. It's just simply outsiders knowing their advantages for that round.
Now that they have the match in their hands, they have all the advantages in the world. They have a few of the tech pauses still alive, or tech pauses pala, para maging refresh na sila mentally. They also need this timeout para sa mga miyembro ng Forza. Now that they're losing a bit of their steam. They're running out of time. They're running out of a bit of these advantages ngayon. And ang ganda talaga ng paglaban sana para sa Forza. In that round, they're able to hold down that bomb. And it's a bit difficult now. I mean, kahit may deficit pa rin yung Forza, parang nandito na tayo sa point ng game na to where both squads are actually giving it their absolute best. Kasi gustong-gusto nila makapunta sa legend stage.
All or nothing indeed para dito sa magkabilang koponan natin. I mean, tignan mo yung scoreline, it's just 10 to 6, it's 10 to 14, parang kanina 10 to 16. It's a full on close game. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if we're gonna head into OT or maybe 16-14 at least, kasi even though Forza, no, playing on the T side sila for sure, they really aren't giving up this easily. Parang kanina lang sa Mirage natin, and knowing na, well, they're even highly equipped to force etong mga rounds natin, to force the match to even go longer, no? They have the money, they have full buy, they have the guns. On the other side, going into this round, it's gonna be Jame and Yekindar yata yun. Or I think it's Buster who has the rifle, and feeling ko they would even go for the force buy dito.
Yeah, I mean, they have enough money din naman eh. Panalo nila yung previous round. Sobrang aggressive ba naman ni Ekindar? Si Kikert then actually, Kikert was also, I'd say, a huge hand dun sa pag-retake para sa mga miyembro ng outsiders. If it wasn't for Kikert, he wasn't able to pick off at least the few instrumental players sa push ng Forza ngayon. And now, off the back of these plays, they're able to be in, I would say, an advantageous position. It's not a winning position because they haven't finished the game. They haven't closed it out. And I've seen this before. 10 to 14, that's still pretty close. Especially ngayon na ang mga miyembro ng Forza ay marami pa rin silang pera para makipaglaban sa force buys ulit para sa mga miyembro ng outsiders. I mean, this round could be the most important round for this series.
Pag nanalo ang outsiders dito, this could just mean the game. I mean, they're sitting on 14 for a reason, di ba? So, pag nanalo sila rito, that would just mean it's map point and series point. But on the side of Forza, if they win this round, they need to win via elimination kasi mahirap ang buhay sa City eh. Ang hirap ng pera sa City. And if they just eliminate all of these outsider players and force to break their economy, it's just gonna be a chance for Forza to force out this game much longer than we're expected.
Yeah. Man, I'm just super excited. Gusto ko lang din malaman kung kayang i-hold out ng outsiders eh. And kung kaya bang i-extend ng Forza yung game na to. Now, it's a split push over to the members of Forza now. The players around Banana trying to control that side of the map. But really good mollies out from outsiders to respond.
So play for Forza. Okay, mukhang nga ginagaya nila yung ginagaya nila yung playstyle ng outsiders dito.
Perfect util too to delay. He's the push out from the T side. Yekindar smelling out the push over to the mid side, but ultimately doesn't really hit anybody. Look at Norway and Zorte though, down to 52. If they could find these two players, then it could open up so much of the possibilities para kay outsiders ngayon. This round, it's either going into match point or going into the extension, and Jerry looks like we're going into the latter as he's able to get the advantage in terms of man count, even finding the stick over to Yekindar. Most of the players out from Forza, all up to Buster to hold things down. and he even finds Norway here. It could be instrumental to their comeback, but it's Zorte who even catches him while he's around the dark area. Kicker even able to refrag and forces a 3 versus 3 hand out of the members of Forza. But they even secured the objective. They planted the bomb over to the P site, but it could be a save call out for the members of Outsiders. They do not want to damage the eco so much. Kaya, they're gonna try to play for another round, live for another day para sa both sides na to. But in this round right now, it's gonna be Forza getting it.
Outsiders knows very well no, na they can't win by elimination. Alam nila na these rifles, these guns are so important and will be instrumental into getting that series point. Kasi parang sinabi ko kanina, I mean, if Forza wins the round by elimination, it's just gonna be a rebuy, an ugly buy, forced buy, squatter buy para sa Outsiders. This is gonna be so hard to be facing against all these 5 rifles, tons of fatalities, and even the EWP para kay Zorte. So, Outsiders knows their priority. Outsiders knows their win condition coming into this map. So, alam nila na isa na kailangan nila. They only need 1 round to be sitting on safe hands, on a safe haven. They only need to get to 15 to be sitting on safe haven. So, they don't mind saving these rifles for, I don't know, 1 round, 2 rounds siguro. But para sa nila, it's gonna be important to be saving rifles as much as possible, even just 1 or 2 guns for the next round.
Nasa teritoryo na tayo ng laro where everybody's using all of the tac bosses. And it's viable and it's justified considering the stakes that we have dito sa game na to. And now, Outsiders, they concede that previous round all for the hope of getting this next one and possibly preserving so much of their firepower. Forza have to be exhausted at this point, still trying to climb up towards the lead of Outsiders. Norway is taking a bit of damage from the molly. Medyo na-char pa nga yung Jordans ng si Kuya.
Uy, pero ito same play pa rin coming in for the Ekinder, but this time it's gonna be shooting at his back, and oh my god, Norby. Whew!
Nasira yung jacket niya ngayon. Hubad na tong si Norby.
Oh.
Yung natitira na lang sa kanya, isang sando. 32 HP pero nakahunap pa na patay dito kay James. At yon yung isa sa pinaka-impactful na frag para sa round na ito. Na-take out nila yung isa sa mga star player ng Outsiders who I believe had the up nung round na yon. Nawala yung long range secure para sa defensive side, and it falls on Kickert and the rest of the squads who at least pick up the pieces ngayon. A crossfire, but it's not needed. It's Flit who takes a double kill, and Kickert even comes out of that crossfire. Buster is just busting out the last player on the window side, and all up to the upper. It's Zorte who takes the shot onto Kickert. A 2 versus 1. He does have the bomb within his hands, and they're also split up. If he could find Yekindar or at least Buster around this A site, then it's all over. It could be enough for Forza to wake up. It could be enough for Zorte to at least win this round. But Buster, he has a really good position, but he gives it all away. He makes his presence known using the bullets from the AK-47 and sticks it to Zorte. It's match point, series point to complete reverse sweep para sa mga miyembro ng Outsiders.
Zorte just at the wrong time looks away. Chinek yung pit pero just as he was checking the pit, nilabas na yung knife, going for the plan, and Buster just going for the right time, the best timing he could get. And Outsiders, eto na hinihintay nila, the 1 round they needed to get to match point.
And gusto ko sa Outsiders is they fall back on the one impactful play that elevated them in the mid-round, in the mid-match actually. Like if you remember, it was the same crossfire that actually worked out for the core of Outsiders. But it wasn't a crossfire, it was the same positioning. They never used that same one or that same result, but they still have as much impact para sa mga miyembro ng Outsiders that time, especially with how much control they had over that mid side. Ngayon, Norway and Forza are now forced into this situation where they have to fight against this SMG of Yekindar, who's sticking it to these members despite them having the better guns right now. The flash was perfect out from Buster, and even Jerry takes full advantage of it. He's gonna try to at least delay the push shot outside of apps, but you have 1 minute to decide.
4v4 tayo rito. 50 seconds remaining on the clock but still no movement whatsoever. It's a chess match coming in galing sa magkabilang team dito, and look at this. It's just gonna be a war zone. Suntukan to sa may A-side. Unless
Wrestling? Wrestling sa may A-site? Hindi sila pupush sa A. Naglabas sila ng util para at least ma-force out yung over-rotation. They gave up all control of that B-site. Nawalan ng position itong si Buster. Binigyan niya yung B-site for free. Unless he can spray all of these people down, he does! A double! A triple! Off the back of Buster! He gave up the site, but when he came back, he made it over! Para sa mga miyembro ng Forza, it is Outsiders who complete the reverse sweep.
my God. Buster, grabe si Buster. He's just a one-man team, pare. Break a leg, Buster. Break a leg.
Tatandaan mo yan yung namatay sa fall damage kanina, pero siya yung naging hero in the end. From zero to hero, mga kaibigan. Si Buster. And again,
Outsiders. Oh my God. Grabe.
Ito he was on the brink of throwing away that round. Na-realize niya at the back of his mind that there could be a rotation. At yun yung nag-change ng landscape ng larong yun.
I mean, it's still good showing, no? Galing sa side ng Forza na. It's still good showing coming in for both teams, but it just turns out it's just Outsiders playing it better this time. I mean, the individual plays, it's just simply individually nakaka-multifrag yung mga tao natin dito. The hero plays are there. Syempre, on the city side, you would expect some hero plays coming in, knowing that it's going to be always they're always going to be sitting at a disadvantage, like a 4v3, a 5v3 inside the site. And superhero plays, Kicker at Buster, always multifragging bago nila ibigay yung site. Risky plays by Yekindar, Jame Time even making some open avenues para dito sa side ng Outsiders natin. I mean, they just played it, para sa akin, they just played it better this game. But overall, I mean, Forza is still good showing. Zorte, sobrang init niya pa rin, no? Hindi natin aalis sa kanya yung fact na he's hitting some 6 shots with his AWP, his quick reaction, his precise aim was there, but it wasn't enough. It's still a team game, it's still a team play, and Outsiders just proving to be the better CT team.
Oo. You just can't win on individual star power alone. And Zorte, although he did hit some 6 shots, I would say. Ang problema nga lang, everybody else, I mean, as you said, they didn't have like a bad game entirely. I just feel like Outsiders just played that better. Especially now that they were on that CT side. They had amazing calls. Amazing resets. I mean, kung matatandaan mo, ginamit nila yung majority ng kanilang mga tack pauses. It's because they needed to at least regroup everybody, and kailangan nila yung breathing room na yon para mas madali nilang ma-take on yung mga fights na to. Tingnan mo ba naman tong si Yekindar dito sa round na to? I mean, wala siyang pake kahit mas smoke off man lang itong short na to, pero wala. I mean, paulit-ulit kung gusto makita tong play na to sa sobrang crisp ng game sense na tong si Yekindar.
Grabe, this kid talaga never fails to show up, especially at big events like this na. Laging online itong si Yekindar to actually save itong Outsiders natin. Pero direct may ano ba tayo? May series MVP ba tayo rito, direct? Feeling ko, if I have a bet, who will be our series MVP? It should be Kickert or James siguro. Doon sa dalawa, Kickert or James. I mean, for the past 3 maps, no, Kickert has been performing consistently. Dun pala sa may Dust natin, he's been anchoring as hell dun sa may B-side natin, going for the rotations and fracking out. Siguro, James was fracking hard this sa mga dust natin about on the second half on the city side, it was Yekindar and Kikert making the progress or making things happen to city side natin. So nung Mirage naman, medyo hindi online si Yekindar. He's still making some huge plays now. Impact frags para kay Yekindar, pero all-out fragging prowess, multi-fragging, going for the entries, going for the clutches, and even anchoring sides, it's Kikert pa rin para sa Kikert and Buster dun sa Mirage. And eto, Inferno is just Kikert. Kikert and Buster na naman, I think, is the one online.
Kikert, pwede na naman tong si Ekendar. Tingnan na lang natin kung sino yung series MVP natin. It could be Kikert who had so many multi-frags here, or it could be Ekendar who was so good in those victories. Siya yung isa sa mga naging consistent forces ng mga miyembro ng Outsiders, especially nung na-realize mo kung how much he offered dun sa Mirage map. I mean, yung risky plays na meron siya, that's why he's the entry fragger. He's also willing to take a lot of these risky plays. Kaya laging may 50-50, lagong nananalo sa mga 50-50 yun ang mga membro ng Outsiders. It's always because of the aggressive style that Yekindar always offers to the table. And not only was he aggressive, but he was also creative in how he could attack yung T-side nung nasa CT side yung mga miyembro ng Outsiders. So, a really good job para kay Yekindar. If you could look at his ADR, my goodness. This guy was offering so much to his team. I would just ignore the numbers of how many times he died. Sa sobrang ganda ba naman ng na-offer nitong si Yekindar all throughout the series. Kikert though, honorable mention, sabi mo nga kanina, siya mismo yung naging consistent force. As you said, na laging nagpa-frag out every single time that they needed to. Siguro naging I would say, quiet siya compared to Game 1 and Game 2. Pagpunta natin sa Inferno map, maybe he lost a bit of steam, maybe nawala medyo yung mental strength na meron siya nung Game 1 and Game 2. And possibly, malay mo naman, nabigay niya yung supportive role this time around at binigyan niya ng opportunity to shine yung iba pa nating mga membro, especially kay James at saka kay Yekindar na ngayon naging series MVP para sa match na ito. Because of this, ang mga miyembro ng Outsiders ay makakapunta sa Legend stage at mukhang ano ba mangyayari sa ating Forza? Are you still in challengers or meron pa sila? Okay. So because of that, they still have another chance at them trying to at least grind it out dito sa challenger stage natin. And we're gonna have beautiful games para sa inyo mga kaibigan tomorrow, since I believe we're still also gonna be broadcasting din yung mga games natin tomorrow para sa continuation ng PGL Antwerp Major 2022. But of course, that is gonna be it for this series right now. Before ako, si Dad Fem at si Echo would like to say goodbye for today's stream, we would like to thank Rivalry, our sponsor for today's stream. Use the code LUPONWXC and get up to $200 on your first deposit. They accept most, if not all, local payment methods, including GCash and bank transfers. Best place for esports betting right now. Honestly, Echo, I actually don't mind na natalo tayo dun sa bet na yun. We betted on Forza kasi we simply betted on the momentum that they still had in that first game, pero Outsiders just proved that they still had the balls and the aggressive style that always falls back in the end. That is gonna be it for us dito sa broadcast desk. But Echo, would you like to say something bago tayo umalis?
So, ako naman, well, you can follow me on my socials. Yan, sa baba. You can follow me at twitch.tv, Echo Mael, and sa Twitter. And kay Dad Femina, guys, don't forget to follow him on sa kabila side pala. Don't forget to follow him on Twitter and Facebook, guys. Makikita niyo awesome clips dyan of casting also for some Valorant action. So, guys, kabilang bang, exactly. So, guys, don't go away. Meron pa tayong one more best of 3 series coming in. So, I think it's the Salam duo yata who's gonna be casting yung ating last series, no? If I'm not mistaken, yeah, it's gonna be Boss Kenoid and now who's gonna be casting ENCE versus BNE. So don't go away, guys. We have some more CSGO action dito, and stay with us hanggang alas 5 ng umaga for sure.
Oh, syempre. And that's gonna be it for us here sa broadcast desk. Hindi nyo nakita si Sneaky Frog, but he'll definitely come back in one of the coming days. My name is Dad Femina. Join with me is Echo. We have been really good on this broadcast desk, and we hope to see you next time. Goodbye, everybody. Makikita nyo kami later. Maybe makikita nyo yung mga fellow nating colleagues later. So, we'll be on the break. See ya.
This is Keanu Reeves, and welcome to Rush Lane. Rush Lane is a new intense multiplayer racing game where you can compete against real players to win real money. Set in the towering crime-filled metropolis of Hub City. Here, champions put their life on the line for glory, power, and riches in the ultimate death race, known as the Rush Lane. How does it work? Simple. Pay a small stake to jump into the next race. All the stakes go into the prize pool, so the more players, the more money there is to win. Once enough players join, the race is on. Races last just a couple of minutes and are fully automated. Rush Lane is driven by our unique physics-based randomness engine. Starting positions, track segments, and traps are all randomly generated, and we've tested over 10,000 races to ensure no player has any advantage over another. Cheer on your racer as they scream down the winding city streets and through mysterious alternate worlds filled with dangerous traps and pitfalls. The first player to cross the finish line wins the biggest share of the prize pool. But don't worry, the top few finishes are also in the mix to win. The exact number of winners will change depending on how many players were in the race. The more players, the more winners. Rush Lane is live 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, so you can jump into the action anytime you want. Good luck out there, racers. Only on Rivalry.com.
3, 2, 1.
This is Keanu Reeves, and welcome to Rush Lane. Rush Lane is a new intense multiplayer racing game where you can compete against real players to win real money. Set in the towering crime-filled metropolis of Hub City. Here, champions put their life on the line for glory, power, and riches in the ultimate death race, known as the Rush Lane. How does it work? Simple. Pay a small stake to jump into the next race. All the stakes go into the prize pool, so the more players, the more money there is to win. Once enough players join, the race is on. Races last just a couple of minutes and are fully automated. Rush Lane is driven by our unique physics-based randomness engine. Starting positions, track segments, and traps are all randomly generated, and we've tested over 10,000 races to ensure no player has any advantage over another. Cheer on your racer as they scream down the winding city streets and through mysterious alternate worlds filled with dangerous traps and pitfalls. The first player to cross the finish line wins the biggest share of the prize pool. But don't worry, the top few finishes are also in the mix to win. The exact number of winners will change depending on how many players were in the race. The more players, the more winners. Rush Lane is live 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, so you can jump into the action anytime you want. Good luck out there, racers. Only on Rivalry.com.
3, 2, 1.
This is Keanu Reeves.
Ito na nga, Rals. Alam naman din siya sa may off.
Pero he's trying to delay. The push dito, will take one, will take down two. So, pinupush siya dito ni Zaiwu. Pero Rals with the better angle will take down Zaiwu.
This is Keanu Reeves, and welcome to Rush Lane. Rush Lane is a new intense multiplayer racing game where you can compete against real players to win real money. Set in the towering crime-filled metropolis of Hub City. Here, champions put their life on the line for glory, power, and riches in the ultimate death race, known as the Rush Lane. How does it work? Simple. Pay a small stake to jump into the next race. All the stakes go into the prize pool, so the more players, the more money there is to win. Once enough players join, the race is on. Races last just a couple of minutes and are fully automated. Rush Lane is driven by our unique physics-based randomness engine. Starting positions, track segments, and traps are all randomly generated, and we've tested over 10,000 races to ensure no player has any advantage over another. Cheer on your racer as they scream down the winding city streets and through mysterious alternate worlds filled with dangerous traps and pitfalls. The first player to cross the finish line wins the biggest share of the prize pool. But don't worry, the top few finishes are also in the mix to win. The exact number of winners will change depending on how many players were in the race. The more players, the more winners. Rush Lane is live 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, so you can jump into the action anytime you want. Good luck out there, racers. Only on Rivalry.com.
3, 2, 1.
Ito na nga, Rals. Alam naman din siya sa Miyako.
Pero he's trying to delay. The push dito, will take one, will take down two. So, pinupush siya dito ni Zaiwu. Pero Rals with the better angle will take down Zaiwu.
And we are back dito sa official Filipino broadcast ng PGL Antwerp 2022, presented to you by Forza Gaming and brought to you by Rivalry. So, yun nga guys, last series para sa gabing ito, kami pa rin na may caster niya for tonight, this Kenoit.
And this is now Fu.
Yep, and don't forget to like and share the stream dyan sa Facebook. Follow nyo na kami by just typing exclamation point notify. Sa YouTube naman natin, subscribe na kayo dyan and ring nyo na yung bell para updated guys sa mga CSGO events dito sa ating page. Pero check out natin to direct, no, yung Rivalry. Sabi parang goods daw dito na no? Rivalry.com/focusfire. And use the code Lupon WXC to get 100% bonus. Pero ano bang laban natin ngayon, Naufu?
Ako pre. ENCE lang naman. ENCE tsaka BNE idol. Tapos map 1 natin. Ano pa ba? Das 2. Parang
wait lang Parang napanood
lang.
na natin kahapon yun Kaso
Yes, sir.
G2 hindi natin expect kung anong baon na itong BNE. Pero saan tayo dito, map 1? ENCE muna ba tayo since map pick ba nila?
Feel ko mapik ng ano to pre. Ano ba na? Ng BNE to Oo, kasi alam nila nilampaso sila ng G2 kagabi. Kumbaga 16-7 yun pre, sobrang one-sided. So kaya feel ko pinik ng BNE itong tas 2. Is may na talaga yung ENCE dito. So BNE tayo dito.
BNE tayo direct. Kaya na nga guys, nag-BNE muna kami sa ating map 1. Kayo guys, kung may mga napupusuan pa kayo dyan na kayo mag-deposits sa Rivalry.
Yes,
And
sir.
yun nga guys, performance ng ENCE, ano bang thoughts mo doon na medyo sila, chokerism sila nung nung last map, di ba?
Pre, sayang yun
Napako sa
talaga.
9.
Pre, ano mo yung, di ba, ine-expect pa natin or talagang pinredict natin na magiging 2-1 yun tas panalo yung ENCE, di ba? And kaso lang nung map 2, talagang nag-struggle sila nung nag-switch na or na nag-second half na. Ito mo na stuck sila sa score na 9. Tapos di na gumalaw. Hanggang 16 na yung tinakbo ng G2 dun and masyadong malayo na nga yun. And ENCE nga pre, medyo naging choker sila dun, sabi mo nga.
Ay. So, pag sino ba yung manalo dito? Pag nanalo, pasok ba sa ating stage? Uy, pasok sa legend stage.
Parehas
Pwede pang
tuwan yung
makahula tong BNE, knowing na syempre sabihin natin sila yung pinaka dito, underdog sa match na to or wala konti experience sila compare natin dito sa ENCE. Pero kilala naman natin to as na FPL Lords. Kung alam nyo guys, nakikita nyo sa mga stream ng mga famous or mga pro players, andyan yan sila Rigon.
Mga streamer din.
Si Zener, mga streamer rings things Ang dami rin nilang content Pero sa tingin mo, Dust 2, no? Makuha ng BNE.
Pre, ito...
Siguro malamigan pa rin si Hades.
If malamig si Hades dito and Snappy, kita natin si Snappy, ang kulit niya talaga dun sa Ancient, lalo na no city side sila, pre. Grabe talaga. Kinukulit niya lagi yung cave area, yung catwalk area, but this time, tingnan natin kung malamig dito si Snappy or naka-mental reset na, tas biglang uminit, biglang nag-pop off this game, no? Tas yun siya lang pala yung kulang sa Dusto nila nun. Now, pistol round muna tayo dito, partner. ENCE, BNE, ENCE, city side. Kita natin, may dually sila dyan. Couple of flashes. Tapos sa BNE naman, uy, medyo full UT sila pre
Uy, bago to ha. Mas maraming utility. Mag-work kaya.
Mhm.
And let's see. 3-2
Okay.
setup. Dalawa yung nag-aabang dito sa may T-base. Parang gusto lang nila na magkaroon ng bad info. Dito yung ENCE. Pero walkout play naman. Dito yung BNE. Sobrang passive rin ng ENCE, no? Lahat naka-passive. Hinihintay nila kung saan muna magkakaroon ng first contact. And mukhang dito na nga sila gagawa ng ingay. With that smoke, 2 smoke, yung i-invest nila dito sa cross. Para mapaisip. And Hades will be spotted. Rigon dito sa ating A long. Down to 1 minute and 10 seconds. Wala pa nagkakapatay. Ito na nga yung mga smoke. Tobo smoke doon sa may cross. And Rigon with the P250 gets the hit of Hades. Man advantage ngayon
That's
sa
okay.
BNE 4v5. Medyo fail smoke or kulang
Hindi
na
to
isang
benta
smoke.
favor pre.
Oh no, hindi nga ito may benta. Pero with that flash, pwede pang maneobran. Dito na nga BNE. Yun na nga one flat throw. Trade by Snappy through the smoke. And a 3v4 situation. Pasok din sila sa may B-side. Grabe yung minumulto na dito yung ENCE. Saan ba talaga sila pupunta at nasabit na ang tuluyan? Dito yung city side and 2v4. Grabe, Snappy and Spinks, the double S. Mapapatay dito ng one flat throw and Spinks na lang matitra with the USP. Sakto low rin si Sinopsy, kaso wala na. It could be the round for BNP naman.
Oh, pre, grabe yung ginawa ng BNE pre. Sobrang nahilo na nga tong ENCE and yun nga, one flat throws will seal that round. Or the side of BNE. Pre, daming pasikot-sikot, no? Kumbaga, may timing talaga sila. Kumbaga, kumbaga sobrang planado pre nung pistol round nila. Kumontak si Rigon doon sa may A-long which was tama lang naman kasi since siya yung naka P250 and with those wall of smokes. Nabenta na nga dun yung A-long take ng BNE, leaving that B-site very open. So it's gonna be first round for BNE and A-long take. Yep, A-long take for the side of BNE. Very standard to. Alam natin pag nanalo yan sa first round or pistol round, ginagawa talaga ng T-set is to take long since lamang talaga sila sa barrel dito. And yep, napaka slow play lang naman. Maingat na maingat for BNE since pre, dalawang scout yan. Adin and Snappy, pwedeng makalason sila dito. Pre, naka-double angle sila. Pag in favor na kinontak play to ni Rigon, medyo pitas siya agad dito for sure.
Kaso 5 yan, pare. Tingnan natin kung makakapitas ba si Snappy. Ayun. Clean headshot doon kay Rigon. And 5v4. So, grabe, 2 scouts din sa side. Di ba aware dito yung BNE na malalason sila dyan. If ever talagang palagan nila dito. Madden and Snappy got tagged down to low HP. Kasi hindi pa sila makapasok dito sa may ramp. Spam lang si Dia. 4-man take yung BNE. Kasi nagkakagulo sila. Saan ba talaga sila? Oh! Sinampal ng AKGX as well. With the trade naman ni Diha. Down to 3v3. Sakto. Dalawang low side ng BNE. Di pa rin sila makapag-plant. And the backstab, Hades with successful na tayo niya dito yung low HP natin, Hades. Okay, Dihan, nakaisa pa rin sa elevator. Hindi pa napag-plant. And oh, nakanakaw pa ng galil. My God, down to 15 seconds. Hindi rin aware si One Flatro, no? Double pick na lang ata to or hintay nila makapag-plant si One Flatro. Okay, 6. And easy round for ENCE. 1-1. No momentum for the side of BNE.
Those 2 scouts on the hand of Madden. Alongside Snappy, kita natin A-long yan pre. So lamang talaga yung mga nakascope dyan. And Snappy, look at him hitting those ridiculous shots. And enough na nga talaga yung scout na soften up these players para tatapikin na lang ng digan nila. And yun pa, napakamalas nila, nakapulot pa ng galil doon for the 2v2 situation. It's gonna be ENCE naman to be willing to take that out. But yun nga, A-long bulag to si Madden dito. Tumain sa screen ng kampi niya and Hades is just in time para masalo yung player niya doon. But oh my gosh, short play. But oh, the top scout from Hades. 2 headshots coming on his name dito sa may board. And Snappy, tamang salo lang dito sa may A-ramp era. And a good nade that will tag him down to 58 HP. Nako, Snappy, asim ka pa ba? Low HP ka na, idol. And yun na nga, pinasiban na nila dito.
Oh.
Tamang flank na lang si Madden and that will be ENCE para sa cleanup dun, para sa round na yun. Grabe yung mga nangyari, pre.
Higdis
Higdis dun,
being the
pre.
starter dito sa ating ENCE. 4 frags kasi nung dust nila nung against G2, medyo hindi rin siya makaharap ng pitas eh. But this time, tama naman, round 3 pa lang. Pumapatay na rin si Hades. Di pa dyan nag-step up si Madden. Pero we will see naman dito sa ating round 4. Full of pistols for BNE. Just waiting for the pushes dito sa side ng ENCE. Sumukhang burst suicide dito sa ating mid. Let's see, Sphinx with the taps and AK. Good for 2 and 3. Madden, tama clean up lang and clean round din. Sa side naman ng ENCE, 3-1. Nanakaw yung na dapat momentum ng Bad News Eagles.
Yep, Bad News Eagles. Ganda nung strat nila ng pistol. Oo, bad news talaga. Ganda nung pistol round nila eh. Kumbaga, plakado-plakado. Napaka ganda ng mga timing nila. Saktong-sakto lang sa mga hila ng rotations. But now, parang duel-wise, parang kumakati yung ENCE eh. Kumbaga, nagiging favorable yung mga angles, yung mga...
Parang...
Ay, oo, pwede, no? Kasi kakatinong kalaban nila, pre. G2, sinasagasaan lang sila. Oo.
Dire-diretso lang sa may A-short lagi. Sama-sama, ang ganda ng mga calls ni Alexi Vilat. Naging in favor sa G2 yung kagabi eh. And feel ko sobrang bawing-bawi dito yung ENCE doing na map. Etong Dust 2, 1 flat row. Out of guard ng Forza dito si Hades. Kaso pinilik niya talaga. At ayun, Molotov. Prinito ngayon si Juan. 5v4. Also snappy with the off angle will punish Synopsy and 5v3. Lamang sa tao dito yung ENCE, talagang ayaw nila magpaubos ng tao, no? Early pick, pagkapitas na isa, back agad, and down to 1 minute, magkakasama yung tatlo dito sa may short. May pa sila na may flank at ayun, Rigon with the headshot. 4v3, meron ding flank na isa pero kailangan din bilisan dito ng BNE, no? Isa lang din naman nag-hold or nasa city pa yung nag-hold dito sa sa may A-side. Down to 40 seconds. Easy plan kaso wala na rin nakita doon si Sphinx. So it's gonna be a clear sight ngayon dito sa ating round. Low HP si Senor. Let's see, Snappy is just in time. Nakita ngayon si Senor na 3v1. Wala na rin kaalam-alam si GXX na pupunta yung bala. 4-1. Pre, malayo na ba to sa ating city side?
Pre, possibly makapitalize ng ENCE tong momentum nila. 3 rounds na to and yung first buy round ng BNE, basag na basag. And medyo may pagkabilis nga lang ng yung flank nung naka-MP9 sa may Xbox. Pero tamang-tama lang. A lot of info has been given. And kita mo na nga yung post-plant positions nila. Medyo basa na ng ENCE. Kumbaga masyado mabilis yung rotations nila. But this time, ENCE will take the momentum. And medyo basag talaga yung economy ng BNE dito. Pwede na mo, upgraded pistols. Pero dami naman UT. So, pwede pa sila magkaroon ng setup play dito. Either B-split or A-short set.
And mukhang ano ba, ibahin ba nila to? Parang kailangan nila ata nila makalason pa yung BNE with their upgraded pistols. Dami rin nilang utilities na in-invest dito sa ating round. Let's see kung worth it ba itong mga utilities nila. Kung mala phase, mag-pistol or Navi, di ba? Navi yan, yung sa T-side.
Pwede.
Mga Eagles lang. Talagang hindi imposible sa round na to, knowing na magkakasama sila dito sa may A-short. You're just waiting for the pushes pa rin. Sobrang passive din ng ENCE. Konti na lang yung pang-counter utility nila while Madden only has a smoke dito sa ating blue spot.
Oh,
the reposition. Pwede siya mag-spam dyan or if ever ma-off angle niya nga dito yung BNE. Aware ba sila sa angle na to? Kaso bulag na bulag pa rin siya.
it went down.
Naku, walang nakita pero drop down dito yung BNE and also Rigon na lang matitira. ENCE, bukang walang mamamatay sa kanila. This is gonna be Rigon. Good for 1. 5-1 ang ating scoreline. Parang ginagaya nila yung Yung G2 hindi nagpapaubos sa tao.
Yep, di sila nagpapaubos sa tao at the early rounds and kita mo nga, ends capitalizing that position. Passive na lang sila with a lot of counter UTs. Tamang-tama lang yung pag-manage nila doon and gusto ko yung ginawa nung Goose player nila. Tinis talaga yung Molly pre. So, kumbaga nagbato ng unang cross smoke pero tinis niya talaga. Oh, nakita ba ni GXX yun? Oh, good
Uy.
tag kay Madden. Down to 32 HP agad. And yun na nga yung pre, parang ginagawa niya yung ginagawa ni Monesino. Talagang pinopostehan talaga yung suicide. Kasi ilang
Parang
beses
si
na
Mones
dali yung
din yung
ends dun eh.
Puro successful yung kay kay Monesi, no?
Yup.
Dami niya natitiras once na may nagko-cross dun sa may mid doors.
Parang almost every round eh, no?
Oo. Or pwedeng nakakatag lang din siya, no? Good damage pa rin. So ngayon, 5-1, still a passive setup sa city side. This must be a crucial round for the side of BNE kasi gunrow na naman nila to. Pag naubos pag natalo sila dito sa round,
Ay, wala.
medyo delikado yung first half
Hirap.
nila, idol. So 55 seconds. Wala pang info ang binibigay dito yung BNE pero with these smokes sa ating A short or catwalk area, possible na masira yung pestuan dito ng ENCE. Down to 40 seconds. Wala rin nagre-react sa ENCE. So talagang tiwala na lang sa mga tao sa may sites. Pero that's a good smoke para lang mabuy time dito sa may B side. And Spinks is holding the angle dito sa may window na flap. Slappy, makakapitas ba? Ako hindi siya tumama. Rigon will win that duel. 20 seconds. Di pa rin nakapasok sa site. 5, hindi rin ako pigilan. This is Spinks. Kaso hate ang Spinks na naman dito for ENCE. Spinks, muntikan pa. Still a good try para sa mga B players nila. 5-2.
Pre, that round naman, napaka-favorable naman yun for the side of BNE. Kumbaga nabasa nila yung setup ng ENCE and almost 2 rounds, or I mean 3 rounds na ata ginagawa ng ENCE yung setup na yun. Once na nakuha nila yung A-long, may pit player, then yung offer nasa may bandang car, tapos one ramp player. But kita mo naman that round, BNE sinimplihan na lang nila, nag-B-split na lang sila with that fake dun sa may A-shirt and BNE will steal that momentum naman dito for... Oh, wait lang, masyado mabilis sila dito sa middle part ng area, pre.
Naka-walkout, no? Going for the contact play. May nalang nagagawin to. Knowing na si One Flatro, siya yung first guy. Kaso, nakaramdam at nakita niya dito yung mga players ng BNE at ayun, basag yung strat or yung gagawin. Guys, Pinks naman, the smoke pa rin. Sinner and Hades sa kabilang Ibayo naman will take down Sinopsy. Medyo naging parang nag-hesitate dito yung BNE sa round na to. Okay, Madden, nakita niya kaya doon si Rigon. Possible nakita niya rin yung ulo niya doon. And One flat throw still contesting the mid. Hoping na makaisa. Tayon, Madden with a crouch. Hindi makita doon ni One. 5v2, GXX and Rigon na lang matitira for BNE. Hindi na ata kaya to, idol.
That's a bit too cheeky para kay One Flatter na para i-contact yung mid na yun. And yun nga, good shot coming from Hades and a trade coming from Rigon. But this is gonna be hard. Apat na players pa ng ENCE. Masyado mabilis yung player dito na si Madden and he will steal that round. Napakasimple lang dito and they will take their 6th round.
Grabe, yung depensa ng ENCE pre. Medyo mas pinatatag nila compared sa last night.
Ay,
Naaral nila saan ba nagkamali. Paano ba tayo natambakan nung first up? May mga di ba mga nang na-knife pa? Si Alexi B ata yun eh.
Oo, pre, parang
Grabe,
binabastos lang talaga sila eh, no?
Kumbaga, ENCE na yan, idol. The top 3 world ranking. Medyo naging inconsistent yung run nila dito sa ating stage. But we will see dito sa ating last match.
Pero gusto ko yung ginagawa nila dito, pre. Kasi parang nung nag-city side sila against G2, parang ang kulit nila masyado sa map eh, no? Pansin mo parang laging nagalaw, rotate ng rotate, pabago-bago sila ng setup. But this time, napaka-standard na lang nila. They're playing 2B and 3A for the rounds yun. 4 yata or 3 rounds. And yan lang sila magbabago. Kasi alam nila na Weak by nga dito yung BNE, but a good flashes dito para makalabas si Rigon, but he's too blind and Snappy will kill Rigon and he will take him down, but the AK nakuha naman ni one flat road doon. I think that the AK is really needed para dito. Hades will hold that angle very well, and the repick is incoming dito for Rape. Masyado maasim dito, and one flat row will capitalize that AK, but Madden sabi niya hindi pwede. Ganda na salo niya dito kay Hades, and a good trade coming from him, and Madden gusto pa. Napakanipis naman doon. Gets Sinopsy and GXX. Oh! Was coming from GXX in a 1v2 situation. Very winnable pa yan, Idol. A lot of time for GXX, but I think he will just need to kill Spinks here, being too fast sa may ilong flank niya. And paano kaya gagawin ni GXX to? Pre, naging winnable agad yung round.
Oh my God. Possible maging round pa nga dito ng BNE. Dahil dito kay GXX, talagang biniyayaan no? What a blessing on this guy. At pwede niyang mapitas pa tong dalawang to. Nag-gamble play na sa may ilong. Sakto lang na pasok na siya sa may site. Pero medyo alangan pa rin siya sa may site, no? He will plant the bomb. Down to 30 seconds. Hindi siya aware na magkasama na itong dalawa. GXX, okay. Mga laser beam lang yung naririnig niya dito sa may ilong. Still not aware, pero oh my God. Good try pa rin. Talagang highlights moment para kay GXX.
Insane shots for GXX. Weak by sila doon. Upgraded pistols lang, and isa or dalawang hero AK doon. And tignan mo naman. Those shots. Boom. Boom.
Boom.
Isa pa to, pre.
Boom.
What? Ganda sana ng pinakita ni GXX. Oo, pre, malas. Masaspam ka na nga lang, ulo pa. And ENCE, lamang sila dito ng 5. Medyo malayo. Kabilang globo na. Ewan ko na lang, Idol. Ano yun na? Flip the preference.
Late up preference.
Okay.
PNE, full AKs, ang daming utilities. Grabe, 4 na may Molotov. Ano kaya yung setup nila? Medyo nagkukulang sila sa trades dito sa kanilang T-side.
Truly.
Kahit na mapadigil pa or rifle, di sila magkasundo sa sila pupunta. Well, Hades, siguro mga first shot niya, kailangan niya patamain para lang ma-delay dito yung BNE. Hindi na pumondo ng marami ngayon sa T-side. Medyo stressful yung T-side ng ENCE. Talagang na-witness natin kagabi yan. Good smoke sa may mid. Ready smoke din siya doon sa may left side mid doors natin. Pero down to 50 seconds. Magkakasama pa rin dito yung 4. Mukhang may gagawa lang din ng ingay doon sa may upper tuns. Fake or bigyan ng bad info dito yung BNE. Kaso wala nagkakakitaan, no, Idol?
Yeah, they're losing so much time.
Ito, dito pwede matalo yung BNE. Ito yun, Snappy will get 1. 5v4 situation. Kakainin yung time. Sa good smoke pa rin. Talagang gamit na gamit. Hades, ganda ng reposition dito. Kaso humingi pa siya ng flash. At ayun, bulag si Senner in Hades with the 3K. With his op. And ayun,
My gosh.
Tense pa rin with the momentum.
By the way, ma-pick to ng BNE, guys. Medyo tagalid yung mga nangyayari ngayon. Momentum is really on ENCE's side. Kita mo naman, tamang-tama lahat ng reactions nila, and tamang-tama lang talaga yung utility management nila. Just enough para ma-delay and mahintay yung mga rotations dito for the side of ENCE. And yun nga, shout out Boss Christian Belandres. Salamat sa pag-download dito, Idol. Napakagat ng laban na ito. Pre, uy, doon na si Sinopsy.
Natagpa at grabe nga. Ano yung bomb? Again, last gun round for BNE. Medyo expensive round yung naganap kanina. Ngayon, magkakasama pa rin sila. Ano naparod natin to? Siguro, parod nila yung G2 kagabi, no? On their T-side. Sama-sama lang lagi. Medyo may kulang lang sa yung BNE. Di nila alam kung kailan gagawing fast pace or slow pace yung kanilang playstyle dito sa ating round. At contact play, no? Close angle lang si Hades, kaso good time Snappy. Nakakana ako ng dalawa together with the center. Ang ganda ng trade doon kay Hades. Or ganda ng pagkapatay niya doon.
Oh.
Hindi nakapit si Hades, no? 50 seconds. Pinks. Headshot. 4v2. An advantage kayo ng ENCE kasi ayaw nila pagplantin. Dito yung BNE, dalawang low ngayon sa D-side. Hindi rin nakita ni Dia kung sinong uunahin niya. Pero may ito naman sila. Nandito lang.
Oh my gosh.
Kobe. Ayun, kay Madden. Sinopsi. Nakakabahaw.
Man.
Lot of utilities.
Ang dami.
Ayaw papasukin sa may A-site, idol. Talagang pati yung bomba prinhito ngayon sa site, sa plant.
Hindi naman si Snappy tsaka si Maiden.
Catalyst Sinopsi, di siya aware na gano'n nakabilis.
Okay.
Yung backstab and ENCE, 9-2. Isang round na lang. Grabe. To dominate na talaga nila tong first half natin, pre.
Nangyayari parang puro highlights nangyayari for BNE. Yung mga solo plays sila, may mga times na naliligaw talaga no, pre? Parang masyado nag-overextend or kung di man nag-overextend, nag-overpeak sila and yun nga, napapunish sila dito ng mga rotations. Kasi Spinks and Snappy naman. Tataka ako, pre, ba't di siya bulag doon? Ang ganda nung flash bulag na bulag yung upper doon sa may A-shirt
Oo.
Or in-expect niya ba yun?
Napansin natin kanina, Naofu, Snappy, hindi pa siya nag-pop off nung first few rounds. But this time, he has 14 frags. Talagang well-distributed dito yung ENCE, PNE, going for the burst B setup, Spinks. Di siya alam dito sa may hard right. Hindi na na-check niya 1 flat throw, but good for 2 pa rin. Trying to hold this B-side. Dia, bakit naman tinatalon yung Molotov doon? And Dia with the 2K. Double digit round ngayon sa city side.
Lungkot nito, pre. Ngayon na nga lang ata sila nag-B-hit. Tapos parang basa pa ng ENCE. Nakita mo, ready na yung 2 players dun sa may B-side. Kinukulit lang yung angle dun sa may upper. Tapos din, Maiden, pre. Ang bilis yun dun sa may lower tuns. Bilis naman, parang
Mga reaction ng ENCE ngayon, no? Kagabi parang nakakatulog sila sa mga parang hindi enough yung info nila lagi sa G2 kaya sila nagugulat lagi. Ngayon, tinatry nila na may isang tumatiming talagang maging synchronize lang siguro yung ENCE sa kanilang city side. Pwede nila na pwedeng one-sided para sa kanila.
Also, si Snappy and Hades, sila yung bottom frags doon sa Dust 2 against G2. But this time, pre, sila yung nagpa-pop off. Tingnan mo naman yung scoreboard. Sila yung nagse-step up talaga for the team. Sila yung mainit, sila yung take ng fights. And di lang basta nagte-take ng fights, pinapanalo talaga nila yung mga duels nila.
Uy, solo ilong take and a mid push ngayon sa side ng ENCE. Mag-work kaya Snappy with the spray down. Asan yung trade? At ayun, Sinopsi. Minumulto na nga ulit ng BNE with their credit pistols. No more trades ang ibibigay dito ni Madden. 4v2, Rigon, and 1 flat throw na lang matitira. And medyo kinikilat na lang dito at winawalis sa yung BNE. Info si Dia. Dito lang siya sa may tunnels. Rotations are in. Hindi nila alam na low rank dito si Rigon with the Deagle. Mukhang imposible na makuha tong round na to.
This is gonna be near impossible for Rigon. Alam naman natin na makatari naman talaga si Rigon, but this time, pre. Wow! Okay, that's one.
Sabi mo, Makate
1 minute remaining. That's one for Rigon. May off pa sa kamay niya. Pwede pa yan, idol. So mukhang negats yan, pre. Masyado malayo na yan.
Kaya nga, no? Parang hindi sila nagkasundo. Sino yung yung mauuna? Pag gun round nila, medyo
parang parang bagal nila mag-decide. Kadalasan pag may nakukuha silang map control, medyo nag-overthink sila sa mga plano nila. Baga, daming players na bumabalik, ang daming pasahan ng UTs, daming na out of positions para sa kanila, and gonna be tough na ENCE pa yung kalaban mo dyan. Kita mo naman, wala silang sinasayang na galaw yung mga rotations nila or mga repositions nila, napaka-efficient and tamang-tama lang para sa mga info na binibigay ng teammates nila. Yun na nga, CXX, wala na makikita. Mukhang natuto na talaga yung ENCE. Nagne-nade na sila doon sa pag-cross nila sa may mid doors.
Naku, delikado ka dito. Si Nopsy, hindi pa nga umaangat yung lower tons player. Mapapatay na siya agad nung two guys push. And okay, GXX. Punish dito si Madden. 4v4 situation. Pinilisan ngayon ng BNE. Pero mukhang may mas mabilis pa dito sa Rampage. This with the flick. Para doon kay Rigon. Utilities and AK ngayon sa side ng BNE. Para maging katulong nila makakuha ng round. But behind Spinks. At even overextended sa 1-4. Okay, over dun si Tia. It's gonna be 1v2. And BNE 11-3. Medyo ano pa naman. Puso pa. Konting puso pa sa BNE.
Yep, patama na yung shots nila and kita mo dun pre nung sinimplehan na lang nila nung sinunod lang nila yung initial idea nila, wala na masyadong overthink, talagang pasok lang sa may A short. And this time anakaw dito yung BNE. Kaso 11-3 na masyadong malayo pa to if ever, and city side naman sila mamaya, but ENCE, alam natin masakit magtisa yun. Things being too fast. Pag pindot dun sa mouse 1, taking down GXX. Parehas sakit yung offer. Almost.
Grabe yung ginawa niya dun, Spinks. Halos sabay lang talaga sila no? May mga 0.2 seconds na lamang dun si Spinks. Kita mo naman 9 HP. Grabe, siya pa yung sinerte doon.
Natag lang no?
Galing pa siya sa movement. Ayun yung nakakatawa doon, pre.
Galing sa talon pa, pre.
Tatalon
Hirap
pa?
nun.
Tapos napitas niya doon si GXX. Then, sinapsi low HP. Down to 1 minute. Kay Sai nag-hold dito, which is Snappy. Bulag na bulag ba? Or pwede pa siya makapatay ng dalawa, or pwede rin siya mag-brief dito sa ating A-long. But yun na nga, good trade kaya. 1 flat throw, a 4v3 situation, low HP kaya Dia still alive dito sa ating card. 12-3 ang ating first half. Masyadong very one-sided dito sa ating first half, no? ENCE, natuto na dun sa experience sila kagabi.
Pre, mas ewan ko this time, parang mas komportable yung ENCE sa Dust 2. Kumbaga siguro after nung series nila against G2, siguro inayos na nila agad. Pinag-usapan na agad nila kung ano yung mga lapses nila, ano ba yung mga kulang sa timings nila and setups. And yun naman, saktong-sakto lang dito. Nasubukan agad yung city side nila and ENCE will lead this map. 12-3 idol, man. Malayo to. But
They need to
BNE,
get the pistol around.
kaya pa naman lumasan
For
yan, pre.
BNE.
Diba? 12-3.
Pwede, malay mo maging
Pistol round lang, tas couple of following rounds. Pwede na.
nakakatakot. Naka-duelist. May lower tons. Good Molotov. Hindi binigyan ng info. Dito yung BNE. So still, map control lang ang kinukuha ngayon ng ENCE. They were going for the A-split. Andiha. Okay, he has the info. May tao dito ngayon. Spinks, sino ba mananalo sa kanila? 1-1 ang ating trade dito sa ating round. But 3v4 situation, 1 flat 2. Grabe, sinuwerte pa, no? Hindi pa nila papasukin sa side. Here comes the plant. Deny ba? And 1 flat row with the tops. Kasama yung kakampi. 2v4.
Yeah.
Hit na rin dito yung ENCE. And let's see. BNE, guys. Sila naman ngayon ng momentum. Mas gusto ata nito, pre? Anong side dito yung yung BNE?
City sila ngayon.
Mas gusto ata nila yung City.
Oo, kumbaga parang doon nata sila mas
Comfort zone
komportable
nila
And yun na nga, pistol round. Nakuha dito ng BNE and couple of rounds lang. Push lang nila yan, pre. Feel ko baka 2 or 3 rounds pa yan or mabasag nila yung first buy ng ENCE. Malaking na yun kumbaga malaking factor na yun para maging igniter man lang or momentum starter para sa side naman ng BNE. The scout for EDs, but he will not tag that one, and Hades will be tested here dito sa may suicide area. Nag-aala Morrissey siya dun Early pick.
compare mo lahat ng ng sniper kay Monisi.
Mhm.
Sobrang bata niya din yung skill level. Talagang halimaw talaga, pare. Class S halimaw, sinasabi nila.
Oo, pre.
Ito
True.
na nga, okay, burst B, Synopsy. Bulag na bulag, hindi agad siya mapipitas dito. Ito na nga yung back up and off kay GXX 2v5. Di makita, Sphinx with a headshot. Kaso nga lang, isa lang yon. And Hades ang matitira with his gun. Kaso, BNE. 2 straight rounds. And look at the hype ngayon na pinapakita nila dito. Hindi pa tapos yung laban, mga idol.
One flat throw. Being the hype man for BNE naman. Pagka di pa tapos yung laban, pwede pa to. And the hold coming from him dun sa may B-side, ganda. And di ko in-expect pre GXX second round, may off agad. Baka sinugal niya yung wala siyang helmet dun. Ba't wala kang helmet?
Ba't wala kang helmet? Ngayon, Rigon, may helmet ba si Diha? Ba't wala siyang helmet na 4v5? Iinis dito yung tatlong players ng ENCE, Snappy with the scout. Oh no. 2v4. Hindi man makapitas dito yung upgraded pieces ng ENCE. Good discipline naman yung binibigay ng BNE. See, Deagle and Scout sa ENCE, mukhang gamble play. Nakahawak rin ng hawak din ng BNE yung A-short, no? Snap and Sphinx. Again, the double S brothers dito sa ating ENCE. Mako-convert ba nila tong round na to? Ang dami nilang time. At ayun, GXX. Konting left pa lang siguro ni Snappy dun. Pwede niya na mapitas si GXX but 50 seconds remaining. May info na rin sa kanya. And 12 to 6. 3 straight rounds. Tama? 3 straight rounds to.
Yes sir, pangatlong round nila yan. And medyo basag-basag pa yung economy ng ENCE dito. Pre, last series against G2, medyo nag-choke din yung ENCE. Hindi pala medyo, as in nag-choke talaga sila. But then, nakakaramdam ba tayo ng another chokerism dito? If ever, matalo pa. Ako talaga, idol. Pag ewan ko na lang, kumadikitan pa ng BNE to. But BNE, ganda naman pinapakita nila. Yung mga setup nila, saktong-sakto lang. And miinit na din yung players nila, pre. Yung mga duels, napapanalo na. And tumatapang na rin sila. Unlike kanina, medyo gulo eh. Nag-ESC sila a lot of the times. Nag-overthink pa sila kung magsiset sila or contact play ba? Ano ba muna kunin natin? Mid ba muna? Or A-short hit na lang? But this time, BNE, naging confident na.
Kailangan mag-step up sa ngayon, idol? Sa BNE, no? Which is si Senner.
Senner.
Yes, 4 frags and medyo namamatay-matay rin siya. Dito sa round, sa good flash. Or di man lang. Hindi nga actually nakaharap doon si Madden. Pero nakatalikod naman siya. And 4v5 off angle na pinapakita rin ng BNE. Trying to make some last-on plays para makalamang sa tao. 48 seconds. XX with the op. Good flick. Grabe, uulo pa yun. What? 3v5, hindi aware dito yung ENCE. Medyo nag-aalangan sila when it comes sa duel natin. But the Hades, the Opper. Ngayon ang matitira GXX. Grabe, sobrang all up na dito yung kanyang op.
Ito na ba yung comeback of the century? Na kanina pag last series talaga naging problema ng ENCE is nag-choke sila. Nawala yung momentum sa kanila. Tas di nila naalagaan yung mga napapanalo nilang round or yung mga nare-recover nilang round. This time ENCE, if patuloy pa tong depensa ng BNE na ganito, delikado pa tong ENCE na to, lalo na late game.
Uy!
Wait lang.
The dink traded by GXX. Long range tech 9 sa mukha doon ni Senner. Talagang pinapalamig nila, no? Di ka pwedeng uminit, Senner. Kilala ka namin. Siguro ganun yung mindset ngayon ng ENCE. 4v4. Looking at the guns. Lamang ngayon yung BNE. Kaso nga lang, Deagle play. GXX. Sobrang bilis dito sa may ilong. Killing the two guys of ENCE. It's gonna be Snappy and Sphinx pa rin. Grabe si GXX pa rin. Larong-laro na. Oh my
Man,
God. Late bloomer for the side of B and E.
late bloomer indeed, pare. Kanina pa natin hinihintay yung op ni GXX na ganyan, yung napaka-proactive, yung siya yung nag-initiate ng peaks or siya yung nag-initiate ng fights. But then, GXX, sure shot siya ngayon, pre. Bihirang-bihira magmintis. Kanina niya pa pinapakita yan sa mga health play niya, health rotations, and mga repicks niya sa mga angles. Napakalaking bagay nun for BNE. Kumbaga siya yung may go signal ngayon, no, pre? Sige, galaw-galaw ka
Oo,
dyan,
siya
pre.
naman.
Kami yung sa
Sila yung
steady.
mag-a-adjust.
Oo, sa steady muna.
Feel mo ano, more on city side yung BNE dito. No?
Mm.
Kasi sobrang ano eh, ang loose lang dito ni GXX.
Oo, pre. Kanina parang ano siya no? Kinakandado, napoposasan. Hindi niya magawa yung gusto niya. Ay, asim niya talaga, pre, oh. Ayaw talaga. Man, GXX
Ay,
again.
magpatinag. Wala siyang trade.
Yep, walang help yan. This is I believe one and done kung matrade lang si GXX dito. For if ever, kung magmintis siya, kagaya nung nakita natin sa ENCE last
Over
series
sila,
against
pre.
G2. Oo, pre. They're
Kaso
very
hindi
aware.
had lang yan. Kaya GXX, hindi natama yung flick. Agad napitas ni Snappy, the repick. Will not do ngayon kay GXX. 5v4, napunish yung Astin play. Kaso paano naman na off guard nila itong mid player ng BNE. Walkout play, walk-up setup. Tamang lason lang through the smoke si Nopsy. Traded by Spinks. Kaso libre na yung side para sa kanila. O sa one flat throw. Nakita niya lang paa. Pero that's a headshot. Sa may mid area natin. Na full blind. Hindi na check yung under. So Spinks with the 2K. Na 2v1 situation na Rigon. Oh no, medyo delikado pa ata. 2K sa round na to. Hindi rin niya alam. Saka Mark. Oh no, Hades nag-whiff. PNE again. Will steal that round for ENCE. Mukhang, uy.
Uy,
Wala
kalma
ba
ka
tayong
lang.
blip dyan? Wala bang blip dyan?
Medyo masakit na yata yung mga binibitawan nilang.
Tinaman. Sabi ni Rigon. Oh,
Yun na kayo sa FPL. Ano?
FPL na to. Grabe,
Grabe.
nag-FPL mode nga eh. Kung mapapansin mo, no?
Oo, pre. Kung
Medyo
baka ini-expect
magalaw na
natin
sila lahat.
plays. Oo, yung mga nakikita natin highlights, yung mga nakikita natin sa mga streams nila. Kita mo pati dito, lumalabas talaga. And ENCE, pre, top 3 dito sa world ranking, they are being tested. Dito naman sa Dust 2 na wala, talo rin kasi sila against G2. Napaka one-sided nun. And kanina, ina-expect ko talaga yung gigil nila, which dineliver naman talaga
ramdam
ng
mo.
ENCE nung first half. Yung gigil nila. But this time, BNE, pre, parang nagigising na eh. Tama na yung mga setups nila. And, man, tumatama na rin yung mga tutok nila. Kumbaga, init na eh.
Mainit na nga. Mainit na sa Pinas. Mainit na rin dito yung BNE. Looking at their name, nakita mo naman, literal na mainit. Yung kanilang logo dito. And no utilities will be thrown for BNE. Waiting pa rin. Mga damage sila sa may short. Pero yun na nga. Oh, Rigon! Saan nanggaling yung shot na yun? Nanakaw yung ulo ni Snappy. Very tilting na pick. Ayun kay Rigon. O sa one flat throw. Grabe yung saluwa nila dito. Na duo na connection. Coming in from BNE. Reading them. Para lang makuha ngayon yung kanilang 10th round. And ayun na nga. Double digit round. And they're back dito sa ating scoreboard.
BNE, nakatapak na dito sa double digit mark. Kanina pa nilang hinahabol dito against ENCE. Pre, ENCE, kanina pa sila dito sa 12th round nila and nakahabol na ng tuluyan tong BNE. Ang layo ng mga tinalon nila and napaka-consistent ng mga plays and timings again dito ng BNE. And also, Rigon, stepping up for the team. Kanina, no first half, medyo malamig siya. But now, man, kita mo naman yung mga
Opening
pick niya.
kills.
ano na talaga eh, kumbaga full commitment na siya sa mga duels na tinetake niya and another boost play again dito for ENCE. Pero, double nade! My gosh, dalawang popcorn para sa'yo, Maiden.
Sakto lang yung paggamit nun, no? Shoutout pala kay Christian Belandre. Sabi niya 12-3.
You
From
know,
12-10
layo
real
no?
quick. Totoo yan, guys. Kung
Di lang
kakarating
nakatamboy.
mo lang dito sa ating broadcast, from 12-3 po to mga sir, down to 12-10 ang ating score. Medyo delikado nga dito yung ENCE. Dito pa talaga sa kanilang T-side. Hindi sila magkasundo, but Madden, okay. Kahit na low HP silang dalawa dito ni Hades. Marek na agad sa may A-short, no? That's a good molotov. Parang ngayon na-delay. Yung ENCE, 40 seconds remaining. Magkakasama lang sila dito sa may catwalk. No, okay, enough yung utilities, no? Dalawang smoke, 2 flashes. Tamang gapang play lang din. So, paano nila pipigilan yung offer na si GXX na naglalaro dito sa may A? Dong, kanina pa nagiging Tory yan. Sa may A, hindi nila mapigilan. Kahit na credit pesos lang. Down to 17 seconds. Good angle. The flick. Hindi mo natatama dun sa may side. 10 seconds. Kailangan na ma-plant yung bomb. Pero ngayon, naiisa-isa ang B&E. 5 seconds remaining. And Madden pa rin na makakapitas. GXX the offer. Kanina pang mainit. Ngayon, di mo na tatatama yung off. Ganda rin siya kakampi. 13-10. Pre. Ano lang, medyo yung barko lumulubog lang sa side ng ENCE. Ngayon, naiahon naman.
Yup, gusto ko yung ginagawa ng ENCE na yun. Kanina, di sila makapagsama sa mag-gaming or di sila makapag-setup play against dito. Laging basang-basa ni GXX, tamang-tama yung regressions niya. But this time, ENCE had a better read para sa ginawa ng BNE. Nagkanap lang sila ng pitas, then regroup, then time to take the A-short hit naman. Kita mo naman GXX, isang mintis lang. Sobrang hirap na i-recover yung A-side dun sa kanila. And now, ENCE, 13-10 na, but maraming pera pa naman tong BNE and I think dalawa pang chance for BNE kasi pang dalawang buy pa tong pera nila eh. Medyo marami-rami pa yan eh. Nakaipon din sila since streak nga ginawa nila. Tuloy-tuloy yung panalo nila.
Flashes, center, makakapatay na this time. But isa lang yun. One flat throw again, through the smoke pa rin. Grabe ang swerte ng mga players natin dito. Rigon, grabe nagkakapatay na rin. Isa-isa na rin yung ENCE 2v3. Para kay GXX ngayon. Tatama ba ito? Kanina, medyo naipit siya dun sa may A-long. Ngayon, maglalaro siya sa kabilang side. But the flank, kailangan na bilisan or ma-plant din ng ENCE diyan ni Hades. Sana naman si Hades yung mga first shot niya tumama agad. Para na makarecover dito. ENCE, that's a good flash. Sinapsi with the pick. Hades ang matitira. Low HP. Tatlo yung kailangan napitasin. What? Grabe, mabilisan lang. Pero mas mabilis din yung offer ngayon ng BNE. Ano lang daw. Ito namang isa. Basta galit na galit dito yung BNE.
Gigil na gigil talaga, pre.
Gigil sila eh. Gigil na rin naman yung ENCE. Hindi lang halata sa mukha nila.
Kumbaga chill lang sila. Tamang isip-isip lang kung paano nila masusolusyonan yung mga kulang nila, pre. As in, nahihirapan na sila sa setups ng BNE eh. And unlike nung sinasabi naman na, wait lang, sabi dito ni Juan Flat Rodiha. Maligang pinasukan na liga. Diha.
Grabe, flip topperies.
So, yun muna ata yung tema natin ngayon eh, no?
Ito yung nakikita nating sakit sa ENCE, no? Siguro kinocall nun or si Dia nag-call nun na push na yung A-long. Kaso na-late din yung trade. Ayun, lamang sa tao ng BNE. Okay, set up. Kakakit ba, Rigon? Di para siya mapitas dito sa may B doors. 2v5 situation. BNE. Kailangan nilang talaga nilang disiplina para makuha tong round. Buhay pa si Sphinx. Medyo nakakatakot pa. With that info, ipit na yung ENCE. 13-12. Galit na si Scream.
Uy, hindi yan si Scream.
Ay, di ba si
Hindi
Scream
yan,
yan?
hindi yan. Si Juan Flatro yan. Dun
Ay,
sa ano,
sila ng boses.
sa ano, no, hairstyle, boses, tsaka yung
Oo,
ano,
yung
pre, yung beard.
beard.
Men,
Scream
but,
Nugent.
Rigon, pre. Siya talaga yung key player dito. Kanina, last round nakita natin kung paano niya basahin yung late flank ni Spinks dun sa may middle area and what an awareness coming from him. And this time, again, Rigon was tested dun sa may outside B area and Rigon delivered naman for B and E, pre. ENCE, ito talaga yung sakit nila, pre. Hindi sila makapag-close out ng match ng, alam mo yung malinis, yung syempre parang matik na dahil momentum nila, magtutuloy-tuloy na to hanggang sa matapos. Pero di nila naalagaan yung mga ganong momentum nila eh. Ito na nga si Spinks.
Na-olats nga.
Kailangan na ata ng snack. Kailangan niya na mag-request ng snack doon. Medyo nagugutom na siya. And feel ko yun ata yung kulang nila.
Kilala na
Walang laman
saging.
yun dyan. Oo, pre. Nakain na yung
Saging
ano
na
eh.
Feel ko si pinamalakas mag-cook dito sa land stage, si Twist eh. No?
Oo.
Sprite, mga ganun.
Parang ang
Mga
daming
soft
gusto.
drinks. Ang daming gusto, pero may gusto rin
Puta,
gawin
aggression.
B&E, idol. Delikado sila dito, Snappy. Walang din ng info of guarding Rigon na 5v4. Di man nila na-check yung right side dito na si Snappy lang nag-hold. And apat naman yung magkakasama doon sa A-long doors, no?
Yup,
They're trying to
yun nga.
chase someone.
Pre, ang simple nung mistake na yun. Alam mo yung magbabaka ng walang ingay. And yun nga, napanish agad
Yun
nung
nga eh.
ENCE, no? Mga ganun, pre. Kaya kailangan sobrang ingat mo talaga against dito.
Yung mga discipline, yung small errors, or small details lang na pwedeng makuha nung kalaban. Kailangan ingatan nila yung mga ganun pangyayari. Okay, GXX. Lalo sa may mid, but inubos na dito yung ENCE. Madden space na lang matitira. Tigal na AK. One flatro, hindi siya aware na ginagapang siya. 2 taps. Will kill one flatro. Makakanakaw din ng isang rifle. 30 seconds remaining. GXX together with Synopsy. They're trying to push towards dito sa A-short area natin. So,
Very
kung
standard
pa to.
post plan. Post plan positions for B and E dito. I mean, ENCE.
Ganda nung Molotov. Talagang marireveal yung area dito sa ating site. But Synopsy trades lang na maganda. B&E. Again, 13-13 na guys. One round, nakakaisang round pa lang sa T-side yung ENCE. Abot ba?
My gosh.
Okay, abot. Kala ko di pa abot.
Man, 13-13. Coming from 12-3. What happened dito for ENCE? And I believe may pera pa naman sila since nakaplant, no, pre?
Kaya pa naman.
And this
Kaso
is
nga
gonna
lang,
be tough.
isa yung natira eh. Tingnan natin kung low utilities ba sila. And lagas na rin yung timeout dito ng ENCE.
Really,
Kailangan
props
nila
to
sumunod ng
GXX, pre. Alam mo
Oo.
yung minsan
Ilang
lang
rounds din
siya
yung-
magmintis eh. Parang twice
Yup.
lang ata siya nagmintis for that 4 consecutive rounds or I mean 5 consecutive rounds for B&E.
Tapos gumagana lahat ng no? Yung duels ng BNE. Also yung timing. Bigyan mo lang ng disiplina pa yung BNE. Kaya nila talaga ma-close out tong itong mapa nila. Mapik, and they need this map para madala ngayon. Kasi Nook, not sure kung end side yun. Knowing na ends, medyo makati rin mag-Nook to, idol.
Yep. But pre, look at center oh. Partida pilay pa yung B&E dyan. Then nakaka 13-13 sila sa
Nakahabol pa.
ends. Oo, dikit, sobra. What? Pilay pa yan no? 6 frags lang si Setter. And natatalo talaga siya sa mga duels.
Sir, both sides, maraming utilities. Kaso hindi rin alam ng ENCE kung saan sila pupunta. Sobrang crucial knowing na economy-wise, pantay pa rin naman both sides. Kailangan nilang doble ingat. Or ENCE, kailangan ng doble ingat. Kasi yun nga, nakakaisang round pa lang sila dito sa nilang T-side. Talagang nag-struggle sila. passive setup for BNE. Dalawang tao doon sa may B site. And after din naman yung utilities going for the fake or full commit na nga dito sa may B. Ito na, 5 magkakasama. Flashes are in dito sa may site. But scene of scene, di siya nakakalaisa. Goal with the trade. A 4v3 situation. Ipit na yung mga B players ng BNE. Lalabas yung bagad. Or hihingi pa ng flash. Pinks. Aware na may maasim doon. And one flat throw will get punished. And ENCE. Good contact play. Magkakasama lang sa may upper stance. Converting it into a round.
A good try naman doon for one platro na salubungin na nga yung players ng ENCE sa may B-site. Kumbaga, wag niya nang hayaan mag-plant. But then, medyo nahirapan sila doon. And ENCE expecting that play. Kita mo naman, ngayon gumagana yung ENCE pagdating sa mga gulangan pre. And pag-check na angles. May times na hirap yung BNE talaga doon sa B-site ng ENCE nung city sila. But this time, ENCE, mas maganda yung mga pasok nila, mas maganda yung spacing, mas maganda yung trades na pinakita nila. And B-side, very hard talaga to retake yan. Alam natin yan, pre. Masikip yung site na yan. Then marami pang crossfire na pwedeng gawin na setup. So it's gonna be really tough for BNE. And tamang-tama lang yung pag-call nila ng save doon. And ENCE, 2 na lang para sa pinaghirapan nyo kanina nung first half. In BNE, pre, if ever matayin nila to, and if ever manalo sila, talagang papalakpakan ko sila. Grabe yung pinakita nila dito eh.
BNE talagang gapang rin sila eh. Kaso nga lang ENCE with that time out, kung hanapin nila kung saan yung pinakamahina, Hades. Oh my god, hindi ko pwedeng pinakamahina sa side ng BNE Pinakamahina sa side ng sa buong mapa. Oh no, na 5v4, hindi na pinainit talaga si Sener. Going for the map point for ENCE. Lahat ng players na ENCE mainit. Rigon, naglaro na rin ng op. Sa double op setup pala for BNE. Gagana ba this time?
Mukhang anti-contact play yata ang balak ng BNE dito. But ENCE, making it sure lang na makuha nila yung map control. 1 minute left remaining, and I think BNE hindi nagagalaw dito. I think it's gonna be 2B, 2A setup. I-give up na lang nila yung mid, and very wise decision. Magkakatalo na lang dito, pre, kung tatama ba si GXX. Yun lang talaga.
Mga flick, no? Since katuro niya si Rigon at ayun, may info na may offer din sa may side. That's a good nade, tagging him down to 46, but one flat throw with a swing, traded by Hades. 35 seconds, 3v3 situation. Kunin pa lang yung bomb. Oh, ayun na, yung mga small errors, yung mga gaps talagang hindi na ibibigay sa BNE. Here comes the plant. And take this round, pero look at that flick. Malinis lang, kaso hindi siya aware of the timing ni GXX, Madden and Spinks for ENCE. Double tore ng op ngayon ng BNE. Down to GXX na lang matitira din sa round. Is the map point for ENCE. Pero kung maklatch or magkaroon ng milagro dito si GXX, talagang iiyak ng tuluyan yung ENCE. Naku po, hindi na rin kinaya in a 15-13. Kung makikita mo pre, no, both sides laging may solusyon na. Kanina, trinay lang yung B site ng ENCE, and this time naging double op setup naman yung BNE. So, sa 50-50 match dito sa ating first map.
Just like we imagine, pre, kanina. Sabi ko na pag nag-miss si GXX dito, mahihirapan yung BNE. And yun na nga, nakapasok sila ng A-site. Post-plant situation na nangyari. And with a 2-op setup, retake is gonna be hard. What again? Hades is out dito sa may ilong. Having full control dun sa may B container area or sa may blue container. And a lot of map control for ENCE. Ay, oo, pre, nako.
Awit ba yan, idol?
Eh, mahirap yan.
Oo, tas walang utilities. Also, no kit. Tama ba?
Pre, alam ng ENCE, and mag-ilong na lang sila. Alam nila na, ay, pre, weak by to. Pamas or pistols lang yun.
Double smoke dito sa cross. Alam ni Hades na pwedeng umasim yung isang offer ng BNE. Down to 1 minute. Ganda nung one-way smoke dito para lang ma-distract yung ENCE. Ito na, tuloy na nga sila dito sa may ramp. Tamang spaman lang or kahit swerte si GXX through the smoke. Almost. Namatay niya yung card player. 50 seconds remaining. Fade ng smoke. At ayun, namatay na rin si One Flat Throw. Man advantage for ENCE. Nag-aalangan pa rin sila, no? Na 5v3. Naku po, delikado ngayon yung BNE. Hindi pa nakapag-plant yung ENCE. Nauubusan agad sila ng tao, no? Delikado pa. Ito pa sila dito sa Miami City. Mukhang clean up round. Deagle na lang matitira. Rigon. Hindi na rin kinaya yung round na yun. So, 6-13. Uy.
Ngayon lumabas yung mga emotions na tinago nila pre kanina. Hindi
Kanina,
sila
ingay nung
maingay.
Hindi nila alam na hindi naman din sila trash talk eh. Ganun lang talaga sila, no?
Talagang hype man nga naman talaga.
Hype man eh.
Kita mo naman talaga laking tulong yun for the team. Naboost yung moral nila. Nakahabol naman sila doon. They gave a good fight pero nag-fall short lang talaga sila nung bandang late area. Doon na nakita natin kung nasan yung mga gulang no pre. Yung mga late rounds na, yung mga final rounds na nga na para doon sa matchup na yun. And medyo a good win for ENCE pero not so great. Since kanina pa sana tapos yun, 12-3 na pre. Sobrang grabe na yung lamang nila and yung momentum but then di nila nakapitalize yun. But then again, a good win for ENCE. Na-seal pa rin naman nila yung match na yun and we're heading towards map 2. Pick naman ng ENCE to, pre.
Ngayon lang ulit makapag-nuke dito yung BNE, pre. Kung titingnan natin sa stats, well, ENCE, they have 87% sa ating map 2, which is map pick din nila. So, badly needed nga ng BNE yung first map para lang madala into map 3. Kaso, hindi na talaga pinagbigyan ng ENCE. Lahat nagawa ng paraan kahit na medyo nahabol. 12-3 nga, sabi mo. At ayun, naging 16-13 pa. And map 2 will be nuke. Map pick ng ENCE. Sana naman hindi rin sila napagod dito, idol. Parang
pre.
kahapon, di ba, dapat tapos na. And panalo pa rin naman sila kaso wala parang di worth it yung tinagal ng larong yun. And for us, mukhang magbabalik nga muna kami dito. Kami pa naman yung customer for map 2, this Kenoit.
And this is Nafu.
And we'll be right back after a short break dito lang yan sa Phosphire Gaming.
This is Keanu Reeves, and welcome to Rush Lane. Rush Lane is a new intense multiplayer racing game where you can compete against real players to win real money. Set in the towering crime-filled metropolis of Hub City. Here, champions put their life on the line for glory, power, and riches in the ultimate death race, known as the Rush Lane. How does it work? Simple. Pay a small stake to jump into the next race. All the stakes go into the prize pool, so the more players, the more money there is to win. Once enough players join, the race is on. Races last just a couple of minutes and are fully automated. Rush Lane is driven by our unique physics-based randomness engine. Starting positions, track segments, and traps are all randomly generated, and we've tested over 10,000 races to ensure no player has any advantage over another. Cheer on your racer as they scream down the winding city streets and through mysterious alternate worlds filled with dangerous traps and pitfalls. The first player to cross the finish line wins the biggest share of the prize pool. But don't worry, the top few finishes are also in the mix to win. The exact number of winners will change depending on how many players were in the race. The more players, the more winners. Rush Lane is live 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, so you can jump into the action anytime you want. Good luck out there, racers. Only on Rivalry.com.
3, 2, 1.
This is Keanu Reeves, and welcome to Rush Lane. Rush Lane is a new intense multiplayer racing game where you can compete against real players to win real money. Set in the towering crime-filled metropolis of Hub City. Here, champions put their life on the line for glory, power, and riches in the ultimate death race, known as the Rush Lane. How does it work? Simple. Pay a small stake to jump into the next race. All the stakes go into the prize pool, so the more players, the more money there is to win. Once enough players join, the race is on. Races last just a couple of minutes and are fully automated. Rush Lane is driven by our unique physics-based randomness engine. Starting positions, track segments, and traps are all randomly generated, and we've tested over 10,000 races to ensure no player has any advantage over another. Cheer on your racer as they scream down the winding city streets and through mysterious alternate worlds filled with dangerous traps and pitfalls. The first player to cross the finish line wins the biggest share of the prize pool. But don't worry, the top few finishes are also in the mix to win. The exact number of winners will change depending on how many players were in the race. The more players, the more winners. Rush Lane is live 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, so you can jump into the action anytime you want. Good luck out there, racers. Only on Rivalry.com.
3, 2, 1.
Yep, we are back dito sa official Filipino broadcast ng PGL Antwerp 2022. Kami pa rin may caster nyo for tonight is Kenneth and now Fu para sa ENCE versus BNE. At yun, nanakaw yung yung map 1 ng BNE. Anong take mo dito sa ating map 2 which is Nook?
Dito naman for Nook knowing ENCE, alam ko sobrang taas ng winning percentage nila dito sa map na to. Alam ko nasa top 3 maps nila etong Nook. So since ito lang talaga para sa map na to, ends ako dito, pero yung pinapakita nila for that last match, mukhang delikado pa sila against BNE, then nare-recover pa yung mga di na dapat nare-recover na rounds. Then, nababasa na sila dito ng BNE. But ayun nga lang, buti na lang mas magulang sila and mas maganda yung sistema nila. Kita naman natin nung mga last few rounds, doon na nag-pop up or doon na nag-shine yung mga protocols nila, yung mga do's and don'ts nila, and yung utility management nila also. But then BNE, napakalaki talaga ng chance nila dito na pag 1-1 and umabot pa ng map 3. But then, para sa akin, lamang pa rin yung ENCE. Onting-onti lang. Siguro mga 60-40 ako dito. And I think ENCE will take this series away from BNE.
Kaso, yun nga, kung alam mo yung mga puso play dito ng ano pre, ng BNE.
Oo naman.
Yung nakaka-momentum pa from 12 to 3.
Yep.
Grabe na 16 to 13 pa yung first map natin. Di imposible naman sa side ng BNE. No? Kailangan talaga mag-step up ni Senner dito sa ating map 2. Kasi siya yung masyadong, or siya yung nilamig dun sa sa BNE eh. Knowing ENCE naman, look at the stats, sobrang green na green sila dito. Kung nagawa ng Navi na 10 wins ata straight. Alam ko sila lang yung nakagawa na 11 wins straight. Sila naman 9 wins straight dito sa ating Nuke. Pero nabasag din eh.
Safe to say na ano sila no pre, yung sila talaga yung mga top teams na naglalaro para sa Nuke.
Oo. Mga experience play team sa Nuke no. Ayan, Navi. Heroic din, di ba? Yung mga team na yun.
Dikit-dikit lang talaga yung mga laban na yun.
Dikitan lang eh. And last win nga nila against Astralis. 16 to 12 yung ano natin yung laban nila doon.
Medyo malayo.
Tsaka City percentage nila 67 and green na green din yung sa T-side 50%. So from stats pa lang makikita natin medyo may edge dito yung yung ENCE. Well BNE naman siguro kung maunahan nila dito sa alam mo, sila yung mas pumalo yung firepower ng BNE dito. Why not? Na kaya rin nila gawin yung first half na ginawa ng ENCE kanina.
Like you mentioned nga kanina pre no, na pilay nga talaga tong BNE, wala si Senner kanina. Di talaga siya active and parang lagi siya napapunish or na-check ng ENCE. So feel ko kailangan ng isang solid na mental reset dito for Senner. Tapos magpainit agad siya sa first half pa lang para at least madala niya yun hanggang second half. But this time pre, kailangan talaga uminit ni Senner para matesting na talaga na 100% yung BNE doon, 'di ba? Kanina medyo hirap eh. Parang may butas na area lagi dahil kay Senner, lagi siyang papunish, laging sakto yung mga pick ng kalaban para sa minsan nakakatulog pa siya. Ito mahirap talaga yun if ever hindi 100% yung team nyo. And for BNE naman, grabe pumuso yan. Kita nyo naman last match ang layo nung hinabol nila from 12-3 naging 16-13 pa. So anong pang masasabi din natin dito sa BNE no, kundi push lang talaga nila yung place nila and gumagana naman talaga. Kailangan lang talaga nila mapanalo yung duels.
Yep, and knowing na City sila sa start dito sa ating map 2, they have 61% win percentage dito sa ating City side. Kailangan na talaga nila maging consistent para lang pakuha or manakaw itong mapa ng ENCE. So, lahat. Kung sasabihin ko si Hades, no, medyo yun nga, siya yung medyo tagilid or nagiging shaky na player this side ng ENCE. Kaso why not naman dyan sila Snappy, Spinks, 'di ba sila yung talagang fire or mga rifler dito ng ENCE.
Pagka consistent sila mapati side tsaka city side, talagang pumapalag eh no pre. Unlike yun nga Hades last series, medyo malamig alongside Snappy pero nung Dasto naman kanina nung map 1, nakabawi sila. Ayos nung stats na pinakita nila lalo no first half. Sila yung nagpalayo nung rounds nila against BNE and feel ko kung madala pa rin ng ENCE yun dito. Snappy together with Hades. Ibang story to idol. And pre, huwag natin kakalimutan GXX. Yung sniper ng BNE. Oo, pre, kate. Pag tumama, talagang tatama hanggang ilang rounds. Kumbaga alagang-alaga yung init niya. Alam mo yun pre, heat check ng
Yes,
heat
sir.
check. Pero yung hindi yung OA na heat check pre na pipik lang basta-basta. Saktong-sakto lang eh, no? Parang,
May respect pa rin sa kalaban, di ba? Yung pag-pick niya lagi.
tama.
And pistol round dito sa ating map 2. BNE will start on their city side. T-side naman ng ENCE. Mukhang outside outside take for ENCE. Footsteps are heard dito sa ating lockers area, kaso long range fight ang gusto ng BNE. Double dink kaso Synopsy, good fraggers dito sa side ng BNE and a 4v3 situation. Spinks, grabe, hindi siya mapitas dito sa may site. May P250 player pa yung ENCE. And with the post-plan situation, pwede pa nila ma-recover itong round na to. Double dink din para kay Spinks. 3v3 situation, 1 flat throw with the swing. Wala silang kit, 2 Willis, 2 Beretas dito kay GXX. Mas marami siyang bala doon. Snapin na nga lang ang matitira dito. Oh no, hindi rin siya tumama yung first 3 bullets, and BNE will get their pistol round.
I like what I'm seeing pre. Yung init nila or yung hype, nandito pa rin hanggang map 2. Kumbaga, natalo man sila nung map 1, but this time, pistol round, nagpakitang gilas itong BNE. In pre, usapang tutok. Palag na palag talaga yung BNE duel-wise, nagkakatalo na lang sa timing and of course yung sistema ng team. But this time, BNE sila sisimula ng map 2, which is Nook and ENCE. A force by dito for ENCE. I think it's gonna be a rush lang dito. Spinks dire-diretso. Kahit kulang siya, but with a 2, tamang-tama lang. But Maiden gets the equalizer down to 3v3 situation. Maiden is super low, down 20 HP an idol. But Diha, nagiging nuisance dito sa may fake meds, but he will be taken down by Synopsy. Good spam there. But this will be tough for ENCE. Spray bomb down yan, and saan pupunta tong players ng ENCE? But Snappy dito, narinig na siya. Yup, the one flat throw, okay. Double dink. So it's only up to Maiden. Block lang yan, idol, and wala na nga magagawa, and BNE will take that round. Force by dun yung ENCE, pero not enough yung mga rifles nila. Ganda nung hold ni Saner dun pre. Kung ano talaga yung kulang ng BNE kanina.
Bawi siya ngayon.
Oo, nakakabawi na
Yes, so ito yung sobrang kailangan na half ng BNE, which is city side. Medyo nahihirapan na mag-commit. Ito yung ENCE, no? This round, 5 deagles, tama ba? Grabe, 5 deagles sa semi-op. Outside area, but GXX, MP9, mapipitas din ni Snappy. Trades lang para sa ating round. Ayun, makakatawid ba? But one flat throw, tinatauan pa rin yung outside. An advantage, taps. Okay, tagging Snappy down to 65. Ilong area, medyo napapalagan din dito ng BNE with their guns. 2 AK sa mag-hold dito. Grabe naman yung Hades. With the headshot, sinurkill pa ni Spinks, kaso hindi din siya tatama doon kay Rigon. Dito, nagas ng dalawang players dito yung BNE. Pero lang naman sila sa baril, no? Na Hades, grabe. Makagawa pa siya ng damage dito sa may outside area natin. Hindi sila magkasama ni Snappy. But siya na rin, or si Snappy na lang din yung matitira. He has 50 seconds to work this out, itong ating round. Pero mukhang kakainin yung time niya, partner.
Maubusin siya ng time dito, idol. And yun na nga, one flat throw will be sealing that round for BNE. So ito na yung hinihintay natin, pre. Panalo nila yung pistol round. I-seal nila yung couple of rounds, yung 2 rounds na ngayon, which is napaka-importante nun. And this is gonna be the first buy round for ENCE. And dito talaga masusubukan, pre, kung yung momentum ba nasa BNE na. Nache-check na ba sila dito sa
ngayon ng ENCE 2v4 situation. Naku po, medyo naka-recover na rin dito yung ENCE, no? GXX and Rigon na lang yung matitira ngayon sa site, pero Magkasabay na frag, nabubuhay na rin dito yung ENCE sa nilang T-side. Okay, nakuha naman din yung 3 straight rounds ng BNE. Kaso kailangan nila dito mag-iingat sa gun round.
Pre, napakasakto naman nun. Kakasabi ko lang na ENCE magaling nga bumasag ng momentum. And ito nga, just in time, pre. First buy round nila yon, panalo nila yung round na yon with those amazing experience. And napapanalo na talaga ng ENCE, pre.
Oh my God.
Inuubos na lang sila
Sagasa
dito.
play for ENCE. Rigon with the Deagle. Will miss
Oh my
those
gosh.
shots. ENCE good for 2 rounds na agad. Talagang
Bilis, pre.
Bilis lang ng road, no? Rush A lang. Low guns yung kalaban. Why not contest na agad natin? Di na sila nag-isip pa dun na maging technical sa round na yon. Pero expect mo ba, pre, na ENCE naman yung mag-pop off dito sa ating rounds?
Pwede, pre, kasi
Pwede, no?
pwedeng mapaling yung momentum sa ENCE dito for a couple of rounds, then BNE babawi. Feel ko yun yung magiging pattern nila, but rush A dito.
The flash!
Plug dito si Senner, and Snappy will take him down, and A side will be really open for the side of ENCE, and they just need to secure this A side, and makakuha lang sila ng magandang post-plant positions. Napakalaking bagay na to, or napakahirap na to for BNE with that smoke. You're gonna be cancelled.
Retake is on. Half a seconds para lang ma-def yung bomb, kaso hindi na talaga nila itatry. Wala rin silang utilities, flashes. Safe call for BNE. Napanood ko to kanina, naupo yung strat ng Sagasa play na lang, no? Kanina, nag-slow play pa yung ENCE. Ngayon, kaya daw naman nila na mamahain yung A-side.
Pag iniisip nila, pre, no, pa natin pinapahirapan sarili natin. Nagde-default pa tayo, kumakontak play pa tayo. Di na lang natin sugurin, rektahan na, barilan na lang, bahala na kung ano mangyari. And ENCE, napakita nila dito yung gulang nila and yung tapang nga. Lalo T-side yan. Hindi na naman talaga na-expect na solo lang si Snappy, si Senner dun, pre. Knowing that kailangan may
Ganda ng
dalawang
flash.
A-side. Oo, 2 A-side players lagi, but then kulang yung BNE dun.
Yep, A-long take or outside take for ENCE. Walang smoke, okay, no problem yan. Para sa rifler ng ENCE. Kaso mukhang dari, aggression. May kita natin ngayon sa BNE, Molotovs and Nade. Ba to ngayon sa outside? At enough info for BNE. Talagang papalagan nila, ayaw nila patawirin. Pero grabe si Dia. Timing naman para kay One Flat Throw. Good punish. Hindi nakatawid sa may secret. Naubusan or marami pa namang utilities na hawak dito yung ENCE, no? They will go for outside presence lang. Si Dia lang yung mapipitas doon. Pero with the 1 minute mark, paramdam na rin sa may outside Snappy ang tatao dito, no? GXX, tatama kay... Ano mo yung timing na yun? Idol and Rigon, good headshot to take down Madden 4v5 or 5v3 situation ng Rigon. Buhay na buhay pa rin. One flat throw with the lovely swing to help down ng Rigon. Down to Snappy for this round.
This will be tough for Snappy. 30 seconds remaining.
Okay, nakita na rin siya. Wall bang. Dito sa may site. Lot of info given sa side ng BNE, but the round will go for them. 4-3. Recover at nabasag din dito yung 3 rounds ng ENCE.
Gusto ko yung ginagawa ni One Flat Throw dun sa may outside. Napakakulit niya lang. Swing lang siya ng swing dun sa may credit area. And look at the rotation coming from him. Pre, galing outside yan. Kakapatay niya lang kay Diha. Then saktong-sakto lang yung rotations niya dun sa may hill just to help Rigon. Ganda ng saluhan nila dun. And that will be the 4th round for BNE. Pre, ito na nga sinasabi natin. Babasagin ulit ng BNE yung momentum na ENCE. Yun na nga. Basag agad ang momentum dahil kay One Flat Throw. Smokes incoming. Daming smoke.
Nandito sa may outside. Pero wala pa nangapitas or wala pa nakakuha ng opening kills.
Fake lang pala.
Sabay walkout, no?
Oo,
Ano ba to?
pre.
Pa-trophy sila?
Oh,
Or out burst A?
is possibly. Burst A
Oh,
dito. ENCE. Try to flirt with that smoke. But
pwede,
ENCE
may
is
sira
very
yung
committed
rotation.
na. Oo, pre. Yung rotations nila, dito magkakaalaman kung saktong-sakto lang yung pasok nila sa site.
Here comes the Molotov. Double Molotov dito sa may side. Bulag na bulag din si Rigon. Wala siya makita. Space and Mia with the opener. A 3v4 situation down to 1 minute. Lahat ng bomba. Sinopsy. Talagang trinay niya makapag-guard dito sa side ng ENCE. Kaso wala. Hindi rin alam nung mga kampi niya. So safe to say ENCE will get this round.
Yep, that A-pop coming from ENCE, very familiar yan na yung biglang smoke outside din wala magko-cross towards secret and kita mo naman rotations have been pulled. Medyo nahilo yung players doon ng BNE and yung rotation sa Heaven medyo natagalan yun. So yung backside nila medyo tagilid talaga for that round and those trades coming from ENCE napakabilis pre. Pag namatay yung isa, matik may auto swing dun sa side ng ENCE and it's gonna be 4-4. Pre, walang momentum na nabubuo dito for both
Wala.
teams. Sa
Unlike
alitan
kanina.
lang. Unlike kanina pre, as in momentum ng ENCE na no first half.
Mention din ng
Oo pre, labo.
Pero malabo ba na mangyari ba ulit yun? If ENCE naman naglaro sa city side, no? Feel ko ito yung strong side nila eh. Yung city, pero outside take pa rin. Grabe, ang daming molotov. Bulag na bulag yung dalawa. Katawiran pa nga. Good for one lang dun si Rigon at mga series. Pero one flat throw, humingi ng flash. That's a good flash. 4v3 situation. Ipit yun si one flat throw, pero okay lang yun. Isa lang and tamang mamba out lang din. Grabe, nagkabasahan yung both sides, no? Na i-challenge itong outside area. Look at the damage for the side of ENCE and BNE. Si Rigon na naman yung maunang mamatay dito sa ating round. 2 case na isang off sa side ng ENCE.
Di nila in-expect yung outside push na ginawa ng BNE and also one flat throw. Kumbaga, may nag-push na nga sa outside tas may help pa coming from secret. Men, napaka-hard read nun for BNE and kita mo naman nagbunga talaga yung mga hard reads nila dito against ENCE and punish na yung mga players nila. Lagas na yung players ng ENCE and also Hades down to 22 HP and I think we know where ENCE will go.
Timing.
Mukhang A-site na to, idol.
Binitawan ni One Flat Through yung squeaky and possible na fake nga siya dahil sa ginagawa doon ni Spinks. Tama ba? Siya ba sa may outside? Or si Hades? And we will see Madden stay center. Oh! Good opener but one flat throw with spray down. Makapatay din dito si Madden and Spinks. 3v1 and mukhang save the op for Hades na lang. Grabe yung ginagawa. Talagang highly recoverable pa yung na yun, yung round para sa ENCE.
Ay, grabe yung contact
Ay!
play na ginawa ni Maiden doon. 180 shot just to clear that angle. Burado nga yung player doon. But then one flat throw pre, mainit na mainit. 13 on his name. And then round pa lang tayo dito pre. Kanina pa kumukulit yan pre si one flat throw. Tas kita mo yung mga positions niya talagang lason eh no?
Bro. Lason kung lason. Kailangan niya rin mag-step up. 13 13-2 on his name.
Man.
Dito sa ating kanina ba? Medyo ramdam rin siya kanina eh. So, sabi natin na napay na dito. But ayun na nga, sinasabi ko, pati na rin si Dia, mapipitas niya.
Surely
And
not.
40 or 39 HP ang matitira sa kay one flat throw. KGXX, makakita ba dito? Noops. Nakadawid na yung tatlong players ng ENCE. Kailangan na uminfo pa ng BNE or else maipit sila dito sa may or si one flat throw sa may Deacon area. Kaso masyado mainit na to pre. Masyado mainit na si one flat throw. Malay mo gumawa pa siya ng gulo dito sa ating lower side or lower area natin. Down to 1 minute. May isang lurk or flank
like this.
dito yung ENCE. take the one flat throw. Kaso hindi pa agad ang pitas dito. Going for the 2. At ayun na nga, natag din si Hades.
Man,
Kasi na nirigon. Ako, very messy setup for ENCE. Good boost na sana kaso parang nag-whiff, no? Nag-whiff yung boost player dun.
yup, the idea from ENCE is napakaganda nga, is to contact play lang, boost lang para malamangan nila sa angles, but then one flat throw was just too hot for that round. Pre, tumama lahat ng shots niya, tumama lahat ng sprays, and also that second kill. Grabe yung readjustment na crosshair niya dun, and I think this is gonna be the 6th round for B and E. And
Grabe siya.
lagas ang pera ng ENCE dito. Yup, grabe
Siya
talaga
naman
siya.
yung God mode. Kanina si GXX. Nakakatakot pala pag
God mode.
nag-iinit yung mga FPL lords natin.
Parang nagka-identity na sila, no, pre? Kasi doon talaga sila
sila
sumikat,
lumaki,
pre.
eh.
O, yung mga, doon sila
Umulat.
sumikat publicly. Oo, pre. Parang doon yung exposure nila through their streams and also yung mga minor tournaments, di ba?
Yes. So, with their lead, medyo mapapaisip at mapapa-time out din dito yung ENCE. Timing lang talaga eh, no? Yung sa T-side nila. Not really
Yeah.
sure na comfort side ba nila yung City mamaya. Pero kailangan talaga nila at least maka 5 score or above dito sa ating first half.
Pero pre, na-mention mo yung stats nung ENCE pagdating sa city side. Taas eh, di ba? Ilang percent yun, pre? 66.7 ba? So, feel ko for ENCE lang, pre. Nahirapan talaga sila kay One Flatro tsaka yung setup nila eh. Kumbaga, maka-rounds lang siguro tong ENCE for makalima or anim. Feel ko, malaking bagay na yan sa second half. But PNE will be tested naman dito. Para sa city side nila, gaano ba katatag to and gaano sila ka-consistent? Yun yung tanong. Kung madadala ba nila to hanggang dulo.
Yep, wall of smokes dito sa may outside. The ENCE mukhang gagawa ulit ng fake. Di naging success. Hindi na yung double molotov sa may site. Pero ang ganda rin nung yung info dito ni Diha towards the secret area. Feel ko naman nabigyan na ng info nung garage player ng PNE na possible may nakatabi ng higher ganda molotov pa rin. Good molotov doon sa may hut. Yung ENCE, possible na double fake nga ang gawin nila. They're heading towards the ramp. But on the spray down, headshot kay Sphinx. Ang bilis din na trade ni Madden. With this Mac 10 pa. 1 minute remaining. Diha, aware kaya dito si GXX. Naku, sa kabila pa siya nakatingin, pre. Oh no, hindi rin ba rin natin yun? Headshot. No knife muna ngayon. 3v4 situation. One flat throw. Yung kanina pang mainit. Going for is 20 frags. Kaso nga lang, naipit na rin siya doon. Talagang dinaan sa dami ng ENCE. Sinopsi ang matitira with the M4. Papasok. Idol. Ito yun, hindi niya talaga sinave. Yung kanyang M4A4 at 6-5. Tama ba? Or 6-6 ang ating score.
Yep. This round naman, mapupunta sa ENCE. Ang ganda ng ginawa nila, pre. Nahila nila yung rotation ng BNE and Rigon. Medyo out of position na siya. Masyado malayo na siya doon para ma-hold niya yung ramp area. And kita mo naman, fast trade coming from ENCE and a timing coming from Diha doon sa may hell area. Ang ganda ng pinakita niya eh. Timingan niya yung offer nila. Tapos, inakit niya na lang yung heaven para makapagbigay ng info sa team and the trades. Napakabilis for the side of ENCE. And then, that was an open A site agad and very obvious na yung call for save ng BNA doon. And, yup, ENCE will take their 5th round. Dikit pa rin yung laban. Talagang salitan, pre. Isip ko, if
Hindi
makaisa pa yung BNA doon, momentum na nila.
Si Dia, tama na siya ng pinasukan na liga dun, no?
Oo, pre. Sakto
Ganda
na eh.
timing niya eh. So, saktong-sakto lang.
Diha.
Ikaw kung, yung gantong playstyle ng ENCE sa T-side nila, parang nalalaro nila yung buong mapa. Magiging advantage nila. Kaso, out A, bulag yung offer ng BNE. Dire-diretso pa sa may vent. Kung masyadong mabilis to, na nakatawid na agad yung 2 players sa may lower area. And one flat throw. Pop flash dito sa may trophy side, but Spinks aware na kukunin na nga nila anytime itong lobby area. GXS makakapos pa rin. Also, one flash sa kabila. Spinks ay mabuhay dito sa may lobby. Kaso, nabigyan pa ng pag-asa or ng hope dito yung titik na round. Kaso masyado sila mamadali. Where's the trade? Ngayon kay GXX going for the no scope. No P. 6-6 ang ating score. Ends. All their strats are working naman dito sa nilang T-side.
Pre, sa slow play, gumagana yung BNE sa mga contact play nila against ENCE. But this time, ginamitan na ng libro pre. Kita mo naman, ang ganda ng mga lusot doon sa fence area. 3 players agad for ENCE, nakababa sa may B-side. And yun na nga, napolish na yung mga info or yung mga standard reactions talaga na ginagawa ng City. Hindi nila in-expect yung Spinks doon na nakikipaglandian doon sa may lobby and doon sila nahirapan na bagalan yung retake nila doon. But then, 6-6 na, idol. Pantay na tayo in a full USP for BNE and Snappy. Will continue that pick there. Oh, and Spinks in a spray transfer. Kukuha pa ng 3 dito. Gutom na gutom. But one flat throw, nakaisa pa doon. Pwede na yan. But then ends. Simpleng-simple lang sa paglinis dito.
Last 2 rounds, ends. Sila ba makuha ba nila yung 9 rounds dito sa T-side? Ang hirap nun kapag 3 rounds gap pa yung BNE dito. Kasi knowing nga, mas malakas sila dito sa kanilang city side. At medyo stressful naman para sa T-side, no? One flat throw. Hard carry na ngayon ng BNE. 19-5. Ito naman yung kanyang KD dito. So, Hades, wala rin nakita si One Flat Throw. Sobrang talaga ng angle na yun, no? Alam mo yung gusto mong umasin. Kasi possible may one way nga. Kasi ikaw pa rin yung madidisgrasya doon. Alam mo, may one way, wala talaga
Masyadong mahaba ang nguso ng baril ni One Flat Throw doon.
Siya yung unang nakita, walkout play naman.
What?
Towards the
Gusto ko
secret
to.
area. Kanina pa to, mga Navi setup ata yung ginagawa dito.
Grabe.
The classic Navi at the Grabe. And mukhang alam na nila na yun nga, nalalaro nila yung map this time kanina try nila mag fast pace or magsama-sama. So ngayon, Spinks naman talaga iniiwan nila. Sila yung gumagalaw sa lower side. 50 seconds. Binigyan na rin ng info dito yung BNE. Pero free plant for ENCE. Kaso Diha, keep punishing the rotations ngayon sa BNE. GXX naman. The lurk guy. Ang ganda nung frags dito sa may lower areas. Center and GXX. I think they will save this gun for the last round.
Yep, kailangan talaga nila i-save to, pre. Napaka-hopeless na nung ginawa nila. And, pre, again, ENCE. Parang nadaan na naman sa libro. Parang may call ata sila, pre. If ever na may mag-push outside, tas may mapunish sila, gagawin na nila yung walkout play nila towards secret. And yun na nga, tamang-tama lang. Wala nag-react for since wala naman sound cue. And pag nag-city ka naman talaga dito sa Nook, pag down kayo ng isang player, pre, ang hirap na talaga gumalaw sobra.
Yung outside pa yung namatay
Oo.
Yung mahirap dun.
Hirap ng rotations dun, pre. If ever matimingan yung rotations mo, biglang hihina yung A, tas sakto nag-A site hit sila. Wala, unrecoverable na yun. But this time, pre, nauutakan sila ng ENCE and yung gulang plays. Gumagana na talaga kung paano nila laruin yung rotation, kung paano nila basahin yung mga setups ng BNE. Grabe, big talaga.
Easy for ENCE ba? Yung kanilang T-side. Fast play. Okay, good trades.
What?
Ang pinapakita dito ng both teams. Pero lamang sa tao yung ENCE. Rifles. Walang hawak na off si GXX. But Hades yung may hawak sa kabila. Dalawang players sa BNE. Punta nakapag-plant pa ng bomba. Dia will kill one flat throw inside the smoke. And delikado rin. Grabe naman yun. What a back shots from ENCE. 6-9. Very good start. I might say for ENCE kasi naka-9 na agad sila dito sa first half.
My gosh, pre. Mahirap to. T-side, Lumamang yung ends ng tatlo, 9-6 yung scoreline natin dyan mga sir. Tapos mag-city pa sila and hirap yun. Pag ends pa kalaban nyo, napakalakas mag-city. Pre, BNE, medyo nakulangan lang tayo sa mga last few rounds nila. Ang ganda ng pinapakita din yung one flat throw pero di enough na si one flat throw lang talaga yung gagawa for the team. Kailangan talaga nila mag-contribute. Kailangan tumama na yung mga decision making nila and kailangan tumama na rin yung mga duels nila. Kanina pa sila natatalo dito and tingnan natin, pistol round. Sino makakuha nito, sir?
May ano pre, may kamukha dito si Snappy.
Sino?
Sa meme sa meme.
Sa meme? Sino?
Alam mo yung bata dun sa sa wait a minute.
Oo. Mga napapansin mo talaga.
Older version lang but Diha with the headshot. Out A na nga dito yung BNE. Kaso ubos na rin sila sa tao. Wala rin sila mapitas. Sino ba talaga yung pipitasin nila? Kaso 3, 4 agad. Sabay-sabay for BNE. Kala ko nag-whiff na lahat. Ayun na naman. Yung hype dito nila.
Daming na-miss na shots doon ng ENCE. Almost good hold for them pero ito na hinahanap natin sa BNE.
Idol.
Siya yung mainit talaga, no, pre? On point. Talagang di nagmimintis. Nare-recover niya yung crosshair niya. 22 on his lane. Kate dito for BNE. And, pre, tulungan nyo na si One Platro. Kanina niya pa talaga tinatry. As in...
Okay.
What?
A good headshot.
Anong
Taking
Platro?
down the goat. Sabay outside.
Tulog.
Platro pa, idol. And knowing gun advantage ngayon ng BNE, kailangan mag extra careful. Sa round na to, kung gusto na makakuha pa ng momentum, tamang spam si Hades, inuulitin lang ulit na tatauan. Grabe, basang-basa na. And look at the off angle for ENCE. Pwedeng maunahan at malitan si look at the pre-fire and for 1. Meron pa ditong Deagle. Natag din si Rigon down to half HP. Taps are good. Okay. At 2v2. Mukhang basang-basa rin ni Dia, pre. Tingnan mo naman, Deagle and see kung magandang timing ba to. 2 bullets on his body. At Rigon matitira. Double digit round sa ENCE. Look at the reaction. Para ngayon sa round nila. Nakapwesto na agad.
You have to give that to ENCE, pre. Napakaganda nung ginawa nila. Hades taking the initial contact, gets the head of one flat throw. Pilay agad ang BNE doon. Tinuloy naman nila yung plano nila towards secret, but a better read coming from ENCE, putting those two players close range fights yan, and napakaliit nung napaka-narrow nung choke point na yun. And ENCE just had a better read against BNE dito. Double nade incoming. One flat throw. Oh, the shot coming from one flat throw. Tulog si Diha doon, partner.
Grabe, sobrang dito ni One Flatro, pre. Para alam mo yung papakilusin mo nila yung 4 mong teammates.
Oo.
Kasi ano na siya eh. He's feeling it. Para dito sa ating second half.
Feeling it, pansit.
Si Hades, scout. Tama lang nila, Rigon. Nakadigil, 4v3. Pa nga sila sa tao. Oh no. Situation. Pinag-overpick. The double S tandem sa side ng ENCE. GXX and One Flatro na matitira. Si One Flatro. Pero with this Deagle, possible pa sana. Ma-off guard si Spinks. Kaso 50 seconds. Hindi rin makakanakaw ata si GXX dito ng barrel. Ipit na rin siya sa may outside. EMP9 with the farm. 7-11. Sarap mag 7-11 ngayon. Lalo na ENCE nakakuha na rin ng kanilang momentum.
Speaking of 7-11, nakakagutom nga tong game na to, partner. Pre, grabe yung ginagawa nung ENCE. Napaka-simple lang nung mga setups nila. Pero yung asim nila, pre, hindi nawawala. Yung pressure, kahit laga sila ng players, tuloy pa rin yung paglaban nila doon sa may outside. And yep, I think it's gonna be an out A dito. Full of Glocks. Percent BNE. Flashes are being thrown. Spinks bulag na bulag. Clears out. But Madden, very steady lang siya dito sa pag-hold. No cross players na yan. And yep, a clean round coming from ENCE. And they will take their 12th round and it's gonna be a buy round for BNE. Kailangan nilang mabawi to kasi if ever matalo sila, kita mo naman pre, wala silang pera idol. Said na said yan this round.
This is tough for BNE, no? Actually, kahit kay One Flatro eh. Ang hirap pre. Talagang si Rigon, ayan, nagpaparamdam na rin siya eh with 3 frags.
Yep.
Pero kailangan nila magkasundo when it comes sa strategy. So nades, outside take, okay, kinuha rin ng MP9. Talagang maximize lang yung kanyang barrel. Kaso AK na po dyan si Rigon. HP, almost killing Rigon. Dito si Diha, 5v4 lamang sa tao yung binabat. So bago to AUG doon sa may container. Look at the nade. Saktong-sakto pa sa mukha ni Hades. Low damage. Pero mukhang magpaparamdam lang ulit dito yung BNE, no? With the re-aggression, aware kaya si Rigon or sana matatimingan ba siya dito ng ENCE? Let's see. Spinks not even overextending or overpeaking doon para kay Rigon. Talagang ayaw nila bigyan ng map control yung BNE dito, pre. Ayaw nila lang area eh. Oh! The spray down. Saktong-sakto lang. Collateral shot and headshot dun kay One Flatro. Hinahanap din si Hades dito ni Sinopsy. Kaso nga lang, na makakapatay. Okay, good for 2. Down to 30 seconds. Malayo pa sila sa site. And Snappy and Madden yung matitira sa ENCE, no? They have kit. Also utilities. BNE sa pushes sa nga center with a good mark. At rin ko nasa si Madden. That's the bomb.
Oh no.
Malayo, no time. Kailangan din niya labanan ko. And look at the clash almost. Pero feel ko dapat tinakbo niya na lang yun kung gusto niya ma-secure. Dito ni Madden. Karoon ba ng ego pick doon sa ating sa clutch para sa kanya?
Calculation coming from Maiden. Medyo pumalya nung last game na yun. Pero a good try yun for Maiden since out of positions na talaga sila dun. And mahirap talaga i-recover yung round na yun. Lalo na all angles are being covered for the side of BNE. But props to them. Nabawi nila yung momentum nila dito. And another chance for them to set up this space or set up this mood para sa second half natin. Okay, alam ko to pre. A pop flash dito yun sa A-ramp. And I think we're gonna see an
Delegado
A-ramp.
si Snappy.
A B-ramp. Yeah.
Oh! Wait lang. Siya yung unang pass through the smoke. Rigon as well. Dadaan sa patibong dito ng ENCE. Dia naman with the backup. XX. Dia naman nakatawid. Still a good for 1. Pa rin niya Dia. And good pick. Muntikan pa maipit doon si Snappy.
Pre, if ever naging sobrang passive ni Spinks doon, madadali siya nung flash na yun. Tapos, B-ramp up na yun eh. Masyado malapit na yung players ng BNE. Pero, the pressure, continuously pressuring B-ramp. Saktong-sakto lang yung need niya doon sa towards trophy. Para mas-spam niya yung players doon. And yun na nga, nagka-idea sila na it's gonna be a B-ramp and the rotations coming from Diha was just in time to help his teammate. And that's gonna be a clean round naman for ENCE. And yun na nga, wala silang pera dito, sir. You need some miracle shots para at least man lang makalamang sila ng tao.
Low economy ends forward. Point in round Hades with a headshot naman sa kabila. So full of pistols. Hindi tumama si Snappy. Makakanakaw na isang rifle. And possible magkaroon pa ng chance. But Spinks hindi hahayaan na makakuha ng AK. Dito yung BNE. Iwas lason lang at disiplina lang pinapakita dito ng ENCE. While BNE naman, kailangan nila at least pumitas. Damage man lang yung economy dito ng ENCE. Ako, hindi aware Or wala naka-watch dito sa may heaven area.
Oh no, pre. This could be huge for Rigon.
Wag lang maniko first, pre. Sinasabi ko sa'yo, kayang-kaya ito ng BNE. If ever man, Rigon! Hindi niya alam kung sino unahin niya. Sino naman with the 50. Huwag na rin yung utak. Madden with the cleanup. 8-14. Sabi ko sa'yo, pre, wag lang maniko eh.
Nga lang partner, sobrang aware nung player dun sa may fake vents para ma-flick niya yung angle na yun. And feel ko naman napagplanuhan nila yun na
Naka-widescreen ata yun eh.
pre, feel ko 16-9.
16-9.
16-9 ba? Mga 16 by 10, no? Kasi layo nun eh, if ever nakamark ka sa hot.
Going for the map point for ENCE, but the low utilities naman sa BNE, no? So, ito na yung ano, pre. Kumbaga, sipin mo parang map point na ng ENCE to kasi next round, delikado yung BNE. Never man nila makuha tong round 9 nila. Okay. Rotations are broke or almost. Alam si Sphinx, bababa dito sa may secret area. Since hindi bukas yung squeaky, talaga mababay time ng ENCE para mapaisip nila yung BNE kung saan ba sila talaga pupunta or saan sila mag-commit with their low utilities para sa round 23. 1 minute. Okay, nakatawid yung isang player dun sa may secret area. Well, tamang mark lang din, no? Very passive setup for ENCE trying to secure this round. Well, Dia, mukhang magkakaroon ng contact play. Nakita agad yung ulo. Hindi, grabe. Opening frag. Patayin agad yung lurk dito ng BNE. GXS with the trade. Okay, good for 2. Dito sa A site. 3v3 situation. Free plant naman ngayon. Snappy, hintayin ba? Okay, that's a good nade. Tagging one flat throw down to 43. The retake is on. So mukhang mahirap to for for ENCE, knowing na si Hades manggagaling pa din sa may mini na naka-off pa siya, hindi pa na-flickan dito si one flat throw. Man advantage for them. Economy is not looking good din for ENCE, and I think parang pang save na rin to.
Kailangan na mag-save ng ENCE dito, and good try naman for that offer to try to retake at least one isa dito, but ENCE will just go for that exit frags, and Snappy will take down center. Makakapulot pa siya ng off dito. Another chance for ENCE para mapapunta sa match point, and ganda sana ng ginawa ng ENCE dun. Kumbaga, ganda ng depensa ni Diha doon sa may sandwich area. Medyo pumali ang contact play ng BNE, but kita mo naman, saktong-sakto lang yung pag-out A nila doon. Fast trades coming from BNE, opening up that A site, and one flat throw. Siya talaga yung nag-seal na round na yon, killing Hades doon sa may mini para hindi na mag-try yung ENCE. But 14-9, isa na lang, pre. Dadako na sa double digits yung BNE, and possibly that's gonna be huge. Good molly. Molly nga dun sa bayan. The spam coming from Dia. Okay yun, para lupambot lang naman si one flat throw dito, knowing that, I know this play. This is a G2 play. One flat throw, good flash dito para makapick dun sa may midi, but no one will be spotted. Maiden will just hold out these angles, and a very standard positions coming from ENCE. One outside player, 3A, and one ramp. But
Hindi
one
nakita.
flat throw. Hindi siya nakita, pre.
Tingnan natin kung pipikan ba to. Also, sobrang baon niya. Hinihintay niya na masira pa yung pestuhan or positions dito ng ENCE sa may site. Then tsaka siya gagalaw, no? So, 50 seconds remaining into the clock. Wala pang presence sa may A site. At naghahanap rin si one flat throw kung kailan siya gagalaw. Siguro go signal na lang din ni one etong utilities na ibabala sa site. So, Molotov, nakita ba yung shadow? And let's see kung nakita ba yung shadow or aware ba si Sphinx na close lang dito. And look at the timing. Muntika pa siya mata-timingan dito ni one flat throw, pero 2 frags are being in favor para sa side ng ENCE. And let's see na matitira. Almost a clean round, And ENCE with a map point dito sa ating map 2. Isa na lang talagang binibigyan ng stressful game itong BNE.
And ENCE was just really patient for that round. Hindi sila masyado nag-commit sa mga rotations nila. Hinihintay lang nila yung mga sound cues na binibigay ng BNE. Pero knowing that contact play lang naman yun, hindi nila kailangan masyado gumalaw sa setup nila. Kailangan nila pagkatiwalaan yung setups nila. And just like that, kita mo naman.
Walang pera, idol.
no, what's
Where's si Lo?
Rush A dito, GXA.
Oy!
Shots dito, Dia and Spinks. Sarado yung A-side dito. It's only up to Sin of C with his Deagle, with his Trusted Deagle on his side. But it's gonna be enough and ENCE will end that series dito against BNE. And just like that,
2-0.
it's a sweep for ENCE, pare.
Feel ko, yung consistency na lang din sa BNE, no, na yung mapa nila palag din naman eh. 'Di ba? Nakahabol yung 12-3 scoreline.
Yup.
Pero kailangan na lang talaga nila maging rock solid sa ating series kasi feel ko ito yung mga team na na nakakapalag sa BO1, 'di ba? Pero pang mga best of 3, syempre mental fortitude, mental reset, daming kailangan gawin eh. And looking at their opponent, 'di ba? ENCE. Medyo tumatalong kahit papaano yung mga rounds sila kanina ng Dust 2. Buti na lang, di nila dala dito sa Nuke.
Yup, and ENCE being more consistent and efficient every round dun. Kita mo naman, pre, lakado talaga yung sistema nila. Walang nasasayang na galaw, walang nasasayang na UTs, and walang nasasayang na rotations. And yup, masyadong mahirap yun for BNE knowing that di naman sobrang tagal nung team nila, but ENCE, alam natin matagal na magkakasama yan and the chemistry was just there. And really, just the patience, pre, doon talaga ako na-believe sa ENCE. Yung di sila masyado gumagalaw, di sila masyadong malikot sa mapa, just holding their angles, trusting their teammates, and yup, ENCE will surely sweep that series against BNE kung ganoon nga naman yung performance nila.
So, quick update. ENCE will move forward sa ating Legend stage. Tama ba? Oh my God. At makakita nga tayo ng ENCE dito sa ating Legend stage. Too early pa siguro sa BNE. Marami pa naman silang time, di ba? Lalo
Yes,
na buhay na yung CST na dito sa ating page. Pero yun sa mga hindi pa nakapag-follow or nakasubscribe dito sa aming page, follow nyo na yung Focusfire Gaming and ring nyo na yung bell para updated na rin kayo sa mga CSGO events. And huge shoutout din para sa Rivalry. Please do check out their website, rivalry.com/focusfire, and use the code LUPONWXC to get 100% deposit bonus. And for us, magpapaalam na muna kami mga sir. Or MVP pa na muna.
Wait lang.
Mayroon na. Matic si
Sino
ano na to?
kaya? Sino
Sphinx.
kaya?
Oy!
Baka Sphinx yan, Lods. O,
Sphinx, sabi
Chinito.
dito ng, uy, hindi Chinito yan.
Ay, hindi
ano
ba?
lang. Oh, baka
Pagod nang no, pre.
Fierce ano niya, fierce
Uish,
photo niya,
grabe.
fierce pose.
May fierce pose.
Series MVP ay si Sphinx, presented to you by Rivalry. Sobrang kati. Kanina pa yan, very consistent player dito sa ating series, no? And yun na nga guys, papaalam muna kami, kita-kits tayo bukas para na naman sa more CSGO actions. And again, this official Filipino broadcast brought to you by Forza Gaming. Kita-kits ulit tayo bukas, mga sir.
This is Keanu Reeves, and welcome to Rush Lane. Rush Lane is a new intense multiplayer racing game where you can compete against real players to win real money. Set in the towering crime-filled metropolis of Hub City, here champions put their life on the line for glory, power, and riches in the ultimate death race known as the Rush Lane. How does it work? Simple. Pay a small stake to jump into the next race. All the stakes go into the prize pool, so the more players, the more money there is to win. Once enough players join, the race is on. Races last just a couple of minutes and are fully automated. Rush Lane is driven by our unique physics-based randomness engine. Starting positions, track segments, and traps are all randomly generated, and we've tested over 10,000 races to ensure no player has any advantage over another. Cheer on your racer as they scream down the winding city streets and through mysterious alternate worlds filled with dangerous traps and pitfalls. The first player to cross the finish line wins the biggest share of the prize pool. But don't worry, the top few finishes are also in the mix to win. The exact number of winners will change depending on how many players were in the race. The more players, the more winners. Rush Lane is live 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. so you can jump into the action anytime you want. Good luck out there, racers. Only on Rivalry.com.
3, 2, 1.
Ito na nga, Rals. Alam naman din siya po.
Pero he's trying to delay. The push dito will take one, will take down to it. So, pinupush na siya dito ni Zaiwu. Pero Rals with the better angle will take down Zaiwu.